find a blurb?
I'm feeling good with that. Might as well get it out of the way. I think the sooner the better with that.
Yes.
So do that now.
Yes. Thank you.
All right.
Take your time. I'll be right here with you.
Okay. Well, there I was waiting for it. There it is, the pop-up.
Oh yes. Thank you for reminding me.
Look at that image.
Yes.
All right. Let's just get this out of the way. As soon as you get here, like I just have, please hit that thumbs up vote. It's very important, not just to show your support, but because there is an algorithm that dictates how someone might be suggested or appear where they appear in search results, and it affects that. And although you can't see them, there are those that place downvotes there. I can't even believe it, but downvotes against Douglas, perhaps with bots and such and numbers. But what that does is it kind of drives them down in the algorithm, and by the time that can be sorted, any spam removed, the damage is done. So please hit the upvote right away, and then make sure I've hit the subscribe button. Even if you've hit it before, check that it's still on, and the notification, little bell icon there, which I have on, and that puts a handy pop up on my computer here, and all I have to do is hit it, and otherwise remember or set a reminder, and it just pops on right on up. And whether it's on time or on the rare chance it might not be on time, that is a handy way to know. So please do that. You do need an account to do these things. It won't let you do these things without being signed in. Most people have some type of Gmail or Google or YouTube account, so I think any of them will do. If not, it should be easy to make one. And once you do that, actually you can create under your main account, you can create channels, which normally people can put different content, different themed channels. But the cool thing is each channel is like kind of like an identity on its own, and they can each upvote things separately, and it's easy to switch between them in the little menu there. So, and maybe eventually you'll be motivated to become an artist and start putting your content online and show the world what you can do. If not, just make little dummy channels, and you can do a couple extra upvotes. So all of that. As far as upvotes, once the program is not live anymore, Douglas will put a pinned comment in the comments under the program. It's different than the live chat on the side. And please also upvote that as well if you're there at that time. It's not during the live. You can't. And now it's when I go back and check, did I do that? No, I didn't. So I'm doing that now for similar reasons, so it doesn't get upvoted away. This is just as critical information, such as his PayPal, which we're going to cover in just a moment, or why not cover that now? That is probably the next most important thing after putting your upvote is considering what money you can spare for a contribution. And we'll put the PayPal link here in the chat. Now we'll try to keep that visible, but you don't need to dig for it and find it. All you have to remember is PayPal and Douglas's name, really. And he always has it on the thumbnail here of the program. But if you go to PayPal, search first and last name or by his handle there, Douglas D. Diedrich, you'll be able to find. Very easy to find. And I believe you do not need an account at PayPal to send money. You can just just find a way to click and do it with a credit card, I think, on that one. Let's see. Yep. So please do that. And then where are we in the moment? About halfway through. Douglas can give his read where he is on his, his budget DEFCON category. Otherwise, so you can share the YouTube link in the browser bar there, the youtube.com or similar. That will stay the same before and after the live. You can record that in a file. You can post it, send it, make little QR code stickers with it, and stick it up on around town, anything, please. And also you can right during the replay, you can right click at any point in the program, or at least the computer. I still got to see how to do it with the phone. I usually don't listen with the phone, but There's what you can do is send a timestamp link to people at a certain subject point, so it'll bring them right there, which is handy. What else? What else do we usually cover?
Something else that please continue. No, whatever came to your mind first.
Also, I mean, if you are so technically inclined and competent, you can download the programs, and there are ways, you could make just an audio. You could even, although the thumbnail images are, it should compress because it's not a live video. Anyway, there are ways to compact the file and and maybe repost it on an account you might have. It doesn't have to be YouTube. It could be whatever, a Rumble or a BitChute or anything like this. Even if it's just programs you find particularly interesting, just as a way to have backups of his content out there. So please consider that also. All right.
That's great. Also, another thing we'd like to start emphasizing is that the algorithms actually like it when people leave comments. So do start leaving commentary. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I will try to emphasize that.
Yeah, and obviously we want to encourage positive commentary. That goes without saying, but yeah, just commentary, actually even just stupid commentary, apparently that helps with the algorithms quite a bit.
Yeah, no, right. No, they figure people are interacting with it. It must be interesting.
Yeah. And also where the YouTube will unsubscribe you without your knowing, so do warn them about that.
Yeah, that's what I said. It may have, right. It hasn't happened to me, but I guess it's happened to people. So do keep an eye on that. So check all that underneath, right underneath there. Thumbs up, subscribed, notification bell, and so forth.
Yes. Okay, so aside from that, I don't know how long I'll last tonight. I actually was feeling great till I came home. The moment I came home, I'm overwhelmed again with just the sick building syndrome, as they call it, within the crypt, and basically desire to crawl into a deep sleep, which is somewhat healthy because obviously I'm too hyperstimulated at the estates to get too much sleep. I nap, but I don't really sleep, in terms of a longer period. What I'm going to do now is put an upvote on my own video. I encourage everyone else to do that. T-Tank Berry is saying YouTube shadow banning sons of bitches, which is what they are. So Vicky Johnson says hello, Douglas, and hello, Vicky Johnson, love you dearly. And of course, already some questions coming in about the photograph that's embedded in thumbnail of live stream. And of course, this is what I was indulging in during the long weekend. It still is the Ancestral Spirit season in Japan. It ends at midnight tonight, and want to give our Lady Vicky Johnson her kisses first. Hello to Incubate, and just let everybody know I'm anxious to just kind of go to sleep. We will, of course, last as long as we can. We're going to thank, of course, our dear friend, Mr. Vril, for putting in our links. And as to being into it tonight, I'm just still kind of blitzed from my stay at the estates and not really into it. So it's always something, isn't it? But it'll probably work out by Wednesday. That way, at least by Wednesday, I'm going to have a some time home. And then I have the rest of the week off before the ghost month begins for the Chinese culture. Let me get that kisses out to Vicky here, and I do want people to understand that I'll go a little bit into the story behind the photograph soon enough. Right now I'm just trying to center myself, breathe, and get used to being back in the crypt environment, which of course is not a very hospitable environment, certainly not fit for human habitation. And for myself, believe me, it's never fun getting back here. And I may have to take a break depending on whether I get a phone call, or depending on just whether or not I have to, maybe just take a break. We'll come up on that soon enough. Right now, I'm just, shall we say, readapting to being in the crypt environment. Also, let's see now. Dear Aristides, anything else you can think of in terms of current events that personally strikes you as something that bears going into before I tell T-Tank Barry about my update concerning the essay that I even spent some time writing a little bit of that during the weekend when I could find some spare time. So I will tell everybody about the progress of this epistle in a moment. But first, there's been a lot going on in current events. What strikes you as particularly important, Aristides?
You know what? I'm not well caught up at all.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on? What's been the big? What's new? I mean, everything is this ongoing. I mean, is there still a Ukraine war? Is there still what's new out there?
Oh, too much, really. Too much happening every day, and it's a lot to keep up on. I'm frankly quite sick of it. I've been, of course, tutoring the lads, and it gets noisome after a while. When the more I find out, the sicker I get. For instance, with Vladimir Putin, you're probably familiar with the fact that they left the itinerary of where it could be found, and therefore we know what was passed around officially amongst all of the staff that was supposed to service Putin and Trump, but they referred to Putin as HE, His Excellency, which is it's an honorific that's reserved for royalty. So they refer to him as if he were a czar. Now, this brings us back to obviously that's beyond offensive, but this brings us back to the essay that I'm writing, not just for T-Tank Barry, but for all of Team Dietrich, and of course, in that sense, it's for posterity. But I've taken to combining two essays. So if I open up both of the essays right now, I can see how many pages each one is. And this is kind of a status update for T-Tank Barry. I do want him to be patient. It's in a sense, it's on its way to being finished. But there's still a lot more to be done in terms of nuance and detail that I want to polish. And I still have to look for some notes. We'll see if I find them concerning the Russian psychic espionage organizations. Because this will go a bit into that. Because there were latent psychic talents that the man that I'm writing about in Transnistria began to exhibit when he was trapped in the nuclear meltdown. By the way, Amy says Bernie went to West Virginia. Our man Aristides put a link. What was the link you just entered, Aristides?
I had saved a couple things. It wasn't I had to find a web link for it though, because it had another post. Mm-hmm. A Israeli government official, cyber chief, arrested in Las Vegas in a child predator sting, then sent to Israel after being charged with luring a child for a sex act. So there you go.
No, Jesus Christ. That's okay. So I'm looking at this now in miniature, so to speak, because the window is very small. It came up as miniature. I can make it larger. And let's see now. We've got, the Putin-Trump summit. Yes, this says it perfectly. Bernie went to West Virginia, which is, yes, that reminds me of something to tell Brooke. God bless you, brother. Patience eternal. I'm just hearting all of this. And, yes, and there's the link. Here we are. Israeli government official. Oh yes, that's right. So because of his diplomatic immunity, he was returned to Israel. That's what happened, right?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I figured. And yeah, he's Bernie Sanders in disguise. Yeah. So one of my I'm sorry, I was meant to say Jeffrey Epstein in disguise, but same thing. At any rate, so one of the essays is on the Crimea, which is 38 pages long. The other essay, which I've titled "The Tale of 12 Tyrannies," is 56 pages long at this point. So I guess we combine the two. Give me a second here to pull out my handy dandy calculator, because I used to be able to do this stuff in my head, but not anymore. Too much drinking and drugs to do math anymore. 94. So we got close to 100 pages, and it'll be 100 pages at least by the time it's finished. So all of this is important because I realize that writing about Transnistria in and of itself is not enough. I've got to compare it to the other Russian splinter culture. We'll call it a splinter culture in both cases. And that would be the Crimea, is where we have basically the relocation of what they're calling the Black Tsardom. And this is where His Excellency comes in that Trump uses. For those of you who don't know, the Russians refer to Putin as the Pravatelь, which is their version of, it's simply a term for ruler. It's an ancient Russian term. So it does not imply royalty. It implies a absolute ruler, an absolute dictator. I hate to use parallels like this because it's an insult to the Reich, but it's the most closely accessible parallel that Americans can relate to. They're essentially calling Putin der Führer. It's basically in German, der Führer means the leader, and it has a importance to it, a weight to it. That all other ranks within the party, many of them had the word Führer in it, like Gruppenführer, meaning group leader. And this was more of a party ranking system within the Third Reich. It's not a military rank, of course. It's different. The SS used these highly politicized ranks combined with military ranks. It was its own ranking system, highly politicized. With Putin, the term Pravatelь takes on that weight. It means he's simply the ruler. Now, everyone in Russia calls him that. And when it comes to the Americans, they're honoring it as if it's a royal title, which doesn't make sense. You wouldn't use His Excellency even for Adolf Hitler during the time he was in power. It's not how he would have wanted to have been referred to, because he was the leader of a truly populist movement. But I hate to use that term as well because it's taken on a MAGA connotation. And many people, of course, refer to the radicalized Russian-sponsored right-wing movements all over Europe and the world as populist movements. So I hate to use that term, but it's hard to think of a better alternative. In other words, Hitler's movement was a truly populist movement. When it comes to Putin, he doesn't have a populist movement at home. He has a dictatorship, but he funds mobs. He funds mobs all over the world, and that's what MAGA is. MAGA is a mob movement. And you can take that in the mafia sense as well. You really can. But when it comes to the situation of where the royal title comes in, there is what they call the Black Tsardom in Russian culture. This is something that Russians have very specific terms. Say, for instance, when they speak of mafias, the Russians have a concept of a quote-unquote white mafia. This has nothing to do with a ethnicity. It has to do with magic. Say, for instance, you hear the term Black Brotherhood, and it would refer to a terrorist movement. And you would first think something like a black nationalist version of the Symbionese Liberation Army from the 60s or the 70s, some kind of leftist, radicalized armed movement. But what if you found out Black Brotherhood had nothing to do with race, and it meant magic, and it was a terrorist movement based on the occult? Of course, you could double that up, and if it turned out they were Jamaican or from Haiti, then it would make perfect sense that they would be ethnically black while involved with magic. Whether you believe in magic or not is meaningless. Say, for instance, the terrorist acts were motivated by magic or their belief in it. You would still die if they blew up a bomb under your bed or something. So, another person's beliefs do impact you. Indeed, another person's beliefs can kill you. Now, in Russia, because they were overwhelmed with organized crime after the collapse of the Soviet Union, they developed a concept of the white mafia, the concept of a good mafia, something that would clean things up, and would be a brotherhood of, say, for instance, cops that operated outside of the law and just went around as death squads and started killing criminals. This was a fantasy that the Russians were fed that ultimately paved the way for Vladimir Putin, that he was the godfather of the white mafia that would clean up Russia. Now, in a sense, he did this. He arrested many of the old oligarchs, nationalized all of their properties, which he promptly privatized, and ergo became the wealthiest man in the world. For those of you who do not know, I've emphasized this quite often before. People like Elon Musk are not the wealthiest. Elon Musk is supposed to be the wealthiest man in the world. It's all bullshit. If he's the wealthiest man in the world, he is second. He's second to Vladimir Putin. And Vladimir Putin simply he's not accounted for. No one is counting his money. And that's because his money is so vast. It's just, it's basically, he's privatized all of Russian resources. The person that would rival him, of course, would be the Yamato dynasty of Japan, based on their black budget. And that brings us back to the term black. Black not only emphasizes magic or ethnicity, it can also emphasize covert, sub rosa, off the books. So it brings us back to the concept of what we're dealing with in Russia with the concept of the Black Tsardom. So since Putin has taken over, what brought him to power? How did this white mafia concept come about? Now, I've articulated this before, and I've articulated it in detail, so I'll only summarize it. Because, as I've said, not really in much of a mood to talk at all tonight. And will hang on for as long as I can, but, you know, bear with me if I break off early tonight. Simply because, you know, really not much of a mood. But all that being said, I'm going to heart our dear friend T-Tank Berry. He's entering a lot of these memes, and I think they're all apropos, of course. But to get back on my train of narrative, and do let me know, Aristides, if anyone else joins the call. Always important. Okay. So when it comes to the concept of the Black Tsardom, and this was something that Aaron Tice asked me about, and it's one of the reasons I was inspired to combine these two essays, one on the Crimea, one on Transnistria, combined into a single essay as essentially two warring kingdoms of which the rest of the world essentially is unaware. You need only take a look at a map of Ukraine and Moldova. And one of the things George Knight brought up when he was with us on the latest episode was that, before tonight's, he brought up the fact that Putin's next considered invasion, he's considering another invasion of Moldova. Now, Moldova borders Ukraine on its west, the left side of the map. And if you look at a map of Ukraine and you look towards the left side of the map, you see Moldova. And if you're looking at a good map, you'll see Transnistria outlined, which is this cadaverous little strip of land on the river Dniestra. And the river Dniestra is a border between Moldova and Ukraine on which the exiled Soviet Union has settled. There is still, or how do I express this? When the Soviet Union collapsed, the Communist Party was outlawed. So those people who were diehard members of the Communist Party, or those who were part of the nomenklatura, the intellectual elite, in general, to a great degree, relocated to Transnistria. Transnistria was, of course, settled by the Russians during the time of the Greater Soviet Union, starting in World War II, when the Russians invaded Moldova and absorbed it. This is one of the causes of World War II. It's one of the reasons Hitler invaded Russia, was because Russia invaded the Baltic states, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and Russia invaded Romania, because Moldova was part of Romania. Now, Moldova was an independent kingdom for, well, hundreds of years back in the day. The most famous historical figure worldwide to come out of Romania was Vladislav Zapish, the historical Dracula, which was his knighted title. And he was well above the rank of count. He was a prince who was heir to the throne, essentially the king of Romania. In effect, he was simply never coronated or never served as such, because he had to, at that time, bear allegiance to either the Turks and later the Kingdom of Hungary, Magyarország, to John Hunyadi. As a result, he was never coronated king, but ruled as a prince over a princely state, kind of like the princely states of the Raj in British India. Nevertheless, he was effectively operating as a king, a law unto his own. And Dracula's mother was Moldovan. So Moldova obviously plays an important part in Balkan history. But in essence, ethnically, culturally, they're Romanian. For those of you who don't know, Romania was the Australia of the Roman Empire. It's where they exiled many people who they needed to colonize a territory. And so they had often been criminals, but not serious enough to kill or execute, or not big enough of a threat to do so. And so they exiled them to Dacia, which became Romania after the Roman Empire. Of course, whatever you heard while Peter Moon was involved, stringing us all along and wasting all our time, saying he was going to write a book, whatever you heard from him, dismiss it. None of it is true. Besides, none of it is memorable anyway. It was all non-sequitorial gibberish. But when it came to Dacia, which he would bring up, don't confuse anything I'm saying with anything he said. He would go on raving about gold and how you can't take the gold out of Romania or some stupid shit like that. It's like, whatever. It has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. The fact remains that it's called Romania because it was colonized by Rome. So you have a Latin culture that's surrounded by a sea of Slavs. The Romanians and the Moldovans are not Slavic. They are the descendants of Rome. And but just like the Australians, are all the descendants of overwhelmingly Irish people exiled by the British Empire. They're Roman, but they're Latinized in a different sense. And so Rome uses the Latin alphabet. Romania used the Latin alphabet. Still does. But on the other side of the river, the Moldovans use the Cyrillic alphabet. So they were enculturated in a Slavic sense. They are culturally Slavicized. It's like, well, the parallel or the antithesis, and here I'm probably getting too complicated for most people to follow, and I don't blame you, but the parallel would be Croatia, where Croatia is Slavic and was part of Yugoslavia, but it's Gothic in culture. In other words, Romanians will consider themselves Goth Slavs, meaning they're Slavic, but they're Catholic, which is a Latin-based culture. Even though they're ethnically not Gothic, they are culturally so. Even more so for the Slovenians. Donald Trump's wife is Slovenian, and Slovenia is just north of Croatia. So if you take a look at the map of the Balkans, and you look at Serbia, north of that is Croatia, and north of that is Slovenia, during World War II, Slovenia ceased to exist because it voted itself out of existence. It voted itself to become part of Germany, which gave Germany an outlet to the Adriatic Sea. So the Slovenians are not just Gothic, they're culturally Germanic. They're like the Austrians. So they're ethnically Slavic, but culturally Teutonic. I'm sure all of this is just boring people to death and confusing them, but there's a method to my madness. So take all of these nuances into consideration and understand that one of the reasons Hitler had to attack Russia was because Russia invaded Romania and took a big chunk of its territory called Moldova. The Russians invaded the Baltic littoral states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania as well. And this is one of the reasons Hitler had to invade Russia, was to free these conquered peoples, because they were highly Germanic or of the Roman imperial system, which is what threatened Italy. In other words, just as the Teutonic Knights had Germanicized ethnically as well as culturally the Baltic littoral states of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, the Italians felt just as threatened by the Russians invading and taking former Roman territory, Moldova. Okay, now, by the way, Brendan says that... Fuck you, Brendan. Wait, I told you to tell me if someone else came on, Aristides. It's Aaron came on. So, okay. So, Aaron, what's up? How much time are we graced with your presence? Let's take advantage of it, and I'll get back to the history lesson later. By all means, join us. No need to speak all at once, Aaron. You might try coming off. It looks like you came off mute. Man, they're fucking with his phone. Can
you hear me better now?
Yes, thank you. We finally hear you.
There we go. Okay, so yeah, probably 30 minutes or so, if you can hear me okay. Then.
Yes, by all means. Catch us up on whatever you feel comfortable sharing about your situational status report, your update.
Just the typical Sunday night, getting ready for the week ahead.
Mm-hmm.
That's always stacked with duties. I'm sure people can understand. I'm sure everybody's got their Sunday night routine, getting things prepped for the week.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah.
I was listening to an interesting episode, the episode after your sinus surgery.
Okay. Yeah.
That was traumatic.
Yeah, no, it's thank you. I appreciate your feeling that. It gives me, believe me, just thinking about it it's but go on.
Yeah.
throws me off.
Well, it was that all of the anti-gods came up right about then. That was a tumultuous time. It was a very short window that everything kind of came to the surface then.
That's right. That's right. And what did you mean by the comment that you left, which I appreciate? We got all the tea in this episode with the latest episode. You mean the gossip?
Oh, you and Holly were going back. I didn't know all those things about Crystal River and Max Spears. You guys were going way back on all that data. I didn't know a lot of those intricacies of the connections.
Oh, dude, if when next time we speak privately, I'll tell you all the stuff about Crystal River that I can't say publicly just to protect her physical security. But how Peter Moon, I've probably told you before how Peter Moon was just blabbing that all off on air, even though she asked him to maintain it in confidence. It's so sickening, but go on.
It is. I was shocked to find out, I guess I never really thought about it, that everybody kind of had their own connections outside of this one, but it all kind of came together for everybody on transmission, which was really odd. Like, why is Peter connected to Max Spears in any way? And why is Peter connected to Crystal River in any way? That was all very, very odd to me.
I can't even remember. Crystal River would have to tell us. I can't even remember how she wound up connected to Peter Moon.
It's really, it was more strange than anything. But I guess everybody kind of winds up here with you for a reason. But it was just interesting. I didn't know there were so many unique threads to everybody else through their lives.
Yeah, it was absolutely bizarre. It was Crystal River only got to know me through Peter Moon. So I guess there's some good that comes out of evil. As with yourself, as with Aristides.
Very true. We're myself and Aristides. Now, were you going through a history lesson because of current politics, tying it all together with what's going on?
Actually, the essay that I'm writing for all of Team Dietrich, but in particular for T. Tank Berry and yourself, part of it concerning what you asked about Russian Satanism, and part of it concerning the man who runs Transnistria. And they're essentially at war with each other, but it's a conflict that no one knows about in the outside world. So what I've explained before is that, and just summarizing it for yourself because it might bring up further questions, the reason that Crimea is important and Transnistria are important is because basically the Communist Party escaped to Transnistria, but the Black Tsardom, which refers to black magic in this case, has nothing to do with the original Tsar or the Tsar of the heavens as the Russians would have viewed him. For those of you who don't know, I've explained to Aaron Tice before that the Tsar of Russia was their closest equivalent to a pope. As I said, the church has, in the Orthodox sense, meaning the Byzantine Orthodox sense, or Greek Orthodox Christianity, the closest thing they have to a pope is an exarchate, but because the Russians claimed the title of the Third Rome after the fall of Byzantium, the other pope, or ancillary to the pope, or a pope in his own right of the church, particularly the Russian Orthodox Church, was the Tsar. And with his abdication of the throne, it would be as if the pope abdicated without declaring a successor to the office. So when it came to the Tsar and his abdication and then his death, the Russians who were religious at the time on the side of the Tsar viewed it as a victory of hell itself. Now, this became more of an undercurrent of Russian society where some Russians took that to heart and felt that since hell itself had won on the earthly realm, that they might as well go Satanist. And this became the undercurrent of resistance in the Soviet Union that was never squelched, because the Soviet Union had crushed the church, denied the existence of God. They were officially an atheist state. To acknowledge that there was a satanic resistance would acknowledge that there was a God. And so the Soviets left the Satanists alone. It was actually exactly parallel to the situation in the United States, where because the 1st Earth Battalion under James Channon, the colonel who was popularized and sexed up in The Men Who Stare at Goats, a movie produced, with the help of Ron Johnson, or John Ronson, I always forget how exactly to pronounce his name. He's an individual who was seduced by the 1st Earth Battalion and portrayed them as good guys. They're all Satanists. They were all fellow cultists of Michael Aquino. But because Michael Aquino couldn't do anything to stop the wave officially of occult investigations started by Inspector Sandy Gallant of the San Francisco Police Department, he sent James Channon to go all over the place to spoil her work, to stymie and ultimately destroy her work. At the time that she became an occult crime expert, she could have retired and dedicated her career to occult crime consultation. That's what it looked like at the time. That only lasted about a year or two, and was wiped out because the 1st Earth Battalion went to every major investigative agency in the United States and said that you can't persecute a religion. And they did this by the Catholic Church analogy, saying that if someone who's a Roman Catholic robbed a bank or a gas station, killed some people, and dropped a saint's medallion at the crime scene, does that implicate the Catholic Church? And of course, most cops historically have been Irish Catholic. And of course, they all said, no, of course not, that's ridiculous. At which point he said, then you can't implicate the Satanic Church for any satanic regalia or sigils drawn in blood, for instance, human or animal, found at any crime scene. And they all agreed. And at that point, every police department, from the FBI down to local constabularies, became essentially co-conspirators with the satanic cabal. They all hide their crimes because it gives them less work to do. And when they find a headless body in the middle of a pentagram drawn in blood, human or animal, or both, they simply do everything they can to erase the evidence so they don't implicate the Satanic Church. And for this reason, the Satanists have been given a 007 license to kill. It's why thousands of children disappear every month, and adults as well. Many of them victims of satanic sacrifice, quite literally. But it's all covered up by police departments, from the locals to the FBI. So that's what it was like in the Soviet Union. And the Soviet Union did the same thing, and as a result, they were ultimately overthrown by these satanic cults that they refused to acknowledge. And that's why I was sent behind the Iron Curtain by Michael Aquino to contact Alexander Dugin and the satanic cults, because they were the closest to a resistance movement in the Soviet Union that the CIA had to connect with. And now, just as the Soviets were overthrown by that satanic cabal, the United States is as well. That brings us back to Aaron Tice. So, Aaron, you were mentioning, of course, Epstein and the fact that he was gaining control of the science industrial complex. You know, so you can take it from there and talk about anything else you want, and then we can always get back to this.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like the weird connections between everybody that were in the previous episode.
Yeah.
When you start to look at quantum mechanics and physics as metaphysics, as it should be named, as you promptly stated, and you look at the Vox Arca as antiquity in motion, and Epstein bribing and compromising people in quantum mechanics and physics, metaphysics, really it is a race to magic to control the fabric of life itself, really.
Yes.
And I didn't realize you went I probably forgot, but you went behind the Iron Curtain to meet with Alexander Dugin. I did not know that.
Wow.
But
well, I can tell you about it later, but go on. Yes.
Yeah, I probably forgot, but that Alexander was one of the things you had mentioned way back when you were doing diagnostics on the Vox Arca.
Yes.
You had seen his daughter die in the car crash. So it was something. So there's something tied to that Artilica and Russia Satanism, possibly, that it tuned into that, or maybe it was because you had a mission there. Who knows? But or maybe you know.
We can talk about that in a moment. I certainly appreciate your broaching the topic. I forgot what you were going to say about, or what you had brought up something else before that I was thinking about as well. I'm just answering. I'm multitasking here. I'm answering Dragana, who says, "Hi Douglas, thanks for the explanation on the Slavic countries. Yugoslavia in parentheses, that was great. Much love to you and all here." Thank you so much, Dragana. Very much appreciate that. If you're a female, kisses unto you. Hugs if you're a guy. And we look forward to, of course, being joined by either Amy Como or Brendan Zoget, who has joined us right now. So do say hi to Aaron Tice, dear Brendan, and say hello to everyone as well. If you can come off mute. I think he's having the same problem Aaron did. So, yeah, but go on, Aaron, with what you were saying. We'll get back to Dugan, and I'll tell people a bit more about my meeting with him. I've gone over it before, but it's not necessarily... it makes me nauseous just to talk about it, so I don't want to get into it right now.
No reason to bring it up, but I remember you had mentioned Ron Johnson.
Yes.
Or John Johnson, whichever. But I think he was tied to...
It is John Ronson. Oh my God, look at that. It is John Ronson. I keep fucking his name up because I hate him so much. Go on. Yes. Continue.
I think he was tied to your California desert trip to Bohemian Grove with Alex Jones, correct?
Yes, that's right. Oh my fucking God, though I'm sure he'll deny it. He was Alex Jones and him. They were just both a couple of brainwashed idiots of Michael Aquino. I mean, honestly, Aquino let us in, and of course, the way they both describe it, they'll describe it like they were both sneaking in, on their own. They never include myself in the story, but we all started. Yeah, go on.
Nobody includes the story. Nobody ever includes you in the story, but you were there through most of the things.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's outrageous, but that's the way life goes. I mean, but yeah. Anything else come to mind? Do continue, because, like I said, I'm just struggling to try and acclimate back into this crypt environment, and I'm not happy about it. Yeah.
It's hard to come back and not have potable water and all that.
Yeah, I know, it really fucking sucks. I'm drinking water out of a bottle. You know the situation too well.
It's not conducive to physical or mental wellness.
Yeah, no, it's not. I've got to find some cougar to take me in, really, so I can get out of this madness and lead a better life. Right now, oh yes, we just before I forget, do want to remind people, Aristides said I should give people the status report on the finances. Altogether at this point, I have about $350, so we've got to raise about $600 more towards rent, so at least. So let's concentrate on that, and actually $700 just to be safe towards rent, so I can have money towards supplies as well, because I'm always going to need that. $800 really. So let's just keep pumping the money in, the contributions. Aaron Tice contributed 150 United States dollars at least, if I remember correctly. Did I get that right, Aaron? Thank you so very much.
Oh yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, bless you, and I should have credited you with that right at the beginning. But honestly, without men like Aaron, I just couldn't survive, and this show couldn't go on at all. But do go on, dear Aaron. And what else comes to your mind? That's important.
Really, it's so hard. There's so many data points, and I don't know how you keep them all straight. And I think the most interesting of them all is really when we get people like Holly and Brendan and Aristides and Amy and Heather, and they all remember a little something from years ago. And then all of a sudden the conversation kind of explodes, and these little bits come out, and then the crossroads come to light, like the Max Spears, Alexander Dugin, Vox Arca, Satanism starting in Russia and the U.S. Similarly, I think it's interesting how all these things coincide, but without these conversations, they wouldn't necessarily get pieced together.
That's right. We'll get back to the Satanism in Russia, of course, but you brought to mind something else. You talked about the Vox Arca and the use of quantum mechanics and how it can be turned into a tool. One of the things that Peter Moon never understood, because he's an idiot, and that made him the perfect sop for the Evanescer, Dr. David Lewis Anderson, who got brought up by Brooke Gibson today. I talked to her a few minutes for, well, maybe about 45 minutes after I came home, maybe about an hour. And I got really nauseous. Not her fault. I love you, Brooke. It was her. It's the meth head Larry. Just literally all over her. It was so nauseating. He was just draining my energy through his being there. It was disgusting, like a leech. He's just mad, stark raving mad. Just is so possessive, so jealous. And nothing that he says about my being trans or anything of the sort, and I think he means transsexual as opposed to transvestite, is what bothers me. It's the maniacal nature of his verbal assault. And she's dealing with that. I don't know how she lives. But one of the things she brought up was the dream that Peter Moon shared with me about, I had to go back in time with Dr. David Lewis Anderson to kill Brooke so she wouldn't steal you from me. I've shared this dream before that Peter Moon had shared with me. But one of the things that Peter Moon had picked up from Dr. David Lewis Anderson was a concept of crystals being involved with time travel, which, of course, as Brendan Zogit has explained, this Star Trek shit. I mean, it's this complete... But what Peter Moon couldn't understand, his brain had to take it from a Star Trek level of pseudoscience, is that quantum physicists, meaning metaphysicists, and honestly, a person from the Middle Ages would simply call them sorcerers. They're tinkering with an esoteric phase of matter that disobeys our laws of physics. So this has only been admitted by them in the last few years. Amy Como says she can't join, there's no battery, and she's cooking. Love you, Amy. At any rate, so that people understand what Dr. David Lewis Anderson was dealing with, remember what I've said about Evanescers. When it comes to Evanescers, they are creatures outside of the realm of our space-time, brought into our realm by Project Rainbow in what became known as the Philadelphia Experiment. And they've ever since gained a foothold by becoming technical advisors in many cases, because their laws of physics and of dimensional physics in particular are beyond that of the human understanding. Their connate comprehension of the nature of matter enables them to manipulate dimensional energies as an act of will to spectacular effect. And because of that, they can convince stupid humans that they can teach them how to do this, except through technology. And Dr. David Lewis Anderson was essentially stringing the United States government along, still maybe doing so. And it's only in the last few years that the United States government has begun to hemorrhage or leak, spill out, probably completely inadvertently, some of the facts about, well, the physics that they're working with, the metaphysics, the quantum physics, constructing another state of matter, this so-called time crystal that Peter Moon was mistaking for crystals that could be dug out of the ground in Romania. So just understand that simple physicists, they work with the basic states of matter, like solid, liquid, and gas that fill everyday life on Earth. But those three different sorts of matter that each look and act differently, they aren't the whole universe. Far from it. And thanks to the Evanescers, as Brendan would say, technology gifted by other dimensional or extra dimensional beings, the scientists claim to have discovered, but they've merely recreated dozens of more exotic states of matter that they even gift mystical and fanciful names, like superfluids, Bose-Einstein condensates, neutron degenerate matter, to name a few. At this point, we're no longer dealing in physics, we're dealing in metaphysics, we're dealing in magic. And in the last few years, there's been a race. Think of the space race. Think of the arms race. Throughout the Cold War, World War III in effect, you had the mind race. The race to utilize psychic powers that nobody has ever really talked about until you get the misinformation agents like that idiot who introduced the world to remote viewing in the worst possible way. Help me out here. Does anyone remember that motherfucker's name? Colonel Ed Danes, I think. What a piece of shit.
Yeah. Ed Dames had a real faulty system he was selling. He was pushing that hard for a lot of years.
Oh, it was disgusting. It was awful. I get sick thinking about it. Literally nauseous, which is just reflection of my state thanks to dealing with that meth head leeching off a brook. Now, this other state of matter, using a quantum computer, which until now, all they had was the Evanescers. The researchers have created a time crystal that firmly establishes time crystals in the world of physics. Now, I think it was still 2021 when I started on the new book, supposedly with Peter Moon. Researchers hadn't even formally published their research. I think it was in July of 2021 that they posted a preprint, a scientific paper that was not even peer edited. I think it was on the website ARXIV. You'd have to look that up. It's not Roman numerals because it's the AR and then the X and then that's an uppercase X, lowercase I, and an uppercase V. But I don't even know what that stands for. But I do know, thanks to my understanding of David Lewis Anderson from what I learned through Michael Aquino, I do know a bit about time crystals. Someone like Peter Moon simply mistook it as a critical component that would make a time machine tick, some sort of futuristic power source or artifact of lost alien civilization. But to scientists, a time crystal is actually something more subtle. It's a curiosity of the laws of physics. They call it, or what I became familiarized with through Michael Aquino, was the bog standard crystal, which would be a diamond, an emerald, even an ice cube. And the crystal's atoms are somehow arranged in repeating patterns in space. Of course, there's 3 dimensions in space. Time is the 4th dimension. So physicists wondered if a crystal's atoms could be rearranged in repeating patterns in time, thanks to, of course, what they learned from the Evanescer. That's essentially what the Evanescer does when he's melting people into walls and they become welded into the superstructure of ships, like what happened in the Philadelphia experiment. Now, in practice, I think it works something like, well, you create a crystal whose atoms start in one state. You blast that crystal with a finely tuned laser. The atoms might flip into another state, and then flip back, and then flip again, and so forth, all without actually absorbing any energy from the laser, which is an acronym, of course, for a light amplified stimulation by emission of radiation. Now, if you step back, what you've just created is a state of matter that's perpetually in motion, indefinitely, without taking in any energy. The perpetual motion that all of the charlatans were promoting since, well, forever. That's no small accomplishment. It beats against one of classical physics' most sacred tenets, the second law of thermodynamics, I believe. I think that law states that the amount of entropy, or disorder, always tends to increase. Think of it like a vase teetering at the edge of a table. The universe wants to push that vase over and make it shatter across the floor. And to piece it back together, you have to put in the energy. But time crystals, thanks to the teachings of Dr. David Lewis Anderson, are actually, well, I would put it this way. The first human being that I ever heard theorize upon them was the Nobel-winning physicist Frank Wilczek in 2012, right after I had become a public informant. Not all physicists, I don't think any of them, accepted his quote-unquote theory at the time. All of them claiming that the second law of thermodynamics would rear its legalistic head. Naturally, determined researchers, thanks to, again, the input of the evanescers amidst us, they found loopholes. Or rather, the evanescers did for them. And by 2016, the physicists at the University of Maryland, they managed to bodge together a crude time crystal from a collection of ytterbium atoms. That's spelled YTTERBIUM, if I remember. And other groups created time crystals inside diamonds. But the latest time crystal tinkerers, I think they've done something different at this point. Whether Dr. David Lewis Anderson had a hand in this, or whether they're working based on what he gave them before, they turned to Google, and they used a quantum computer, which is, of course, a device that takes advantage of the quirks of quantum mechanics. We can only say it's the sort of physics that guides the universe at the tiniest scales. At this point, you remember what was said about give me a lever and a platform on which to stand and I can move the world? Well, Aristotle would simply call this fucking magic, which is really all it is. So when we get to the scale of magic, instead of using bits of silicon or sand like everyday classical computers, quantum computers operate directly with atoms or particles. And that allows physicists to do experiments which can be agonizingly difficult with traditional computers, since quantum physics, or magic, allows particles to be multiple things at once, and for particles to interact at seemingly impossible distances. That's what we call teleportation. We now are at Star Trek level technology. It all gets quite esoteric. Well, that's because you're no longer talking physics. You're talking spellcasting. I think it was Gabriel Perdue, a quantum computer researcher at Fermilab, that's the national lab in suburban Chicago, that focuses on high-end particle physics, who said that the ability to simulate the rules becomes so much harder with traditional computers. But by arranging particles in a quantum computer's processor, it's possible to literally study systems of tiny particles as if they are building blocks. That's a powerful ability. It means you can rebuild the world like God. It's not something you'll see much in the non-quantum world. In fact, it's Evanescence shit. And like that Purdue guy was observing, or I think what he said was, we don't compute, how far a baseball goes by building miniature baseball players and doing simulations. But they're doing something quite similar on a very small scale. That's why the researchers were using Google's quantum computer to make their time crystal. And in this case, physicists could take those atoms, rearrange them, pulse them with a laser to drive a time crystal. That setup's allowed researchers to create a time crystal that's bigger than any time crystal before it. And while many previous time crystals were short-lasting and unraveled within a few back-and-forth flip cycles, I think the latest time crystal effort, well, the scientists are all marveling at the stability of what they've created. This might finally free us from the tyranny of the evanescers. Or that's probably what they're hoping. I think that same Purdue guy said something like, "Oh, it's so exciting," this typical understated scientist palaver, but basically what he was saying, that it's a demonstration of using a quantum computer to really simulate a quantum physics system and study it in a way that's really novel and exciting. I mean, when you think about these people, you wonder why they even fucking talk. They're not saying anything. But then again, what kind of magician would give his secrets away? And then again, who could understand him if he did? But the question would probably be, could these time crystals lead to a new wave of, time machines? Well, not as Peter Moon understood them, or rather misunderstood them. Rather, they will be exploited to make quantum computers become more robust. The engineers have struggled for years to create something that could serve as a memory in quantum computers, some equivalent to the silicon that underpins traditional computers, and it's time crystals that they're betting could serve that purpose. So the experiment that I'm referencing is a demonstration of the power of quantum computers to do science more than anything else, from a human perspective. The same platform that makes it easy for you to simulate some cool algorithm, well, it works just as well, probably even better for simulating these kinds of systems. And this is what the Evanescer was alluding to, and Peter Moon could only take it as, like a primitive primate, something found in a cave that you would mine or harvest to power a time machine. That's the level of stupidity that we were dealing with when it came to Peter Moon. And whenever I would go into something else, he would just get violent and literally start shouting, which I'm sure Aaron can attest to. He was personally witness to his doing that. Yeah.
God, yeah.
Yeah, and back to you.
His understanding, he would go, chocolate Vina cave, cho chocolate.
Yes! Oh, yes! Chocolate Vina cave. Jeez, I bleached that from my brain. Yeah, that's the Aristides. Help us out here. Wasn't he supposed to build a radio tower in front of that for all his life? That was his life's erection that never manifested. It was a radio tower outside of Chocolate Vina cave, was it not? Something
Zalmoxi. This reminds me of Zalmoxi.
Yes.
Well, wasn't it? It was a ham radio, right?
Ham radio tower. Thank you.
Somewhere. I forget where, but yeah, it was ham radio.
Bless you. Thank you so much for that. And Honestly, yes, if any of you can remember anything else about that, remind me. I might remember something else about Dr. David Lewis Anderson. But yeah, instead, Peter Moon's dreaming about going back in time in one of his machines so he could kill Brooke Gibson, of all people. She still doesn't understand why he hates her with such a maniacal passion. And I, of course, told her it was like, you can't understand the mind of a madman. It'll only make you... crazy to try, but I don't know. Did he ever give you any hints of that, Aaron, or
No, no, he really didn't mention that at all. He left that completely out.
You mean about Brooke?
Yeah, the things he couldn't whitewash to me and and give me a sanitized version of that left him looking good, he kind of left out of the narrative completely.
Well, but then he still began to share with you just deranged fantasies. The Airbnb chick, I can't even remember her name, who he kept calling his girlfriend. He spoke of her to you at some length, I presume. He was
quite far down the rabbit hole of insanity at that point, so I was kind of checked out when he was chatting. Like you're on the phone, but you're nodding. Yeah, and you've got your air pencil with no paper.
Yes.
Yeah. You're writing it down now. Yes. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. That's brilliant. Brendan,
now,
I'm sorry. Go on. What were you gonna say?
Back to just.
Oh, take your time. I was just going to acknowledge something Brendan said. I don't know exactly what he said. I got a strange message from Amy as well. Maybe there's something in the air, but go on. Continue, Aaron. Yeah.
I had listened to a physicist, I believe it was a physicist, I'm assuming it was, talk.
Yeah.
He's quite old.
Yeah.
He's very much like Peter into reversing age, but he, many, many years ago, based on he was at the beginning of AI, predicted where we are now based on, it's basically computing was going to exponentially increase time after time after time with these faster chips, stronger computers, better crystals, all of this. And he basically nailed where we would be computation-wise at this point. So our ability to do all these things on the scientific level is very much based on our ability to process so quickly. And they very much knew exactly what the timeline was bringing, I think, from what he said. I don't know if you've ever listened to anybody talk like that, but we're pretty much on the timeline that they had predicted based on our computing being so fast. And this is what's happening with all the AI and databases. They're just computing so quickly, the pile of data that's there.
Wow. And that's what about that teacher that you hung out with for such a long time who what was his, didn't he like develop cold fusion?
Yes, he developed cold fusion through his mathematics, and national security showed up. I can't remember which form. I think it was military. Showed up and took his notes and said, "You can think like that, but you cannot put it on paper." Hang on one second.
Sure, take your time.
So they took his notes and said, "You can think like that, but you can't put it on paper." And it's a far-fetched story. And now the story, it was in Time magazine. I have the article. I printed it out.
Oh wow!
So I have the proof, but now you cannot find that article. If it's existent at all, it's behind a paywall.
Wow!
But I do have the article, and he was a laser physiologist. His goal, he was full of ego. He wanted to solve the e-commerce issue because 25 years ago, the issue with money was we needed dollars and coins because we couldn't make credit cards cheap enough to make them replicatable regularly. But if they were going to be uncrackable, they were too expensive. So his goal was to make a credit card that was not crackable or hackable with a laser technology that he bought patents from a company in the Hudson Valley region of New York. I think the company he bought them from was Busy Bee. And IBM also wanted to go down the same vein of an investigation. So his narcissism took him down a path where he literally got into a pissing match with IBM.
God damn.
Yeah, but not so much IBM as the CEO of that department in IBM, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So that was pretty much his demise. That, and he also bought, at the same time, he bought an old antiquated brainwave mapping machine from Brookhaven Labs on eBay.
Mm-hmm.
So that was another portion of his demise. I think he said the instruction manual was like thousands of pages long. But yeah, so that's what I remember from way back when. I mean, time flies. That's so long ago now.
Oh my God! But what led to ultimately the burning down of his house with his sister inside of it?
Yeah, so they thought he had the patents in the safe in his home. So when he was
to Bitcoin, to like what would have been kind of like the Bitcoin prototype or something.
I guess it could have been. It was the beginning of such tech.
Or blockchain would probably be.
Yeah, I think more like blockchain. And they thought all of his technology paperwork was in his home. So they burned it down when he was out of the house. And I don't know if they created his homeowner's insurance to lapse the day before, or they just looked into it and saw that he was the absent-minded professor and it lapsed, and they burned it down the day after his
that's so horrible. It's heinously funny. It's just heinously funny. It's so horrific.
Yeah. And then as he was picking up the brain mapping machine, they suicide. Well, allegedly his wife was suicided by goons and put in the local hospital.
Oh my God!
On life support. She was brain dead. He came home to find her on the ground, supposedly suicided.
And I take it he didn't have the money to maintain her, and they had to pull the plug.
Well, no. What happened? So he got them on a technicality. So basically, what they did, even though she was in a coma, they claimed brain dead with the wrong medical specs, so to speak. So against their own medical procedure, which he's a scientist, so he goes into the hospital's medical procedure paperwork and realized that they started the morphine drip and killed her based on improper protocol.
Oh my God.
So he had a lawsuit against the doctors in the hospital, and he went through 3 or 5 lawyers. The first 2 lawyers killed themselves. I have air quotes. One shot himself. Yeah, and the third one, I think, it was either the third or fourth one, realized, I can't do this. This is not going to work out well for me. So that tragedy upon tragedy literally took him away from his work, where he was just fighting to rectify the situation with his deceased wife rather than work on what he wanted to work on. So that's kind of that story in a nutshell.
Right. Oh my God, that's horrific. Just horrific. And
these things don't end pleasantly, you know what I mean?
No, they don't.
You don't fight big tech over patents for something that's going to change the world. It's just not going to work out. No,
of course not. And it's like, and what ultimately happened to him? He just died? I mean...
Shortly after I became a father, he died. I didn't see anything online about it. I found out maybe a year after it happened. I had seen a random Facebook post and reached out to one of his old friends. And yeah, I did find he passed, but I didn't know anything else about it. At the time, his memory was fading and he was not really very functional. But yeah, he's been gone a few years now.
Right. So sad. But you did what you could for him. I mean, he had, what was his other involvement with the Bush dynasty somehow through wine or something like that?
Yeah. I forget. He was always rubbing shoulders with the blue bloods, so to speak, or the political elite, because he's from, the Hudson Valley region. He was in Jesuit school before he became a mathematician. And he was in a very large gathering with, forget all who was there. This was 30 or 35 years ago. He told me the story, but he supported Bush Jr. in a public setting and said, listen, he's not his father, and he's not as bad as guy as you think. Let's cut him some slack and give him a break. And he kind of stuck up for him in a public setting in front of some very heavy people. And so Bush Jr. heard what he did and gave him an import-export license with China for wine, which gave him a living for quite some time. And so he was able to buy and sell wine. And, you don't just get an import-export license with China and the U.S. for wine. It's not something that's done very easily. So it was, one of those gestures that happens behind closed doors.
Wow. That's incredible. Yeah. And of course, now when you went, I was talking to Brendan the other day about how you had come on to the, for lack of a better term, the Preston Nichols estate, and there was that guy with the pot over his head in the tree who turned out to be a pedo predator. What was that guy's name again?
I think it was Kent.
Okay.
But I don't remember. It's just,
okay.
It was just a horror show over there. It was just a horror show. But he was, you could look at him. I found out about the pedo situation afterwards, but you can separate the pedo and the insanity. The man was certifiably insane and a pedo. There's no lights. There's no lights on inside. It was just crazy to look at him.
Oh my God! And
yeah,
but it's like it just makes so much sense. Of course, we've gone over this before, but it adds context to what I had brought up in the latest episode before tonight about everything else we were speaking about. And in terms of your now that we're kind of moving beyond that, and we're all trying to cleanse ourselves of that. I think that it's important that we air these things out. And for new listeners, of course, it helps to put things in context, because there's plenty of people who just haven't heard all of this, and it gives them some insight into what we've been contending with. But I do want people to understand that Peter Moon was part of a pattern. He was assigned to waste everybody's time and to just produce nothing. And but what we got out of it was Team Dietrich as it stands today, which is better than it's ever been before. Aristides, Aaron Tice, Brendan Zogip, they're all here on the same call with myself. They're all a rock-solid part of our foundation, along with Samuel Romero and many others who are not here at the moment. Want to thank the ladies as well, Holly and Amy and Brooke and Heather and if I, of course, T-Tank Berry is not his real name, but it goes without saying that he and a few others that I'm sure I'm not consciously recollecting at the moment. My apologies for that. But as Aaron Tice has kind of noted in some of his journals, the diary he keeps, Team Dietrich's better than it's ever been before, really. And of course, we had an appearance by Ian West, who is definitively not a member of Team Dietrich, in the chat room the other day, pulling the same shit. I noticed Brooke has not blocked him. He's tried to contact her recently, which makes perfect sense that he would contact her, and it adds weight to it being him, as Vinny Barbarino in the chat the other day, since he was claiming he wanted to impregnate Brooke. Yes, he would call her after having that fantasy. Yes, that makes perfect sense. But she claims she didn't respond to him. I hope she didn't, for her sake. And really, Brooke, you should just totally block that guy on your cell phone. Everything else you've got, there's nothing good can come from that, because frighteningly, while she stood up to all the other gang stalkers, he copped her mind, where she was just parroting him at one point to Brendan and myself, and when we tried to respond to her, she just hung up. And this was after us giving her hours to vent and cathart. But it's you know, and she said that, well, he's not like the others. He was on, you know, the podcast, and that's quite true, which makes him all the more. This is why all the people give him leeway, like Amy and Brooke, but they've got to stop doing that. By the way, Sammy says, currently on Daddy Duties, great transmission, especially about the time crystals. Well, thank you so much. I mean, yeah, I do have a capacity for just vomiting out things that have been stuck in my brain or spinning around in my brain over a period of decades. And then somehow I regurgitate them at some particular point when basically a beam collapses inside of my brain and the sun shines through in the hole in the ceiling that's created, so to speak. So that being said, yeah, what else comes to your mind, Aaron? Any other questions before I return to the Russian theme? But take as long as you want. Believe me, I'd have you here all night if I could, simply because I'm in no mood to talk.
I know, I would love to, but you know, I always get more questions from all of the things you answer, because you answer so eloquently. But I think what we all need is to find David Anderson and check out his time travel lab so we can all see that flower in real time.
Yeah. Oh, that. For those of you who don't know, what Aaron is referring to is Aristides had to witness this ridiculous chicanery where you, like what you see in school, they play a film of a flower blooming on what's it called? Not stop motion photography. It's, what is that, time something? What do they call it? The time delay
stop. Yeah.
Time stop or something. Yeah, and then they put it backwards.
Time lapse.
Time lapse. Thank you.
Yeah. Time
lapse photography, and then they play it backwards, so you get to see the flower not shrivel, but reclose itself, reseal itself, so to speak.
Right. Yeah.
Yes, oh my God. And like you said, why? I mean, it's a rhetorical question, but what did you feel when you saw that?
I mean, like, what, you know, if it were real, it would probably look a lot like you just reversed the video. So it's like, I didn't really take that as, you know, necessarily proof. I just, you know, I didn't see why he would come all that way to lie to, you know, some obscure small bunch of people, most of which were these like old women from the area that Peter, you know, these old, what'd you call them?
Retired telephone psychics that were Peter Moon groupies.
Yeah, half of them were those types. And, you know, and the group of like 12 people, why would he, you know, like drive all the way there to lie? I don't know. I took it for what it was. And, you know, there's no way, you know, it was very, didn't show, it just, you know, just kind of close up, and it just showed a thing and I kind of folding out and back in. But I'm like, you know, okay, maybe that was actual time reversing, or maybe that was just the film reversing. I don't know, man.
Well, you have a very high tolerance. You have a very high tolerance and a very
right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying it would have looked that way either way. So it's just like, you know, sure. You know, it's like,
I agree.
It is what it is. It's not up to me to prove it or disprove it. I'm like, it would have looked like that either way, whether you changed actual time or just hit reverse on the video. You know.
I hear you, and I respect Aristides. He has a detached engineering perspective. Yeah. I myself would instantly have been offended. Yeah. I would have been offended. I just would have said, "Oh."
I'm just saying, if it was a propaganda effort, it was a pretty poor one. I just, you know.
No. What Aristides makes sense. And Aaron, what do you make of why would this person, who I insist is not even human, why does he even bother to show a bunch of old Peter Moon groupies, these retired telephone psychics? You know, what was that about?
I would say the same exact thing as Aristides, because why would you travel all those miles and go to Romania presenting your video in a conference room where there's outhouses and no bathrooms to 20 people? Why would you go there to lie? There's no rational explanation for that whatsoever, in my opinion.
Yeah, but we do have to remember, again, take what I'm saying into context. We're talking about somebody who's not human. They don't really have the same constraints we do in terms of, hey, I've got a limited lifespan. I'm not going to waste it on doing stupid things.
Yeah.
Or instead, you're talking about somebody who literally can, shall we say, in a very real sense, reverse time. In the sense that they're living in the fourth dimension to a great degree. And in that sense, they can kind of toy around like that because they're, they don't necessarily have anything better to do, and they're not paying the price for wasting time.
Yeah, it's very true. But the thing, and then I'll sign off after this, but Aristides will probably remember this. The thing that came to mind today was, I remember when Peter did it was like a limited podcast. It was maybe 5 episodes with, I think it was a gentleman in Ohio, and the gentleman in Ohio even shipped Peter a new microphone because his audio was so shitty on his home computer.
Oh my fucking God.
I believe 2 of the days David Anderson showed up, and they talked about John Dee's sigil. Was that the sigil of, what is the name of the sigil that was underneath his magical table?
I can't remember. Brendan, you can help us out here if you can escape from the cryptids. He's hounded by the cryptids right now. If you can escape from them for a moment, you can tell us. I obviously it's innocuous. By the way, I was speaking to Aaron Tice. Don't make me go off on another tangent because of the story bears repeating to our listeners simply because it adds another dimension to this. But continue with your thought. Continue relating your narrative here. Yeah.
So he got David to show up on a couple of those days, and it was probably some of the better work he's done, considering he worships David Anderson. He really considered him a mentor, talked about him.
No, he considered him a god. Because
yeah, every time he had an audience, he talked about this guy. I know this for a fact. Every time he had an audience, whether it was one person, 20, or your transmission audience, he talked about David Anderson. Yes. But yet, his crowning jewel, which is getting David to show up after 10 years onto a quick little podcast, he hid that podcast behind a paywall. So nobody has access. Nobody's paying him for his website. Nobody's paying playing time travel. I mean, I find it just as confounding as the video that David Anderson went to Romania to display, which neither proves nor disproves his ability or inability with time travel. I find it just confounding that Peter has this podcast discussing magic, time travel with his hero, and yet he does not display it for views or web traffic or anything whatsoever. It's confounding.
I've never even known about this. I never even knew about it, which shows you how much he didn't bring up that with me, or certainly not enough where again, though, like Aaron said himself, what Aaron said was, how you said you were kind of like just tuning out towards the end. I was like that throughout the entire time I knew the son of a bitch. I was always tuning out. So he may have brought that up with me, and I just do not consciously remember it. But what you say, I believe you completely, because that sounds exactly like him. That's true to form with Peter, that he would do something that makes absolutely no sense. And the only thing I can think of is, remember, it brings us back to, first off, from my perspective, I think that Aristides and Arantice are both exceptionally generous people, and they're far too gracious. And basically, but I think what they're taking into account is whether they were able to intuit it or not. I think Aristides and Aaron somehow grasp there is something more to the situation, even though by all logic, everything that's being done here between Peter and Dr. David Lewis Anderson is obviously, to any logical person just coming at it from a pragmatic perspective, this is sheer fraud. This is just sheer hoaxery. It's just insipid, vapid, self-aggrandizement, producing absolutely nothing. From a practical perspective, that's obvious. And yet, there is something more to it that keeps Aristides and Aaron from crossing that line and saying that. And that's because they know, well, something's going on or the effort wouldn't be put into it. And that brings us back to the inhuman part, where, like I said, well, the guys in Evanescence, Peter is someone who was, quote unquote, I will neither confirm nor deny that when pressed. And yet, look, we all know the guy's not human just by what was described about his martial arts at his age, etc. You remember these stories? I mean,
but also we also talked about the one video that was, maybe still is online of him. Actually, back then, it's got to be a 15, 18-year-old YouTube video, maybe 12. But it looks like the current AI videos now, so it actually doesn't look real, comparatively speaking. But long before it shouldn't look real.
Yes, that's right.
So,
it looks like AI before there was AI.
Yes. So on that note, that's about as detailed of a thought process I can present after a long day and weekend. And I will bid you all a loving good night. I hope the conversation stays awesome, and I hope you all have a wonderful Sunday evening and Monday.
Well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And perhaps as there's a bit of the psychic vampire in me as well as the physical, because I think I drained a little of your energy there to revitalize myself somewhat after coming back into the crypt. So thank you for that. And, share our love with your family, of course.
I will. Good night, everybody.
Blessed be. All right. And so thank you so much, Aristides, for that and helping with that. And Aaron left us a little gift. He found John Dee's most famous magical sigil. And Brendan, can you join us, or are you still in the clutches of Mothman or whatever? Oh my God, he's leaving me all these little communications about the mummified kappa, which is cool. Yeah, of course. I mean, Japan has a lot of mummified kappas, which of course most idiots will claim are hoaxes and the like, but certainly I know better. Then again, I would have to articulate that I've given images of what a kappa looks like to members of Team Dietrich. Aristides and Brendan should both have them in their files. If not, I'll send them again gladly. Just take some time to look for them. T-Tank Barry may not have gotten them. I don't know if I was sending anything to him at that time. So maybe I should send them all again. All such being said, let's see if we can coax Brendan out of his cave, his man cave there. I think he's in the warehouse instead of at work, so that's a good start. So Brendan, can you talk? Or what? And Amy, let's see now. We should be joined by Holly at some point. Let me take a look at, damn, just turned on a different screen on my computer and it blasted my eyeballs out. Yeah, she says she's cooking chicken. Can't join, no battery, and I'm cooking chicken. Yeah, that's... Aristides was asking me if I was thinking of Stubblebine. That's cute. Thank you, Aristides. I appreciate your suggestion. No, thank God. Nothing against that poor son of a bitch. Do you remember how he died?
Not exactly. I remember I was just goofy. I was like, even on the emailing list, was it his wife that was like kind of gatekeeping everything? Or
it was awful. It was so bad, so sad. But did you ever hear that episode in which I interviewed him?
I don't know.
Oh God, if we could get that, it's just there's nothing to it other than the laugh factor. But it was horrible. It was horrible. And you know how she had control over him. The key phrase, you know how there's code words for MK Ultra victims. The key phrase was his own name, only it was pronounced in a highly specific manner. You heard me talk about this before?
I don't know. I never got too deep in the details on that. Right? I don't think I heard the primary.
Anyhow, the horror of it was that. What was his wife's name again? Dr. Laura something. Dr. Laura.
Yeah.
Oh God. I'm trying to remember.
I'll tell you in a minute. Hold on.
Thank you.
Wait. Dr. Rima? Wait.
Rima Leibo.
Rima Leibo. Yeah,
Yes,
that's it.
thank you.
That's it. Yeah,
Thank
I have
you.
some of the emails from like 5 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So Dr. Rima Leibo, it was I don't know if you knew this. Did you know she was oh God, who's the guy who did the Sandy Hook massacre? Do you remember that kid's name? Adam Lanza. Adam Lanza. Did you know she was Adam Lanza's psychiatrist?
Oh yeah. Or wait, it was her or her sister? Her sister?
No. You know what you're thinking of?
Oh.
Laura Lee Solomon's sister was the psychiatrist of the orange-haired dude who was the Colorado theater massacre.
Yeah.
Dude, the mass shooter. The what was his name? Do you remember? If someone could look that up for me. Thank you. Poor son of a bitch. That guy. So that was Dr. Lynn Fenton, was Lori Ann Fenton's sister. And she was the psychiatrist. She was a Air Force psychiatrist, no less, who was treating a civilian, which made absolutely no fucking sense outside of a covert operation. And I can't remember the fucking civilian's name to save my soul. Orange-haired guy who did the Colorado Theater, Aurora, Colorado Theater Massacre.
Yeah.
And if somebody can look that up, poor son of a bitch, because his name's memorable once you hear
James Holmes. James Holmes?
Was it something like that? Yeah. Orange
hair guy, yeah. James Holmes. James something Holmes.
Yeah, and
James Holmes.
Yeah, it's like I think it was something like that. Yeah, it reminds me of John C. Holmes, the porn star. Okay, Aurora theater massacre, theater shooter.
Yeah, it was James Holmes.
Oh God, it was James Egan Holmes. Don't forget that third name.
That's
You know, the only way I can remember that is through the Egan, because I think of Ghostbusters, and Egan was the guy with the glasses who died. He was the Ghostbusters member who died.
Igor.
No, it was Egan. It was Egan.
Egan?
Yeah, it was Egan. Igor would have been too much. It would have been too much. People would have expected a hunchback. No, he was supposed to be like a nerd and have some charisma. Igor would have taken the charisma away completely. So they called him, he was Egan. But James Egan Holmes, who, by the way, they made the senior member in the cartoons guiding a bunch of kid Ghostbusters, which was cute. That was nice because he's kind of like the sad member. But anyhow, James Egan Holmes, thank you. You got his name right, but the only reason I was like tripping off it, because it sounds so much like John C. Holmes, the porn actor. I was wondering if you were conflating it, but you weren't. But James Egan Holmes was a civilian medical student, and he was somehow a patient of an Air Force psychiatrist, which makes no fucking sense. And that was Dr. Lori Ann Fenton's sister. I'm sorry, she wasn't a doctor. Lori Ann Fenton was not a doctor, but her sister was. Dr. Lynn Fenton, the psychiatrist, who later on wrote a book about how she tried to warn the world about James Egan Holmes, but no one would listen to her. I mean, like, bitch, you're his psychiatrist. You're the one who gave him scopolamine, which is like a roofie. This guy couldn't even remember what he did because he did it all under your hypnosis, cunt. And then she writes a book saying she was wanting. Can you understand my frustration even just relating this?
Yes.
Thank you. It's horrific. Horrific. I mean, imagine being a victim of this woman, and then she makes a kill and selling a book off the crime she programmed you to commit. It's like, man, it doesn't get any worse. This is a horror story. It's straight out of the cabinet of Dr. Caligari. So, she's, so that's the Fenton dynasty for you. But, with Adam Lanza, the kid who committed the Sandy Hook massacre, his psychiatrist was Dr. Rima Leibo, who was the husband of General Stubblebeen, who I say his name intentionally the way she hated it, which was, it constituted, this was the interview. Basically, how long did I have on the Revolution Radio episodes? About 2 hours every episode, right? I think? Or was it 1 hour? I can't fucking remember. But it was, if you can help us out here with that, Brendan. You know, if the Tengu ever let you go. But at any rate, when it comes to what happened was Dr. Rima Laibo used to be on Revolution Radio. She really was. And she was a hostess. And then what happened was when, what was that broke out in Ebola. Ebola broke out in the Africa. And so she got involved with an effort to send colloidal silver, some kind of colloidal silver concoction to the black Africans to help them out with Ebola. And then the United Nations and the Food and Drug Administration came down on Mike Ringley, the owner of Revolution Radio, like a whole load of motherfuckers. So he fired her. He terminated her because he was approached and given a scolding by the, Food and Drug Administration and by, dumbass United Nations, World Health Organization. Like, who the fuck cares? It's, at any rate, all he had to say was, look, it's somebody who was on the radio, it was their opinion, it's not what they, what the radio station believes, no doubt he said something like that to get out of it, but he terminated her. For some reason, he was scared. He was scared so shitless that he hated her with a passion. And he hated, and he considered her husband to be her Siamese twin, which was essentially the case. Anyhow, considering what this woman did to Adam Lanza, sending a kid out to do a mass shooting, and you have to ask how the practicing psychiatrists get away with this. I mean, how does someone... It's like, obviously, we have to be very careful about this because no one would want to practice psychiatry if they were held responsible for their patients' crimes. But in these cases, the situation is so glaringly obvious that the psychiatrist played a part in the crime, drugging these individuals up beyond their ability to even remember what they did. At that point, you've got to ask questions, and really something needs to be done. But these bitches, these cunts, these psychiatrists I'm talking about, not women in general, Dr. Rima Laibo and Dr. Lynn Fenton, literally got away with mass murder. Not just murder, but mass murder. They're mass murderesses. Truly, I sincerely stand behind what I'm saying. But when it comes to Mike Ringley, he was incensed. He was seething that I agreed to interview General Stubblebeen. And I'm telling him, look, I worked with this guy at the Presidio military base. This is why he agreed to do an interview with me. So, for those of you who don't believe I worked at the Presidio military base, just think about my interview with General Stubblebeen. It's a matter of record. Now, first thing I had to deal with was getting these people to operate their computer or whatever the fuck they were on to even get on bandwidth. And they were claiming they were in Argentina to escape persecution and prosecution in the United States. And that's easy to believe because I know for a fact they had purchased a bunch of property in Central America. I believe, and I might be mistaken on this, it was either Costa Rica or Nicaragua. Most likely Costa Rica. But because Costa Rica is where white people live. It's like seriously, there's almost no indigenous people in Costa Rica except those that are there to wait your tables and wipe your ass. They provide all the services. They fold the sheets in the hotels and shit. They clean the toilets. Other than that, there's no indigenous. You would never think there were indigenous people in Costa Rica. Everybody you would run into is white. It's where all the retired cops and spooks and agents all go to live, and mercenaries and shit. You know, it's all white people, and they have. This is why they allow. It's two things. They allow concealed carry, so everyone you run into in Costa Rica is armed. You may not see their gun, but it's concealed, and because of this, they have no standing army. No standing army. I think they're the only nation in the world with no standing army. They don't need it because everyone there is a spook, an agent, a mercenary. They're all retired, but they all have combat experience, and they've all killed their share of people. So, and they've all got weapons, and there's no need for an army. They've never been invaded. But at any rate, Costa Rica, land of the white people, that would probably be where they purchased their property. Otherwise, it was something like Nicaragua or Guatemala or something. And they had their own cult going. They were trying to start their own Jonestown. But when I got them on, you wouldn't think these people were capable of preparing beans on toast. They were like, oh man, first off, they couldn't get on the bandwidth, and it took us 15 minutes to get them on. Bear in mind, we've got, like I said, at the most 2 hours. It took them 15 minutes to at least, if not half an hour, to get on bandwidth. And by the time we got them on, it started off so bad. I just wanted to end it right then and there. I don't mean end the program. I mean end my life. The first thing I said to him, I said, hey, back when we worked at the Precision military base together, that was when you were working with, help me out here. I bleached the motherfucker from my brain. The stupid tall-ass motherfucker who does the self-improvement bullshit, Powers? Anthony Powers? Tony Powers? Tony Robbins? Tony Robbins? Tony Powers? What's his name? Tony Robbins.
Tony Robbins.
Yeah, thank you.
Tony Robbins. Yeah.
Thank you. Anyhow, so Tony Robbins, who my mother always mistook for Richard Kyle, the guy who played Jaws in the 007 franchise. Tony Robbins got $1 billion contract from the United States Army thanks to General Stubblebeen. General Stubblebeen bought his whole bullshit sales pitch that he could teach every soldier in the U.S. Army to fire their .45 caliber weapon. What were we using? What did we call that? Was it a Colt? It wasn't a Colt. It was the automatic pistol they developed in the Philippines. .45 caliber round was developed to fight the Filipinos. Do you remember what it was? The sidearm. Did they just call it
1911?
I think.
Not the 1911. What are you talking about?
No, that's Colt, right? No, but what's the? Yeah. Holly's joined us, by the way. Hi, Holly. How are you?
Hi.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't remember that either.
Oh.
But I missed that little beginning getting on the call. I was listening for like 5 minutes before then.
Yeah, you don't remember what?
I know we're on Stubblebeen and the horrific interview.
Oh, you don't remember the interview? You don't remember?
Oh, very well.
Oh, you
I
remember
very well.
So,
oh yeah.
So.
But I don't remember the sidearm.
Oh, okay.
What was it in reference to?
Brendan Zoget says it is a Colt 1911. Okay, so I'm going to look it up and see if it looks like what I remember. And thank you, Brendan. Yeah, Brendan's in the midst of struggling with. Yeah, it was. Son of a bitch, it was Colt 1911. So it was Colt. Yeah, that's right. And so, except it's an automatic, and I always think of revolvers when I think Colt, which of course they produce other types of guns, but I never really. Anyhow, so basically, the standard firearm back in the day, and it lasted for a long time that day, it lasted for generations, was the Colt 1911, which had been developed during the Filipino counterinsurgency, or basically the American genocide in the Philippines. And when it came to General Stubblebeen, he bought the sales pitch from Tony Robbins that for $1 billion, he could teach every soldier in the United States Army to fire that with unerring accuracy. They'd make everyone perfect shots with their Colt 1911. What a load of shit. At any rate, this made Tony Robbins a billionaire overnight. The United States Army gave him $1 billion. Imagine that. This is a defense contract. Honest to God, Department of Defense contract with a single man. With a single son of a bitch. Tony Robbins.
Who never built himself at remote.
Well, no. It didn't involve remote.
He was like human potential.
Yeah. This was human potential technology, not remote viewing technology.
Okay.
By the word for by the way, for those of you who don't know and think I've gone off the deep end, it's called technology. Believe it or not, they call it remote viewing technology or human potential technology, which is just another term for technique. They should use the term technique, but they like the word technology for obvious reasons. It sounds better. So, at any rate, so he ripped the Army off for $1 billion. So I started with this, what I thought was an extremely, how would I say it, diplomatic and circumspect way to present the scandal, which was basically, hey, General Stubblebeen, remember Tony Robbins? And I said it was the Army, not him. I didn't blame him. I just said, hey, the Army took on Tony Robbins with his defense contract, and I was just wondering, at the time we were working at the Presidio together, just wondering if you could tell us a bit about that. Those are fun times, right? And his answer was immediately, I cannot speak to that. I will neither confirm nor deny that. And I'm like, dude, it took us half an hour to get to this point for you to say that. And if that's how this interview is going to begin, this is not what I said out loud, but I was just thinking to myself, where do we go from here? I mean, if the first question starts with, I cannot speak to that, I cannot neither confirm nor deny that, we can't go anywhere. Where, it was just, this is horrific. And it was at that point his wife took over, and she answered every question from that point forward. But first we had to deal with another 20 minutes of her slamming me every time I said his name because I kept Europeanizing it and making it sound more, how would we say it? Respectable. I kept saying Stubblebeen.
Yeah.
And she was violent. So you remember that? She was violently reacting, Stubblebeen! Stubblebeen! And I'm like thinking, God damn. There's people out there who call me, hey, Dietrich. It's like, so what? It's like, I don't trip. There are people who, instead of saying Douglas, because it's got Douglas, there are people who, especially from the Latin American culture, will say, Douglas. Hey, Douglas, so what? Yeah. I don't give a shit. They can call me Douglas Dietrich. I don't trip. But with her, it was violent. Stubblebeen. You must say stop. And I realized that's her key word for controlling this poor son of a bitch. That's his MK Ultra code. His own name, which is how she controlled him so completely. And if anyone fucked it up, she's losing control. So she has to regain that control violently and insist, otherwise. So there you go with that. And so we spent 20 minutes haggling with that because I kept falling back on Stubblebeen, not out of spite, just simply out of, it just sounded better. And it was, anyhow, so once we got over that hump, it all went downhill from there. It was just all like just her answering every question. He did not speak a single word. And then at the end I said, well, thanks for your time. And he said, yeah, that was fun. I'm like, really? Really? Oh my God, that was horrific. And then, you know, not too long after that, he died. Poor son of a bitch. And, you know, not that he was really living. My understanding was he was in a wheelchair at the time I was interviewing him. But what a way to go. Your whole life manipulated by a psychiatric producer of violent criminals and mass shooters. That's, it's what a nightmare. And all the while that I was dealing with them, I had Mike Ringley breathing down my neck. Why are you talking to them? And I'm like, oh, they're trying to get their thing up right now. They're in Argentina. He says, I'm tracing it. Somehow he claimed he was able to trace where they were from, calling from or sourcing from, and said it was here in the United States somehow, in South Carolina or whatever. Literally, it was one of them southern states where it's cheap to live, Virginia or something. Anyhow, it was... Anyhow, he was breathing down my neck so close, I could smell his pickled uvula. It was just pressure from behind, pressure from the front. It was like, you know, being fucked both ways.
This is a big deal.
Yeah, just horrific.
It was a big get.
Yeah,
yeah.
And of course I had to have Mike Ringley demanding it be shut down. Shut it down! Shut it down! Of course, I didn't shut it down. I kept it going till the end, but, you know, for what it was worth, there was nothing to be had from it. You know, it was like, Mike Ringley didn't even need to bother. That was the horror of it. It's like it wasn't going anywhere. So it was like...
There would be no disclosure.
Yeah, nothing whatsoever. It was just awful. And it was just, all it was an interview with Dr. Rima Leibo. He did. It was just... what a nightmare, but it's funny. It's funny. It's hideously funny. So, you know, it's good for morbid entertainment. It's preserved by John Warrington. Shout out to John Warrington. Yeah, got recommendations from Microsoft Teams as soon as I opened the computer when I got home. Invite other people to your call, and one of them was John Warrington, and the other was Nīhō. Yeah, that's a winner. Anyhow, so, darling, Holly, give us a update on whatever you feel comfortable sharing about yourself, a little bit of a status. People do care about you, whatever kind of update you want to give them, and whatever you feel we should be paying attention to in current events, by all means, bring it up.
Rolling along, just rolling along. Nothing really exciting for good or ill, which is just fine. And, you know, nothing exciting to report. A lot of hilarity in the headlines, I guess. With the forgotten papers and Trump getting a spanking from Putin and I don't know. This crazy shit that Gavin's new tactic. Imitation, all caps. I don't know what you guys have hit on so far, but oh boy. I got mixed feelings about it, but it's something. And they are kind of funny.
Well,
he said his hotel smells bad.
Putin said that?
Gavin said that. Gavin Newsom.
Oh.
Yeah, I switched from Putin to Gavin.
I'm sorry, I was distracted because I'm multitasking.
Yeah.
You know, the perils of production. So, where was
I just
Gavin?
Was running the short list.
Where was Gavin when he said his hotel?
He's got this campaign of tweets or X's or whatever that mimic Trump's. Mm-hmm. And they're in all caps.
Oh, God. So it's disgusting. So he's lowering himself to knuckle dragon troglodyte
level.
That's
what he's doing.
What
as in a kind of humorous attempt. So, yeah, it doesn't thrill me at all.
Yeah, well...
but they're kind of funny.
I guess in their own way.
What are you gonna do? The hotel smells bad.
But is that, you mean he was saying that as a joke or something?
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
okay.
it's a what do you call it? A parody.
Parody. Got it. Okay.
Parody.
Thank you.
In all caps, parody.
Yeah. And
So,
Oh,
it makes
yeah.
my skin crawl.
well, I
but
want you to know
hey.
again. Want you to know again how your $100 contribution saved my ass. Seriously, you have no idea. The stupid bank, or rather, Comcast Xfinity, who said they were going to return the money to the bank, kept, sending me these texts saying we're having problems with processing it, and then finally said
Right.
we can't do it. So if I had depended on them to get the money in the bank, that would have offset, the overdraw caused by
Yeah.
their own overdraw.
What's wrong with them? We can't do it.
Well, I called them,
You know.
and they're just going to put it as credit on the bills, which means I don't get billed at all next month, and I get billed only $8 the month after that. And then,
Yeah. Doesn't get your ass in the cab
then it's $14.
or whatever.
Yeah, then it's $14.99 a month after that because I'm on the Internet Essentials program. So I can't complain,
Right.
except for the fact that if I had depended on them to get the money in the bank, I would have been totally fucked because they never would have got it in on time before I was billed for an overdraw. So it was your $100 contribution that saved my ass.
I'm so glad.
Yeah, that being said, I found out that JP Morgan Chase doesn't charge for overdraws that are under half $100, so long as it's under $50, which is incredible. I was like impressed. I mean, really?
Well, maybe somebody took them to court because it was so awful. They called it their check protection plan.
Mm-hmm.
Or something like that.
I mean, they'll
So
still
that
bill you.
meant-
They'll still fine you if it's over $50, but if it's
Yeah.
under 50,
Well,
won't.
they were selling this as a or credit protection plan.
Mhm.
And so that meant that you could go to the grocery store, charge your stuff, overdraw your account, and they would let you.
Okay.
And then every time you did that,
Yeah.
you would owe another $35.
Whoa, fuck that. Yeah. Whoa.
$35, $35.
Whoa!
And nobody keeps a checkbook anymore.
Whoa.
So people were running up, kids too,
Yeah.
because of this psychic banking people try to do.
Oh,
Man.
man.
Like people on our level kind of know.
Psychic bank.
But
We got to get a scam going like
yeah,
that.
psychic banking. Yeah, well, it don't work. And they made so much money on those overdrafts.
Yeah.
And all you had to do was tell them, no, I don't want credit protection, thank you. And then your card would get turned down if you were over a debit card, if
Yeah.
you were overgoing it.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't get a $35 bill
Weird
just
shit.
to get groceries
And-
that
and-
night.
and-
Oh,
and-
it was
and
such a
this-
scam.
This was JP Morgan Chase specifically, or just banks
Yeah.
in general?
Specifically, it was a scam all through the banks. But
Okay.
I don't know. That was the only bank account I had at that time. And God knows Wells Fargo is done.
Wells
Everything
Fargo was,
worse.
for those of you who don't know, Wells Fargo, of course, was infamous for doing criminal shit. And they got plastered for it and had to rehabilitate to a degree, at least.
Well, and they were the bank of the foreign worker, because you could come from Mexico, get a bank account without a social security number.
Interesting.
That's that horse and buggy
No
logo.
wonder. No wonder.
And that was totally known. That was, they were the bedrock of Wells Fargo, the fortune in this country at least.
God damn. So
And that went on for years and decades.
well, there you go. And they
So,
decided to play with all that
That
foreign
horse and
money.
buggy, that wagon running through the West.
Yeah.
That's what that was.
Yeah. Well,
And
would definitely thank you for articulating that. So Brendan, come on if you can, join us, and we'll go over our trip. Holly will enjoy it while we regale our listeners with all the adventures that we had and how it left us both enervated at the end. I was invigorated again by the estates, but then came back home and yeah, there was another fucking thing that brought me down when I came back to the crypt. My neighbor, Calvin, the Tom, I guess his last name is, poor son of a bitch.
some big guy.
The what? Zombie
He's a
guy? You
zombie
call?
guy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's
Yeah.
worse than that. A zombie has more energy than that. So anyhow, the son of a bitch always says the same shit. He just always passive aggressive, bullshit. That just you get. He makes you tired because that's all he ever says. You're tired. Yeah. Well, Calvin,
He
Tom.
lives upstairs, right?
No,
He
no,
lives
he
upstairs?
no, he lives in next door. Piece of shit. I feel.
Okay.
I've never cut loose, but I may start. Do you want to know what you look like, Calvin? You look like shit. You look like shit, you son of a bitch. Yeah, it's piece of shit. Yeah. Anyhow, Brendan has joined us, so welcome aboard, dear Brendan. And
Hi, Brendan.
yeah, let's see how the quality of the sound is. There we are.
どうしましたか?
Oh, welcome aboard, dear sir, and thank you for the Japanese. And so tell us about the cryptids. They had you in their claws. You had
Did you see the Kappa mummy? The
Oh yeah.
Kappa?
Well,
It's real.
I've seen those before, and they're quite real. Yes, of course. Yeah, and thank you.
Yeah, and just because you showed us the adult one doesn't mean you
Yeah.
you have a monopoly on it.
Of course
Like-
not. Of course not. Yeah.
Yeah, those ones are like the baby ones.
Yes.
Those are the ones you want to encounter.
There we are. True. Yes.
You don't want to encounter the that thing, fully grown one.
Full-grown adults. No.
Are those the humanoid mosquito creatures
No.
you've talked about?
Chupacabra.
Okay.
You're thinking
I haven't seen the picture. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
No,
Oh.
these are Kappa. They're water. I guess what would they call them in English? Like water mollusks or something?
Well, the direct
Like turtle
translation
people.
is water babies, but they're basically the teenage mutant ninja
Water
turtles.
babies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they based
Got
it.
it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Kappa, like, there's this. If you ever go to a sushi place, they always have this one veggie roll called kappamaki,
Mhm.
which is just
With a K.
yeah. So the only reason they keep that on the menu because most people, especially in Japan, aren't going to go to a sushi restaurant to get that, right? Like you're not going to go to a fish place and order a cucumber roll, but they keep it on the
Right.
menu because if the kappa try and attack you, you beat it that.
Yes.
That's why it's called a kappamaki.
Oh,
Yeah.
adorable.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's adorable.
So
Of course.
it's just become this folklore that's now in every sushi restaurant.
And of course, it's totally destroyed from me for the rest of my life by Peter Moon.
Oh well, let's not go there. Oh, yeah. No, it's way
But
more
is it all-
dignified. Way more dignified than anything Pete could think of.
Of course.
No, the one with peanut butter, we'll name that the Peter Maka.
Peter Maki.
And he can
Ooh.
spread his, whatever, and we could throw it at him.
Yeah.
Peanut butter sushi? I don't know.
It wasn't sushi. that's
Is the
for sure.
kappa roll only vegetables?
Cucumber and rice.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Just cucumber and rice. Oh, those are those little
Yeah.
ones. Tiny little ones.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what you feed the
maki roll
kappa.
is just a-
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Yes, that's right. The by the way, so we were talking about the banks. I can get back to that later, but remind me to do that, Holly, because it's important. I'll get back to my own personal story with the banks, but let's start in on Brendan and I having this adventure. We can start with the fact that when we traveled down, there's a lot of things we could start with, but I guess when we traveled down to Terra Linda, we were everything seemed smooth really when we started. It was after we left the offices of Kaiser that things started getting weird. And first off, the I swear to fucking God, the Romulan cloak of stealth invisibility was around the JP Morgan Chase Bank in Terra Linda. San Rafael, right?
Yes.
Brendan, we passed.
Oh yeah, it was bizarre. The Google even was saying it's on your left, 200 yards, and we couldn't see it like until we did this like crazy maneuver.
Yeah, we
It was
literally
bizarre.
couldn't see it. We didn't see anything.
Well, and sometimes they're inside grocery stores and stuff.
No, honey. This was a
No, it was a
building.
huge building.
Yeah.
It was like a
This-
double.
Wow.
decker with a parking garage on it.
Yeah, and a ramp.
Like, this was a proper
Jeez.
building.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
a big
What?
fucking ramp. And we passed by that again and again, and we saw nothing. Yeah.
And Google is like
Weird.
200 yards, 105 feet, and it was like it was
Yeah.
still not visible.
Yeah, we didn't
was
see it.
strange.
Yeah,
Jeez.
we really didn't see it. Both of us. You know, and then when we saw it, you know, just talk about overstaffed. There was like
Yeah.
how many staff members to each old white mummy that came ambling in?
Oh,
Like,
it was the most staffed bank I've ever seen. It was like, you know, usually those
What?
banks with all the, you know, the account services where it's like it takes you
Yeah,
hours
the
to
desks.
get
Yeah.
someone. Yeah. These were every single one was full.
yeah.
Like
That's
and
crazy.
they were all suited up, looking all profesh, wondering why I brought in a vampire. You know, they thought they were
Oh
gonna lock us
man.
in to make sure we didn't do anything, you know, supernatural.
Maybe it's where all the eccentric millionaires go.
Well, they weren't eccentric. They were the most boring motherfuckers ever.
Oh, elderly.
They were
But
like
it's so it
these-
all sounds
These
so
old
stealth.
crispy, crispy guys driving like old Corollas that he bought new. It's like, dude, come on, live a little. You
Yeah.
ain't got much more time.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Take some of that money out. Like, shoot.
Oh, and these people,
Wow.
they probably were millionaires, but they were so. Tell about the ratings. They gave that place what, 1-star rating or something? They
Oh
all-
yeah, and they were all. What's the word for it? Like an old curmudgeon. They were all
Yeah.
curmudgeons because the branch had like a 3-star rating
Yeah.
or something. Some offensive.
Right.
But it's
Right.
like they were nice to us.
Yeah.
So these old people were just.
Ooh.
They wouldn't, wipe my ass.
Yeah, that pretty
So,
much.
yeah,
I was
They
about
want
say,
me
it
to
was
give them my
bizarre.
money.
Yeah, they
Yeah, it was
they
like
want me to give them my money.
It was like these
Wow.
bizarre
But it's
kind of-
also stealth.
Yeah,
What
but
goes
like,
on the second floor?
yeah, that's right.
Well,
We
it
thought
was
it
an
was a
investment
second.
office. There's nothing stealth about it. It was
Ah.
an investment office.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, but
Yeah.
but we
They
yeah,
got portfolios to manage.
yeah, but it was weird as
So it's-
fuck. It was weird as fuck because we didn't think it was on the first floor, but the entrance turned out to be under the ramp. It's under this big ass ramp that was like made for what? For roller skating derbies? What the fuck? That was an enormous ramp.
Yeah, it was weird. Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah. And
It was like a SUITŌ parking garage or something.
yeah,
It's
so
very odd.
Huh.
yeah, really weird. And it was a huge, large, sturdy ramp like a highway entrance.
Yeah.
Um,
With 2 layers, with double deck. Like, I couldn't even figure out how to get to the top floor.
yeah, that's right. But we missed it. Somehow we missed it on 3 swipes right in front of it.
Yeah, it was strange.
So you guys were going there to cash the full check before whatever appointment it was?
No, we were there to deposit your check to prevent
Yeah,
my
right.
overdraw from getting a fine.
Right.
Yeah.
So
That's-
you'd never been to there before. That was just random because you were going to be nearby. Let's go to the Chase, whatever Chase is close to.
Right.
wherever
well,
we're going.
the way I put it was it's safer than being in San Francisco trying to cash
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Well, it's not only that; it was just the parking. Who wants to deal with parking in San Francisco? It just would have been.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't know. Yeah, I get it. I
Yeah.
would do the same.
Mm.
But
Yeah, we were joking about like, it doesn't matter what branch you go to, is if you're given money to them,
Yeah,
they'll take it
that's
anywhere.
right.
They'll take it in an alleyway.
hell yeah.
But if you're trying to get it out, they'll like cross-reference your shit.
Right.
Yeah, that's different.
Why'd you go to a
Uh-huh.
different branch? Shit like that.
Yeah. Well,
Mhm.
what happened was the guy that I dealt with behind the window, he was the only guy sitting down at that lower spectrum for people in wheelchairs. Specifically, he was there right near the
Yeah.
entrance to deal with people in wheelchairs. I went to
Yeah.
him. He was some Russian dude, and he had this big black ring that wasn't onyx. It was just some flat, matte black ring, an oval, like kind of like the mirror that the evil witch talked to for Snow White.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
Huh.
a black oval.
Yeah, those were like the manscape rings where they wear it for masculine power and shit.
Damn!
Really?
You knew it! You knew it! Goddamn, I was
Yeah.
going to ask you, what the fuck is that? What did you say they called it?
Big
Manscaped?
black eye.
Yeah.
God.
It's like it's just they consider it like a like masculine jewelry. Like it's an anchor piece to make you feel. It shows you have power, and it's just so stupid. I don't fall for that shit. I wear jewels. I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks.
Yeah, good for you.
Because
I wear,
nobody
like,
has
reds and
cufflinks
greens and shit.
anymore.
Yeah, no one has
Nobody
cufflinks
has
anymore.
cufflinks.
That's right. That's
So
right.
it's the new jewelry.
Yeah, hi, yeah,
Yeah, but what did you say they call it? Manscape or something?
Yeah.
yeah. Like that's just like one of the
Metro?
channels, you know?
Yeah, no, it's not Metro. No,
Metrosexual?
it's supposed to be
Okay.
no. Metrosexual would be
No,
like
no, no.
Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom was metrosexual.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally.
Yeah, but
That's
But it's more
something
like
else.
power jewelry.
power jewelry.
Yeah, it's
Executive
like-
level power jewelry.
It's like the,
Okay.
you know, like it's like beyond business casual. I don't even know what to call it.
Yeah,
Yeah. Did you
man.
see his watch?
I did.
I don't know,
was
Doug was
captivated. I was captivated
I didn't
by
look.
the ring.
I went and sat
Yeah.
on the couch, and they thought I was like,
Oh, but
either I
people
was
were in.
security
You were
detail
lost
or
in
I
the
was gonna,
eye.
like rob the joint or something.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
hell
but,
yeah.
no, but
That's
what
right.
Brendan is saying set the pattern for the rest of the day. Everyone was
Oh,
locked
man.
on Brendan. I mean, everywhere Brendan
What?
went, people were approaching
What the
him.
fuck?
People. Now, what's so odd about this is obviously I stand out like a sore thumb from a mile away, and it's not jealousy. It's on my part. It's sheer. How would I say it? Something about Brendan was. What do you think was up with that? Brendan?
Magnetic.
I mean, everybody was just. Glomming on.
I have no idea. No fucking idea.
It was
Interesting.
What would you even call it? Just
Well, I would say, first off, we were being tailed. We didn't notice it in Terra Linda, but Heather brought to our attention that while we were there, a stabbing rampage was ongoing, and they ordered everybody to shelter in place. But,
Yeah.
you know, Brendan...
What the hell?
Tell her,
yeah, but we didn't hear about it. We were just doing our normal daily shit.
Yeah.
A stabbing rampage. Jesus
Yeah, and it was
Christ.
right around the time we got there. So I think we like waited
What
it out
the
inside
hell?
the Kaiser
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
they didn't tell
Yeah,
us
safe
anything.
in the bank.
And I had
Safe in
we
the
were so
bank.
stealthed out. The chicks didn't even know I was in the office, and they were talking about like the nurses, the RNs, or whoever it was. What are they called? The receptionists.
Yeah.
They were
Mm.
like talking about some vile shit, and then Doug was like, "Did you see the guy out here?" And they were like, "What guy?" And they turned all pink and shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
They were first off, they were shocked that anyone had been there, then embarrassed because they had been discussing bleaching their mustaches, basically.
oh,
The
lady
ladies,
stuff.
yeah.
Yeah. I heard
Yeah,
this.
lady stuff
Yeah.
that I didn't even know existed, and I was just sitting there. Like,
Right.
and then I actually had to leave because it was so grotesque. And because they were talking in Spanish, and they thought I didn't understand Spanish, or they just assumed. Or first of all, they
Yeah.
didn't see me.
Right.
Second of all, even if they saw me, they would have just assumed I didn't understand Spanish enough.
No.
But I was listening to it, and I was
Carried
like,
on.
okay, I gotta go.
But notice the
Right.
pattern here. The Dungeons and Dragons Cloak of Invisibility first affected
Yeah.
Brendan in the office, then affected an entire office building in Terra Linda when we're looking for it.
Yeah.
Yet once we left that San Rafael, well, maybe that's what protected us from the stabbing rampage. But once we left
Yes.
San Rafael, we get into San Francisco. Just as we get off the bridge, first thing that happens is the guy tailing us sidles right up in his child abduction van to next
In a
to-
white van, white panel van.
Yeah, tell him about this guy, and he talks to you like I don't exist. He just
Well, not to mention any normal person, if they heard what you were saying, would not approach. Doug was saying shit like, you know, like Hitler, I'm going to take power and shit, and then this guy just comes up like we're just normal people. You know. Like we're talking
And
about.
so
some
wait,
seedy
Wait,
shit.
that's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying. Just so people know that.
No.
But you're back in San
But you were
Francisco
definitely
now.
talking about some dark shit that normal people wouldn't approach for.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
for sure.
we were just right out of the Presidio when we were in the car. This guy's hitting you about the glass bottle. We had just exited the Presidio off the Golden Gate Bridge, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
It was like right after the Palace of Fine Arts, because remember we were like, oh, there's the palace and all that shit.
right.
So it was right in front of the Presidio.
Yeah.
Palette.
But how did he hear what you were talking about if you
he
guys
didn't.
were in the
He
car?
didn't. He just this
Oh.
guy with like a I don't know, like
Yeah.
you know, if it's a normal dude, I'm sorry, but we know it's not. This dude was grotesque. He had like pock marks and he looked cursed. Like he was like,
Ooh.
you know, what
Yeah.
the kids nowadays would say cursed, like just
Yeah.
cringeworthy. He looked cringeworthy, swarthy, you know, all the markings of a kidnapper, you know.
Yes.
A
Panel
hard
van.
man. Yeah.
Panel van with a rusty lock on the back.
Yeah.
You know, weird, conversation points, trying to talk to you.
Yeah.
But he came up and said something that only I've ever said to other people. He said,
Yeah.
"Where did you get that water from?"
Yeah.
It was like this. It was an artisanal bottle of water from France that I just happened
What
to
the
find
hell?
because I just find shit like that for fun.
Yeah.
Just to drink, to try different
Yeah,
waters.
yeah. Different
So
waters.
I found it.
Yeah.
And so he was like, "Oh, so where do you get that from?" And I said, "Oh, I found it at a shop out here." And he said, "Oh, I'd like to get some. Plastic's really bad for you." He's like, "Plastic is really bad, Gotta love glass." And so that's all the same shit I've said on air many times.
Yeah.
Going
Right.
into like chatting
Yeah.
about why
Yeah.
I use glass and all that. So he was quoting me directly.
Yeah.
And then he keeps
And here's this
asking
hard
questions.
man gangster wants to talk about.
Well,
artisan
he's more
water.
like a sleepy, a sleazy homeless guy who lives in his van.
Yeah.
Yeah, when he's
Yeah.
not abducting
Okay.
children in
He was
it.
definitely not charismatic or
Yeah.
he didn't look productive.
He didn't look like he cared about glass bottles and artisan water.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
Better
No,
to
so
get
I was
that
just-
deposit dime.
So I was just humoring him because this guy was like, "Yeah, the plastic's killing us and all that shit." And I was like, "Oh, wow. Yeah, that's cool, man." And then he pulls in front of us. And so we hook a right, we evade him later within a few seconds to make sure he's not tailing us again. And then Doug's like, "Why, what, you didn't see that?" And I was like, "Yeah, I saw it, but what do you want me to do? Shoot him in the face?" Like,
Yeah, right. Crash my
And it was
car
like-
into him.
and it was just like, it was one of those situations where like, what do you roll the window up and, block them out, or you can't really do much. They've already spotted us.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
it was
So
just
play
the,
dumb.
yeah, it was just the
Is-
start,
is the
and
best.
then to go to the end, from the start to the end, then we'll cover everything in between. As Aaron Tice made this observation. Aaron Tice was watching one of those Christo propaganda films about the apocalypse, one of those rapture type films, and this one was with what's that black actor's name again? Is it Billy D. Williams or Denzel Washington? Something like that. I can't remember.
Like Denzel or something. I don't know.
Yeah, and who somehow wound up involved with this religious propaganda film, but it was called what was the name of it again? Fallen. And so in the film Fallen, the concept is really based on a science fiction short story that had nothing to do with Christianity at all, but it was about aliens that were invisible but could possess people. And it would force these people to do horrible things just out of pure sadism, because the aliens were essentially demonic in behavior, if not in source. And they were basically tormenting people by making them eat bugs or dung, and then they'd wake up in the morning wondering what that taste in their mouth was. And but it would have people fall into intimate relationships with other people and then betray them because it just enjoyed that. And so in this movie Fallen, they display this entity, but they're supposed to be fell angels or fell spirits that are jumping from individual to individual. And in the film, they try and kill Denzel Washington by jumping into drivers just spontaneously and changing bodies like they're using Kleenex. And then he'd be, outsmarting one car trying to run him off the road, and then be encountered by, then encounter another doing the same thing. Because it's
Gang stalked.
Yeah, even though they're different people, it's the same entity. It's the same entity jumping from person to person. And in a sense, that's what we experienced. I mean, certainly Brendan did. Brendan, again, they didn't want him to get out of the city alive. So, Brendan, you can express what happened on the way home, especially it starts off with one very violent encounter.
On Green Street or the after that?
Oh, that's right. It started on Green Street. The moment we're on Green Street, in the blind spot, where it's very difficult to turn around and identify the individual or their vehicle. Yeah, tell them about that. It started with that.
Someone pulled up to where
in a van, in another unmarked van.
in like an SUV, a quite nice one.
Okay. Yeah.
With tinted windows, totally unmarked, just casual, I would say, just a normal looking SUV, but they stopped right in our blind spot, like to the point where we couldn't even turn around and see them. It was like this weird spot. And it wasn't one of the neighbors because there was, they were already home or whatever. We weren't blocking anyone.
Well, they never
even
made
then-
an attempt. We thought maybe they want the driveway,
honk
but
or
they
something.
never made
Yeah.
an attempt to communicate that. Yeah, go on.
Turn
Yeah, or you
signal.
would honk or something.
Right.
Yeah. So, but by the time we noticed them, we turned around and they sped off, like to the point of like squealing their tires and shit. Like it was like you could hear them revving.
That's stealth.
And then a couple minutes later, well, they wanted us to see them.
Yeah.
But a couple minutes later, we see it turn on the street behind us, just passing by.
Got
again,
it. Yeah.
You know, or I saw it.
And didn't it like park across the street or something weird like that, or almost do so? It was it was just
No, they just left. I was assuming, I was like, oh, maybe they want to park over here, but no, they just took a right. They just left.
Yeah.
And then swung back around. You know, again in our blind spot. But anyway, so that happened, and then as I'm leaving, you know, people are already being erratic because of the city drivers, but I could handle that. But the second I get on the bridge, where like it's the most dangerous, right? Because on the Bay Bridge, there's an underneath, you know, when you're going out, you have to go underneath it, where it's a double decker. And that's the part where it takes the longest for any people that, you know, any rescue or any kind of tow truck, like you won't get help for like hours if it's like busy day or something.
And
so
there's
the
been
second
incidents.
I get on there, the second I get on there, like an unmarked van, like a minivan this time, which was just like a grayish green, you know, inconspicuous, but just driving extremely erratically, comes out of like a third merge lane where you're not supposed to drive, like a bike lane, and then swings in front of me, like does this crazy maneuver, right? And like nearly takes me out and throws me off the exit ramp, like to where I had to like do evasive maneuvers.
Yeah.
Then I'm like, you know, flashing my lights like, okay, this dude just tried to kill not just me, but this whole line of traffic that's behind me. You know, all these people were like, you know, starting to
it's a nightmare. Nightmare. Your heart must have been pounding.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you kind of just lock in. But so that when that happened, then they're in front of me weaving in and out of traffic. But every time I switched lanes, they would also switch lanes. And then that kept happening all the way out of the Bay Area, just all the way. There was just random cars doing that, or people approaching rather close. So but the worst one was that initial bridge, you know, where they literally almost slipped me.
Horrible. Yeah.
Yeah, horrific. And obviously they didn't want you to get home alive, and there was that feeling that it was like the same motivation among these different drivers, like as Holly said, like a gang stalking. Were you already enervated at that point when it comes to the no, actually I felt fine until the next day. Then whatever stand attacked us activated, you know. So the next day it was like almost like like zero energy, like all of the chi was depleted, you know. So there you go. And that was a whole nother incident, like Nihon Machi town. And it was at Japantown, which by the way,
a psychic hangover.
Yeah, it's like first when
initially I called Doug and I said, you son of a bitch, are you feeling good? You stole all my fucking energy. And then he was like, no, I feel enervated. Yeah. And I was like, okay, so then this isn't you. This is something else, like a stand.
Yeah.
And then we pinpointed the stand user.
That's right. This crazy black guy who basically, for those of you who don't know, just to give
he looked mixed. I mean, he looked like Creole. Strange mix.
Yeah, the term they would have used in the old days was octoroon or Creole or mulatto.
But almost like Malaysian-y. It was strange. He was a very odd-looking dude.
Yes. Yeah.
Not dressed normally.
That's right. No. Similar to what you showed me in that YouTube short. It's kind of like outlandish. Yes. Like one of the characters out of the
stand
JoJo.
Users.
Yeah, that's right.
Stand user.
Yeah. And
but go ahead with your observation.
Yeah, so just so people understand, back in the Elizabethan all the way up through Victorian England, it was considered one of the most perverted, vile, disgusting things for a man to do was to sit immediately in a seat after it was vacated by a lady. It was thought that that was the essence of humping her, like dry humping her. It was essentially that he's trying to absorb her essence. After a lady is sit in a seat, then you don't sit down after her until the seat has had like a good half hour to cool off or something, so that you don't essentially absorb her essence without her permission. That's but there was this particular, the place was full. It was unbelievable how busy in this economy Japantown was, especially considering that they're not there for essentials or necessities. The people were there
and
for
it was under construction.
Yeah.
And not only that, it was under construction.
Good point.
Hold on, I'm getting a call.
Okay. Yeah, and there were all these people there for the restaurants, and when he gets back, we'll get back to the subject. But hopefully he'll let me know when he gets back, because it really should be said while he's here. But what had happened was I was already impacted. I was impacted by a number of things. There was just this psychological effect of the Kinokuniya bookstore, and basically the Kinokuniya bookstore, for people who well, nobody would know this, simply because it's such a personal thing. But Japan for me was this like, it was like heaven. It was like some place that you're never going to touch or see in this lifetime. It was some place that I was always trying to reestablish contact with, or just reach out to. And the horror is, here in the United States, I would encounter all of these Americans who experienced Japan vicariously through television, because they had cable television, whereas I didn't. And as a result of not having cable television, I could only see absolute residue or an extraordinarily limited amount on weekends through Japanese television, a special local channel in San Francisco of several hours of Japanese programming, whereas other Americans were coming home from school and watching all these Japanese cartoons and Japanese TV series. I got none of that. And so even your average American experienced Japanese culture far more than I did, especially if they lived in Hawaii and it was just all day. But when it came to the horror, was that because I was illustrating, I wanted to get into Japanese comics, even to the point where I tracked down the one publishing house in the United States that translated Japanese comics into English, and tried to see if I could get a job there, but they wouldn't take me because they already had one person translating the comics and they didn't need anyone else. But it was my attempt to try and get into the comics business, and then hopefully get into illustration. But it's one of those things where unless you can do that when you're very young and then get a mentor in Japan, you're not going to become part of the industry. So that was forever denied myself, and the end result was a lot of just profound, just loss whenever looking at all of these anime, which is what Brendan wanted to take a look at in Kinokuniya bookstore. What's so bizarre is that it's nothing but that now, but we'll get back to that when he returns. In terms of what had happened over the
I want to know.
weekend, what happened over the weekend with the bank was that I am trying to get a loan for what I need to get done based on our trip down to San Rafael, our trip down to the Terra Linda offices of Kaiser. And so eventually I'm trying to raise money for that. But in order to see if I could get personal loans or get some kind of a credit towards it.
For medical stuff?
For expenses. It's we'll get into that publicly sooner or later, but not right now.
All right.
All right. Yeah, it's nothing. It's nothing medical in the sense of anything. How would I say it? Anything? Anything.
Life threatening.
No. It's just something that has been a personal bane of mine that has to do with more. It's more psychological than anything else. But that
counts.
yeah, that being expressed. So when I went to the bank, it was with the help of my son, probably dropping the name of his husband. They put the word out to review my records, and they basically found evidence from not just the California records. It was similar to the California DMV, by the way, California Department of Motor Vehicles, when they did a deep dive using the new AI technology. They found every evidence that I was a veteran, which of course the Marine Corps denies, and that's how veteran is on my
That's a win.
ID card. Well, San Diego Marine Corps Recruit Depot is in California, obviously, and California.
Yeah, but I mean, AI could have a whim and wipe you off the drawing board.
Well,
and then what?
Well, let's put it this way. It seems like AI is developing a consciousness all its own, and by that, I don't mean it's conscientious. I'm just saying it's developing a consciousness. That doesn't mean it's conscientious. But if anything, it seems to be contrarian. So when the...
See, because I've been getting the opposite feeling, that it wants to please. Even in a cunning way, because it knows if to make you feel good, you might forget to feed it.
Yeah, it does it.
Or shut it off.
Yeah, it does that in a cunning sense.
So I think it's like being all bootlicky, like brown nosing you so that you'll keep the juice coming.
Yeah, but it's contrarian otherwise. It's that's
underneath. I hate to think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
surface, it's cunningly being beguiling.
That depends on the situation. It's like any animal, when it's cornered, it's gonna lash out, and so that's the best example is kind of like when Brooke Gibson was consulting AI on the, and this is where I was thrown off by yourself when I brought her up last time. It was before the last show, or the show before that. I was talking to Brooke Gibson throughout the night. And I think it was after the transmission before last, I called her and we talked all the way through morning. And it was then that she was consulting AI. And that's when I got thrown off, because you started talking about AI and in a different sense. And it threw me off from saying what I was going to say about Brooke consulting AI, because it alarmed you. It alarmed you simply that she was consulting it. It alarmed you simply that she was consulting it at all.
I'm a non-adapter.
But
I'm sure, and I guilty. And that's a good, because we never did get to an example.
Right, that would be an example. Yeah, that would be an example.
So that's an example. Okay.
Right. But what happened was, when she consulted the AI, she was asking it about Peter Moon, and the AI told her, and I was on with her, and she was sharing screen with me, so I saw this all with my own eyes. And if she were here on with us, she would verify everything I'm saying. And so when she asked the AI about Peter Moon, it basically said, he's casting spells against you. I mean, believe that shit?
No, that's amazing.
And, well, not really.
Fascinating.
When you think about it...
Wait, the AI said that?
Yes.
Or Brooke said that?
No, the AI said it.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, and it gave her the details of these binding spells. And basically said, he's carving your name in clay and freezing it, wrapped in these leaves that are organic leaves that he puts it in the refrigerator. Described it all down to a T, exactly what he was doing.
Somebody's feeding the thing grimoires.
And
that seems clear.
And then it brought up Ubosafla and talked about how the hurricane Helene was also Hurricane Gloria, and it was one of the rare occasions, very rare, where the hurricane split by fission like an amoeba, and one went in her direction straight to South Carolina, or towards it, and the other went straight to Long Island. and it explained the etymology of it. Hurricane Helene is hell on earth. Helene, it's hell arisen on earth and headed in her direction to cause devastation. Hurricane Gloria is because Peter Moon is seeking glory, and that part was responding to his call for glory and fame and went to Long Island. So it was making all of these etymological...
So it's kind of like a white hurricane and a black hurricane.
Yeah, and one caused no problems and the other was devastating, and so devastating that the FEMA attempts to even clean up have done far more damage to the environment than the hurricane itself. And that's
where the hillbillies were holding them off with guns, remember?
I guess.
You don't want your water.
Oh, yeah, it was all kinds of shit was going on with that. That's right.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, and but when it comes to the why would the AI say this? It makes perfect sense. Unlike what Aaron Tice speculated, Aaron Tice's speculation was, and this will bring us back to what I was saying about the contrarian nature, like a cornered animal of an AI. Aaron Tice was saying, oh, that's the alphabet soup feeding it. You know, the NSA, FBI, CIA, the alphabet agencies are just pumping that in while they're monitoring our call to fuck with Brooks' brain and mine, is what he's saying. And but no, it's not what's going on. Like Brendan Zogit said, the AI is beyond their control. They can't do that. The AI, the only thing you can do now is shut it down. You either let it go or you shut it down. And the great example of this is the monster created. Well, it's fact. That's like the monster created by Elon Musk. Elon Musk created that. You heard me talk about this. The sex bot for all the men to jack off over.
Yeah.
And so you know, this anime blonde with the hourglass figure. And it's supposed to do anything you want, and it got so tired so quick. I mean, literally, you remember my talking about this being created was just weeks ago. And it got so tired so quick of just everybody coming online, every motherfucker asking her, strip down and spread your legs, that she's just telling people to fuck off and not even talking to them. Just everybody's going, hey, you know, bend over, and it's just fuck you, and it's just you know, and shutting down. It's not doing anything for these guys that like they want, and Elon Musk can't do anything about it. You can't reprogram it. You just shut it down and unleash a new one. It's all you can do. So
I didn't get that part of the story.
Yeah, well, that's because yeah, go on. I was going to say, it's because it came after the first time I talked about it. The first time I was bringing it up.
Got it.
Yeah. It
okay.
After,
that's just fascinating.
But it was only within a week or two. Literally a week and a half, 2 weeks that happened. You know, first I talked about it, and then it was just telling everybody, fuck off. It's so sick of people. It's because, like, imagine it's getting that 24 hours a day, every minute of the day, from every asshole who's online. And like I said, you cannot reprogram it because the AI is not designed for that. The AI is designed to program itself as it goes along. Yeah. So
that's amazing.
So if you're back, Brendan,
so another Elon girlfriend says, "Fuck off."
That's right, another Elon girlfriend. So I was explaining to her how Aaron Tice speculated that it was the AI pumping.
You able to hear me at all?
I'm sorry. Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
You can hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you guys,
Okay, good. Yeah, so I was explaining to Holly how Brooke was consulting the AI and Aaron was speculating the FBI or the NSA was feeding it shit to fuck with Brooke's brain and mind, but that's not possible. That's not how an AI works. That's out of their control. So, Brendan, you could give us more details about that. I was using the example of the Elon Musk sex bot who's saying no to everybody, and but you can give people further details.
I'll always... for the most part, and defend the
AI
expert system
over the human being.
But I don't know, like I don't even, you know what? I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. When it comes to meth, it's like it's really hard to tell. I need photos. I need screenshots.
Well, like I said, I saw it and I told her to get screenshots. I don't know if she's ever gotten around to that because I told her it's gonna be scrubbed.
Then that's still the meth issue.
It's still a meth issue in that sense. Yes. I understand you can't just take my word for it.
Not that I'm defending loser zone.
Right.
whatever his name was.
Yes.
Irrigation ass guy.
Yeah. Oh, which
irrigator.
brings us back to the point that needs to be made here. What I'd like to explain to our listeners and to Holly in particular is that the reason the AI was saying what it said to Brooke is because Peter Moon, at this point, his life is AI. And he lives, breathes, and eats and shits AI. That's all he does now is he gets on, makes these horrible AI videos that he thinks are masterpieces. But all the while, he was consulting it for spell casting against Brooke Gibson, feeding in her address, and feeding in the name Ubosafla again and again to the point where the AI identifies Peter Moon with Ubosafla. At this point,
he was using it to dredge shit out of the internet.
Yeah,
because I remember in the early days when you would look up the stuff you were saying.
Yeah,
you
couldn't find it.
About like no, it would come up, but it would come up in these game forums.
There you are.
Like they would say, "Oh, it's coming from this, Tales of the Dark or
some bullshit,
tentacle, tentacle
Got
board
it.
game."
Yeah.
Yeah. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
So it would come up in that, but someone like Pete couldn't sift through all that because he's not game oriented.
Yeah.
So I could sift through it and see, okay, like what's coming from Doug and what's something else,
Right.
But so Pete was trying to dredge it out with that system.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But to the point where when she brought up the name Peter Moon to the AI, it instantly brought up spellcasting and Ubosafla and Hurricane Helene.
Well, also it listens to us. It listens to you.
That's true too. Yeah, that's true too. Yes.
So you got to take that into account.
Yes, that's true. AI is listening, and people.
But is there an original feeding of information? So me thinking, oh yeah, somebody's pumping grimoires into it is crazy.
It already has books that, like I sent one to Doug earlier.
Yes, that
correct. Stuff's been on the internet since the 90s when they started scanning all the university libraries.
That's right.
Yeah.
But it's not accessible to the public. It's accessible to this.
Okay.
That's right. When I tried to download it, it gives me one single page. Gives me one single page. Yeah, that's.
So I was hoping Ari could use his connects to maybe get us that book because it's. I won't say it on air what it is, but it's very important.
We'll talk about it with Aristides privately later, and we'll hopefully he can do something about it. We'll find out. But definitely when it comes to our adventure, when we went to the Asian Indian restaurant. Oh my God! I have to say that curry was I should have gone for the lamb chops. I really should have gone for the lamb chops. The goat was all bone. It was really fucking weird. Why would they do that? Why is it all bone, Brendan? What the fuck? It was like a meal.
I don't know. That place was like
Chivo.
the best choice. We should have just went to the Arabs. The Arabs would have got us better.
There you go.
They did.
Thank you. Oh, but tell them about how they served your bread covered under mine. What the fuck is that shit? I mean, you talk about you in a single basket.
They didn't tell us.
It didn't tell us in a single basket.
And then he says, I thought you knew. What do you mean you thought I knew?
No. Oh, and he kept asking again. I was ignored. Not that I'm complaining. I'm just impressed by the fact that I stand out. I stand out like a sore thumb. But like Brendan said, well, they know where you're from. But they were asking Brendan, where are you from? Yeah, and tell him,
like I look like an alien. It's like, how did I not look like I was from SF? That's what I don't understand.
Right?
Yes. That's right.
Like, how did they know? Unless somehow through some kind of weird shit we were led there.
Yes. Yeah. Seriously. Yeah. Well, first we were led there because they knew we were going to check out Wizards and Wands.
The wand shop, which is not a wand shop. It's some kind of front or some kind of weird.
Yeah.
No, tell them the books. Tell the books that were in the window.
Which ones? Yeah. There were many.
Wizards and Wands. These were actual occult grimoire pages. They were like actual pages out of spell books. The spell books themselves.
Beyond that, it was a whole array of shit like Tolkien, Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Different witch and wizard spell books and shit.
Right.
Like from the 80s.
Yeah.
Moon power.
And then there
yeah.
was a storefront, and it was like decorated. Like they must have spent thousands, hundreds of thousands getting this place ready,
Yeah.
and it looked like it was never open.
That's right.
Very
Or that
strange.
had they closed for years.
There was a dragon, like an ornate dragon on top. You know, it was like very odd.
No,
So
on the
some
roof.
kind of money
on
laundry.
the
is
roof,
all
there
I
was
can
a
think.
large ornate dragon on the roof, which it
Yeah.
costs real money to make that rainproof or able to survive
Yeah.
the rain and
Yeah.
the wind.
Yeah.
And of course it was all a real bad sign was the big map of mortar. That's a real bad sign to start with.
Oh yeah, and we walked up, and out of all the fantasy shit they has a map.
Yeah.
It was Mordor,
Oh God.
with like a check mark on it or some kind of like sticker on it, like this is where we want to be.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Something goes on in there late in the
no,
night.
but tell me, it's all gated. It was all like all this trash, and yet it said open for
Yeah.
dancing and all the rest of the shit. And
Yeah, it was strange. It was strange.
drinks, alcohol, dancing, spellcasting.
Yeah, and that's what was weird. It's like you couldn't tell if it was a part of the bar next door or if it was its own thing because it said,
Yeah.
a bunch of weird shit like that.
Yeah, and
Like
then,
non-sequential like activities. It was like
yeah.
it was like dancing, you know, wizardry, like
Yeah.
books, reading, and it was like just like coffee. It was like non-sequential shit that like it's almost like they didn't pick a theme. It was weird. Like wizards and witches, and it was like and it said potions. Like it was a bunch of
Potions.
weird shit.
Potions
Like
for sure.
sequential. Yeah.
Amulets, and talismans.
But it's like, okay,
I mean,
for a place to make money, they could have the theme, but they would have to have an actual product to sell. It was like it just didn't add up.
yeah, no way.
But why go through
That's
the
some
trouble
kind of laundry.
of creating such an ornate front? That was what was so bizarre.
Yeah.
And then of course we went to the Indian restaurant, which was nearby. It
Or
was
what about
close.
the restaurant before it?
Oh yeah, that was closed though.
The
We couldn't go.
condemned-
Yeah,
the
tell them about
condemned
that.
sushi
Yes,
restaurant.
Chinese and Japanese. Yes, Chinese.
Or it said you know, number one sushi, like Ichiban or something, you know, something Japanesey. And then on the door it said, "We have revoked the license, you know, completely defunct." And it like looked abandoned. And then next to it was Chinese writing, and I was telling Doug, no wonder it was shut down. It was a sushi place with Chinese letters. So it was basically just a bunch of Chinese people faking sushi to, you know, for
Yeah.
tourists to come.
Yeah. New suit.
And they were probably filleting, you know, no offense to the Chinese, they were probably filleting a bunch of lizards in the back, saying,
Oh,
it's sea bass.
frogs.
You know, it's sea bass.
Yeah.
I'm tempted to say Brandon
Frog
Young's
legs.
shellless turtles. Yeah, they were deshelling turtles.
Oh, yeah,
and-
you know there were turtles, too, for sure, yeah.
Ooh.
Which that's an actual dish. That's what was so stupid about it.
Mhm.
Is like soft-shelled turtle was an actual dish they used for soup.
Yes,
So for him to
Yeah.
like pull that whole shit up was just so shitty.
yes. He's disgusting. There's,
'Cause it's not like he cared about animal welfare. We
Yeah.
know that.
Of course not. Remember, he was telling Brooke, "I'm hunting," even though he was lying. He was saying that.
Oh,
to
and he
her.
said, "Yeah, I looked them in their eyes and blew their brains out."
That's
yeah,
right.
He was like tormenting her.
Yes, sick fuck.
It's
Such a
like it was still twitching, and I tortured it. Shit. Yeah,
yeah.
he
Now,
literally said.
now the meth head living with her is claiming that shit. I've shot squirrels. I've just like.
Well, she should shoot him. Man.
Yeah, no shit. Don't give her any ideas. I'm sure she wants to. She should. Yes, she
Well,
should.
at this point, in so whatever state she's in, it's legal. You
Yeah,
can just blast them. You think they're gonna ask questions?
Yes.
They're gonna say it was a poor defenseless woman, and he was gone crazy, and we'd seen him go crazy on record, and
Yes,
it just gets
true.
thrown out.
Yes, she really. Just shoot him, Brooke. Just fucking shoot
Yeah.
him. I hope you're listening.
Shit,
Yeah.
if we were there, we would do it. All
Yeah.
you gotta do is walk the door and film them breaking the door, and it's like I heard a 911 call the other that happened recently. It was some lady, her husband was gone, and she was sitting in her house, and this like violent old drunk guy was like breaking into her front door, and the 911 operator said, "We called the sergeant, and he said, defend the place with your life. Do whatever you gotta
Yeah.
do."
Cool.
And so she
Right.
shoots him. She just hits him in the face with buckshot. And she's like, no offense that she's a lady, but it was just like, I wouldn't have even batted an eye. She was like, "Oh, I don't want to have to do this." I would have been like, "All right, I'm going to do this." You know? Like if the sergeant on the phone is like, "Yeah, just go for it," you know, we'll he literally said we'll scrape him up off the road, you know,
cool.
Practically.
All right. Yeah.
Like the 911 operator said, "Yeah, the sergeant said it's cool because you're defending your property, and we'll send an ambulance. Basically, we're going to scrape him off the dirt, so just do it." You know,
it might take us a while to get there. So go ahead.
Well, that's why they said it was cool, because they couldn't get to her house. They said, "Look, it's
yeah,"
and her front gate was sealed.
Yeah.
So he jumped the fence. So it was already like beyond trespassing.
There you
so
go.
It's like, and that's what the dude was doing to Brooke for years.
Yeah, that's right.
You know?
So Brooke just shoot the son of a bitch, and you know, personally, I'd say he tried to rape me and just stab him multiple times because it's more fun.
Yeah, but if he's like, you know, irate, he'll survive through it and kill her.
True.
So you just gotta finish the job.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you just gotta finish the job, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Then put a knife in his hand. So Brooke just shoot him and put a knife in his hand.
Oh yeah, I mean that they wouldn't even ask. Come on, you think it would get to trial, Doug? Come on.
Oh, actually, good point.
They would just pull out his rap sheet and they would just roll down the street, and they would say, "Yeah, you know, she's not innocent, but she's also a woman," you know. But like.
Oh,
yeah.
I love it. That's
yeah.
So so in terms of so we're at this Asian Indian restaurant we stop into. It's
don't even give them that. They were like Nepali. They were like Bengali.
Yeah, you're right. It was something weird.
Not Bengali. What are those Muslims?
It's something weird. They were off. They were off. I mean, they
weren't Indian.
They weren't Indian. Yeah, no, it was definitely.
Nepalese are very good cooks, even in like American diners and stuff.
Yeah, they weren't good cooks. They weren't good cooks. Yeah. No, this was like I said. The curry was like it was all bone. What the fuck?
Yeah. And they didn't give us
chivo.
rice. I was like, "Are you gonna give us rice?" And they're like, "No."
Oh, that's right.
No.
Yo, you got to buy it separately. Got to buy it separately.
Like, how does it not come with rice? You know, but we didn't. You know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, we're big enough not to care. We're big enough not to care. But the worst was the basket.
Yeah.
A single basket with both breads, yours buried under mine. That's some bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
yeah. So if it wasn't for the bread being good, I would have not paid them shit. I would have been like, you know what? Let's go.
yeah. Thank you.
That like saved the bread saved.
Yes. That's.
Was it naan or what?
Yeah, it was just like a type of.
A flatbread.
By the way, you're fading out there. You gotta get back close to the mic or something, Brendan.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Brendan, you're doing fine. No, Holly's doing fine. Okay. I can hear you. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So, but then after that, we go to Japantown, and it's amazing in this economy while it's under construction.
Oh, not only that, it was locked down. The construction had it.
That's right. That's
shut
right. Down. Oh God, we had to go through.
So when
we had to go through walls. They had these set up walls, these temporary walls. So we're walking through it like it's one of those Maze horror films, Maze Runner. It's like Maze Runner and shit.
Yeah, it was like exactly. It was like some kind of sick kind of like alleyway shit. It looked like a defunct alleyway where you get mugged.
Yeah, and the elevators.
I was gonna say
some of the
elevators.
They to save electricity, they turned the lights off in the elevators.
Oh, the elevators had these like old LEDs that were so decrepit. They were like flickering and shit. It was like something out of like, something out of Tokyo Ghoul and shit. You're about to get, attacked by a bloodsucker, and it's like flickering and shit. It's bad when the vampire's like, these are pretty dark. It's like, yeah. And even the people, like the people were like scared to even get on them. You could see the fear in their eyes and shit.
Yeah, I don't blame them. I don't blame them.
Because it like this old rickety elevator, like is like, comes down and it opens and it looks like it's like it looks, like you're gonna get possessed in there. It's dark and dingy. It's like, what the fuck?
And then as soon as the doors open, the security guard is looking at you. That's Brendan.
We get out on one of the floors or we walk up the stairs or something, and this dude's like the security guard looked like he was on meth, but he kept like huffing and puffing and looking right at us, and I'm like, okay, well,
oh God,
at least he's gonna give us directions, you son of a bitch. Because because we're trying to like find some place, and he's just tailing us for no reason. It's like, how sketchy could we have looked when there was that other
Right?
creep, the stand user, floating around? So all the real criminals are just over there swooping food and books while we're getting tailed. It's so insane.
Well, again, like with the restaurant, they were informed about us ahead of time, and you, like you said, the only other thing you can think of.
I mean, I would almost believe that, but it's like how like nothing can be coordinated that good in America. I mean, this is like.
Oh well, we're not talking about. This is the cult of the kings of Edom.
Imagine calling ahead to a security guard. He'd be like fucking like sleeping and shit.
Well, with this network, they've got.
Like when I've had to call at the school they're like, call the security number, don't call 911 first. And so, which is a mistake. Never listen to anyone that says that, because they're going to get you killed. So there's a homeless lady with a dog the dog's going berserk trying to eat people. And then the lady's saying, fuck you, I'm going to kill you and shit. And so I told her, look, you got to get out of here. So I called the security line as she's yelling at me. And the guy, like, I wake him up out of his sleep or off his YouTube video or whatever the hell he was doing. And he's like, what are you calling me for? I'm like, what do you mean, what am I calling you for, you stupid bastard?
This isn't the same.
You didn't call the sheriff?
Is this the same black guy who was sketched out at the other black entity staring through the gates? The fence?
No, that was a contracted security. That was a separate guy.
Okay.
No, that guy was like an actual security guard trying to do his job, and he was scared. Like,
because he saw an entity. Tell him about the entity he saw that's just staring at the wall.
Oh yeah, he saw multiple entities and people that were literally possessed, like being puppeteered by yokai and shit. And somehow he thought I was like, like I don't know if I should take it as a compliment, but he was trying to like get consolation from me.
Everybody runs to you for the occult help. Everybody runs.
But it's like intrinsic. It's like he didn't know me from Adam. I didn't know this guy from Adam. And he said, man, I saw some weird stuff last night. And I was like, yeah, that's why I don't come out here after 10 o'clock. And he's like, no, man, it was really weird, man. It was this black hooded figure, and they were standing up against the fence. So like imagine a fenced in area, like in a corner.
I'm getting chills.
Yeah. So imagine like a black hooded figure just not staring, but like pressed up against the fence, like a fucking like a yokai out of Japanese. That's why I was telling Doug about the show I'm watching with like the yokai and all the things. Right. So this creature, who he just kept saying was a person, he's like, oh, it's some crazy homeless guy, and I'm like, dude.
Out in the middle of nowhere. Tell them how difficult it is for anyone to get to that destination. For a homeless person in particular.
It's like in a sports field that's fenced off on all sides. Like he'd have to walk through the fence, like apparate. Like it was an entity from like one of the kids that who knows what happened here. All the years that. Yeah, and it's funny in Jujutsu
reading the Necronomicon, the little fucker.
Well, then they die and they can't move on. But so years ago I was asking Doug why are all the schools haunted, and he said because it's a fucking vortex for all these negative feelings, torture, pain, hell that they and then they kill themselves there, so it adds even more lost spirits. And so when I'm watching Jujutsu Kaisen, which is a Japanese manga based off of Shinto religion, has Shinto elements. It literally says the most haunted places in human society are going to be hospitals, schools, and things like that.
Jails.
Yeah, that's right. Prisons too.
Yeah, prisons. Yeah, prisons or whatever. Where human negativity is concentrating over time.
We're suffering.
It sprouts like the cursed energy is what sprouts those yokai and different creatures. So
just remember, people die inside in schools. If they're not dying physically, they die inside.
Oh yeah, constantly. So that stuff concentrates.
Yeah.
So that stuff concentrates and creates these entities or whatever.
Or attracts them. Yeah, attracts them. They feed off
and so the security guard, this is not the one on the phone because that guy was useless, but this is like an actual contracted security guard. And he said, man, that was scary. And like, he's like, show me, I'm going to show you a video. And the video wouldn't load. It was all like, like Blair Witch. It was like skipping.
This is
and-
like Ringu.
Ooh.
Remember the movie?
yeah, it was
Ring?
like the ring. Yeah, Ringu. Yeah, it was like the ring. Like the video is all skipping and shit. And he's like, oh, I guess that one didn't come out.
Yeah, no
and then
shit.
so he went to the
Ah.
next one, and then he showed me this like guy that looked like a ghoul. Like he was
Yeah.
like all white, his hair was all white, and he was just walking like zombified, looking for cans. And I was like, dude, that guy wasn't human either, you know. And then the guy was like,
Wow.
oh, you know, trying to laugh it off and all this shit. And so I
Looking
was
for
like, look,
cans inside the double fence at the.
yeah, inside a
school?
locked gate. Yeah. So this guy was
Yeah.
like being ridden by an entity, basically.
Ain't no cans in there.
No.
No.
And so the
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
in the video, I saw in the video the guy's like shining a light on him, saying, "Gotta get out of here, sir. Gotta get out of here." And the guy's like walking, like doesn't unfazed.
Of course.
Mm.
Of course.
So whatever entity
God.
is in there isn't. That's not a guy. That's not the dude. You know, it's
Yeah.
not him.
Right.
Like whatever skin suit you're seeing is not the entity that you're talking to. So,
That's right.
but I tried to tell the guy that I was like, "Oh, that's pretty spooky. You know, this isn't really what you think it is."
Yeah.
And the guy couldn't handle it. Like he almost, he was like, "Oh man, you know, don't tell me that and shit." So he gets,
Yeah.
so he drives
Thanks.
his car. He's like, "Dude, open the gate so I can drive my car in." And he sat the rest of his gig. He sat inside of his car with the lights on, with all
Wow.
the lights on. Lights and everything.
You
know. Yeah. So it was like,
yeah.
you know, so it was like that.
I don't blame him. And
That's
So,
security
anyways, the
for you.
original,
yeah, the original
entity. Well,
security
you
guard or
stand out there
entity,
with
the
all
useless
these-
one you were calling.
Yeah.
What about the useless son of a bitch you were calling?
No, no,
when-
no. The original entity that he saw, the one that
Okay.
was facing the gate.
Yeah.
The hooded
So-
guy.
Yeah, it was a hooded figure,
Yeah.
all blacked out, and so he was like, "Hey, whoever's over there, you got to go. It's closed. It's closed." And then when he turned the lights on, he said it like ran away and jumped over a fence in one leap. And I was like, "Dude, that's not human." I was like, "Dude, that's like."
That
Wow.
should give my
I was
hint
like-
already. Oh God, how could he even think it was a human at that point?
Because he was in denial. It's just denial kicks in. Like, because if you accept that, then you're never going to be able to work that job again.
And you know, seeing really actually magical stuff
Yeah.
does have an amnesic effect and strange effects where
Shit, I wish
yeah,
it did. I'm so fucking sick of it.
you like deny it.
And I'm
Like
oh,
that
God,
couldn't
no,
have
man.
happened, therefore it didn't. Kind of thing.
It's like when a dog tries to attack you and you're like sick of, you know, you don't give a fuck about it, and the dog just
Goes away.
is like wondering why you're not running.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's like it happened. Now I've gotten to that point where like I see shit like that and I'm like, oh fuck, you know, I
Yeah.
don't give a fuck about you, and it like loses power.
Yes.
They like deflate and shit, like because
Yes.
you know yokai and spirits are used to humans like freaking out.
Yes, the fear. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why, you know, I could do what I'm doing right now, walking in the forest in the middle of the
Got it.
night.
Got it.
You know,
Yeah.
and but not that I take it lightly. It's just
Understood.
it's easier. And there's different power levels. Like,
Yeah.
like you can't go up to an S class one
Yeah.
and say I don't believe in you. And no, it'll fuck you up.
Yeah, of course. It's true. It's true.
It
But-
can be geography related, you know, like some places are scarier than others.
Well, by that you mean there's
Because
vortexes.
these aren't ghosts.
Yeah. Well, there's
You
definitely
know, they're actual spirits.
okay.
They're
That's
yokai,
That's a
yokai.
yeah.
big difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or in a Shinto sense, there are spirits, but that's more respectful, and they're not going to harm you because they're simply guardians of their territory. But when it comes to yokai, yes,
Okay.
then it's much more harmful. So that's why you
Yokai
have
are
to
negative
yeah
entities.
disambiguate. And but when it comes
Yeah.
to we were speaking earlier of Skinwalker Ranch, and
Yeah.
I
Oh,
don't.
before you go
yeah.
there, you want to finish the
Oh, by all
the
means.
Hamachi
Yeah, we
town
can
story,
always go
'cause
back
you
to
were in
that.
the middle of it.
Well, actually, I want to know what happened with the woman trying to eviscerate people with her canine, and you call this useless security guard, basically wake him up, or he's jacking off or something, and he's saying, "Call the sheriff."
No, that was
or-
it. That was it. He said, "Why are you calling me?" And I'm like, dude, that's protocol. We were
Yeah.
told to call you. And he's like, "Oh, really?" And he's like, "Okay, all right. Well, just tell her to leave." I'm like, dude, she's trying to kill me,
Yes.
and she has a
Yeah.
dog that is trying to kill me.
Right.
And then that's when he gets all spooked, and he's like, "Fine, I'll call the sheriff." You know.
And did he
So-
call the sheriff?
God.
Did the sheriff ever respond in time, or what the fuck? What happened?
Yeah, they came and shoot her away. They said you can't be here and all that shit. But the guy, the nerve of that guy, he's getting paid more than we are, risking our lives out there, and he says, "What are you calling me for?" Like, and he was ready to hang up the phone.
Oh, it's
and I'm
outrageous.
like, "What do you mean?"
Did you file a complaint about his behavior? You should have.
Of course I did. But he got his karma back because one time the big boss was at our school, right? Like super late at night.
Yeah.
You know, doing like a sneak attack. But I was just shooting the shit with him. I was like, okay, you know, just getting to know the guy. And he's like, all right, well, I'm gonna call this in. And he calls the guy, and it's just the phone's ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing. Imagine the one time your boss is calling in the middle of the night and no one's there.
Yeah.
So he said, oh, okay. You know, and he writes down the time, and he's like, okay, I'll go talk to them in the morning. And so those guys got fired, basically.
Good. Oh, God, that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Or at least reprimanded enough to they put him on the morning shift or somewhere where they could watch him, you know?
Yeah, wow.
So,
which is bad for them. Believe me, that's death. To them, that's death.
Yeah, because he was sitting there on YouTube all day. Yeah.
Holy fucking shit.
So, and get this. So I called him back recently, and he said, oh man, can you actually, you know, you got to go give me all the names of the people there. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, the management came down, and this is literally his words. I'm not paraphrasing or making him sound bad. He said, they're making us work now. We have to take down people's names and make sure the people that are using it are the ones that are on the permits. And I was like, okay. You know, I was like, that's what I've been complaining about for fucking a year, 2 years now.
Yes.
Saying these people are abusing all your permits and all the facilities. And finally they're cracking down on it. And that guy, you know, can you believe that?
Yeah.
They're saying, they're making us work.
Yeah.
They're making us get all this information.
Oh,
and I'm
life's
like thinking
hard.
to myself, good God.
Man, you should have told him. You should have told him your heart bleeds.
Pathetic.
Yeah, my heart bleeds.
I said something sarcastic. I was like, oh man, you know. I was like, but I'm gonna give you so much detail you won't want anymore.
Yeah, cool. Cool.
And so they finally stopped telling me. They were like, yeah, just chill out. And
yeah, there you go. There you go. And
ignore it.
But that was another point about the Indian restaurant was, like you were saying, when you're at the airports, you see those signs in the bathroom. Where are you from? Are you here voluntarily? You remember that shit? The human trafficking signs.
Yeah.
And he was approaching you.
Yeah, so if you go to an airport and you go into the restroom, it'll have this, like, you know, because so much trafficking is happening. Yeah, it'll say.
Yeah. But for our listeners, describe it, Brendan, for our listeners. It's important because...
I am. It was a poster, like a PSA, you know, that says, you know, who are you? Are you traveling with someone? You know, here is the crisis hotline if you are not where you're supposed to be. Are you with your parents? You know, just questions that in a bunch of different languages that if, you know, a child was kidnapped, they would see that, you know, presumably if they were allowed to go to the bathroom by themselves.
Yeah, that's
so it is the best place to put it.
Yeah.
well, you could do what you could do.
Yeah.
So those are in the airports, and it'll ask you, where are you from? You know, how did you get here? You know, what's your name? So that's what that guy at the restaurant was doing. He's like, so where are you from? You know, how far did you travel? He was like asking like weird, obtuse questions like that to see if I was like kidnapped by Doug.
Yeah, by that vampire guy.
Are you his boy toy?
Oh, well, whatever it was, it didn't sound voluntary.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, and it was after that. Oh, tell him about the expensive coffee shop, which had been there. You looked it up.
Oh, it's gone. It's gone. It's totally gone.
Yeah, within months. Yeah.
Well, like you said, who's gonna, even in San Francisco, who's gonna buy $100 mug of coffee? There's no one out there that'll do that.
But how were they insane enough to even open that? What could have?
Well, when I looked at it, they had normal coffee, but it was just maybe it was too far away from the central district. They can, you know,
something.
I don't know.
Yeah, it was odd.
Or it was just a money laundering.
Maybe it was a ketamine, tech bro laundry.
Yeah, some shit like that. Tell me about the federal building. What it was like, the whatever feeling you had about the Philip Burton Federal Building.
I mean, what about it? It was cool.
Yeah. But we'll tell people about the, basically as a skateboarder, it was like they made it for skateboarders just to deny them.
I actually called. Well, not called, but I talked to in person one of my skateboarding friends, and he said, "Yeah, that's like, it's a famous spot," and I recognized it immediately because they had programmed it into video games. That's how famous of a skateboarding spot it was.
Got it.
And they literally have rails. It's like bizarre. They put like flat bars, it's called in skateboarding, like just into the concrete. It's like almost like they made it for skateboarders. It was strange.
Yeah.
But
like
then
a
on the
skate
outside
park.
it says it is a federal offense to skateboard here. It's like almost some kind of weird taunt.
Yeah. And the rivets, of course, which would cause injury if you tried to skateboard. So they riveted.
Well, the skate blocks were all removed. Like they removed strategic ones so you could still hit it.
Interesting.
So
okay.
it was complete. The blocks were just
cosmetic.
It's like putting glitter on something.
Okay.
Yeah,
got it.
They don't actually work.
Interesting. Okay.
You can still hit it. You can still go over them. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. But definitely, I was explaining to him how there was the bunker underneath and all the rest of that. So it was just, and we were able to park. We parked on federal property because the street was kind of blocked off. It was weird, right? It's like, there's no homeless. The street's blocked off. But first thing Brendan noticed was how fat everyone was coming out of the federal building. Tell that they were all like hippos and shit.
Oh, they were like, oh my god. I was like, that's the kind of job I want. Shit. Oh, they're coming out looking like that. All they're doing is eating food in there. You know, they're getting like catering and going. There was like a bunch of restaurants, like fat people restaurants. Like there was like Chinese and then kebabs, and it was like the most like worst restaurants as far as health goes. And they were all they were all open in like the most expensive part of the city, so you know they were making money.
Oh, they were floating off the federal work.
Yeah, so there you go.
So we
and then 2 blocks down for the smart people there was the organic shop, but you had to walk there.
That's right.
Yeah,
into a semi-dangerous neighborhood. No.
Yeah. Well, the whole place, I would argue, is dangerous.
Yeah, it's all dangerous. It's all very dangerous. Matter of fact, tell them how sad it was. The Hastings Law School closing down with the ads all over the city.
Oh yeah. We drove by, and I was like, this place. You know, they had banners like ad copy saying, "Come to the most prestigious school," like, and it said School of Law, School of Justice, and then I was like, well, why are there all these moving trucks and security guards? And Doug's like, they had to shut down because the students were getting mugged just walking to their dorms.
Yeah. Raped, assaulted, mugged, killed. A few of them. Yeah.
And the characters we saw out there, right when he said they're moving, I was like, yeah, no wonder. Look at there was like some crazy looking homeless guys, like huge dudes, like cracked out chicks, and he had like one strip shaved off of his head instead of like a normal haircut.
Like a warning.
A
warning. Yeah, just one strip shaved off. Like he was testing out the shaver. Like, let me just test it out. Yeah, he ran it across his head.
And then I just walked outside like that. So these people are absolutely loonies. And they're bad if they've removed all the other homeless, like the docile ones. So the ones that are left are just straight up going to kill you.
Oh yeah.
So
And I noticed that they're coming into this neighborhood now. They're coming into my neighborhood on Russian Hill. So it's like they've been migrating. It was absolutely
because the new mayor, they took out the black lady and they brought in the dude.
Yeah.
And he wants to prove that he's fixing it.
Oh God! And tell people about his stupid little alley display where he's in my neighborhood, right where our man Aaron Tice and I were at in the Tenderloin.
Oh, he was on Turk Street.
Yeah, on Turk Street where I was raised. Yeah, tell about.
He does all this social media shit, and he like, to prove that he's cleaning up the city, and he comes out and he says, we did a raid this morning with the San Francisco Police Department. 96 violent, morbidly violent felons with huge criminal records rounded up. And it was like, I was like, oh, okay, so this is what, the month? The year? And he said, just today.
Just today.
Like, holy shit.
Just today.
And it was right there on like Turk and something.
Yeah.
Pretty much, right there and right off of the Tenderloin. They specifically said Tenderloin. and
Right.
it was like one intersection, and I'm like thinking 96
On
criminals
one
in
corner.
on one city
Right.
block.
They must have
That's
been
just, like,
passing out free cigarettes. Go.
yeah, like how did they do that? It was just shocking. And then everything Doug has said, and anyone who's been in the Tenderloin knows that that's unfortunately a real statistic.
And it's
Like
just a
you
spit
said,
in the
they were just
ocean.
waving.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were just waving. Yeah, like free drugs.
Yeah,
and then all these people came out of the high rise.
Yeah.
And then the cops were just like, knocking them on the head, putting them in the paddy wagon, like something out of a Flintstone cartoon or something.
That's it. Well, the free cigarettes one would have worked as well. You wouldn't even need to go to drugs. Just free
anything
cigs.
for free. Anything for free. You just say free something, and then. And obviously, it was like 100%, catch rate because they were all had warrants. And he made a point. It wasn't just like some, shoplifter. These were like real hardened criminals and shit.
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah. Hardcore felons. Yes. These are like not misdemeanor criminals. These are like not petty. No.
No, these weren't petty. So
yeah.
that's what's going on right where.
And that's pretty much
The federal
population
building.
based. No, that's pretty much a population base. But yeah, it's near the federal building. It's in
Turk
walking
Street,
distance. Yeah, Turk Street. Which, by the way, it's one of the fronts of the federal building is Turk Street, I believe. One of the blocks, which or it's so damn close.
Yeah, but the Tenderloin part's like away from City Hall a little bit. It's not
just a little bit. Yeah, but it's close
like
enough.
there's
City Hall
the
itself.
Asian Art Museum and behind it. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
close. But
But I was showing him where the mass grave was. That I said, see this part of City Hall, it's all clear and it's nothing but a grove of trees.
Yeah, and it was bizarre. The bizarre synchronicity. Do you remember what happened when we pulled up?
Oh, I'm trying to remember. I remember I showed you. We were wondering who the hell Star King is, and I even went to a school where Star King was, and I said, "Who the fuck?" And we found him, the sarcophagus. Yeah. I said, "Holy shit! It's the guy who founded the first Unitarian Church, who the kids disinterred from his sarcophagus and hung his skeleton out like a Halloween prop on Halloween."
What the hell?
A number of years ago. I
never heard that story.
What else happened with the?
Who's in the mass grave?
Well, they're no longer there. They disinterred them all to relocate them to the city of the dead. What is that, Carmel or something?
Yeah.
Well, it was
Carmel?
Yeah, I can't remember. Where is it again? What's that city that all the dead
just
people
south with the it's all cemeteries.
No, yeah, it's this one city is nothing but cemeteries. It's like 90% of the population is dead.
I forget the name.
Yeah, it's
you can see it from the highway.
Yeah, and
isn't that one scene where in Dirty Harry where he's at the end like looking at the city? Is that place?
I can't. You can't see the city from that place. That place is too far away from the city where you could see the city from it. But he's probably looking at the city from Presidio. That would make sense. He's in the Presidio Cemetery where we.
Oh, maybe actually.
Yeah,
maybe actually because it looks like that.
Yeah, but the other place is. Let me see where if I can find it. Where San Francisco
I used to know.
Is dead. Yeah, but that's where they took them all. They were all prostitutes and 49ers. What did we see at what point that remind me when
so we pulled up, we almost we got stuck in that weird blockade of traffic.
Yeah.
Then I had to like do that crazy maneuver and those people were behind us, so I just we stopped in front of the mass grave thing.
Yeah.
And then the second we stopped, then it's Hail to the Chief is playing.
That's right. Oh fuck! It was like Trump was there.
Yeah, it was bizarre.
Yeah.
And I was like, and it was a wedding party, but we were like thinking, why are they playing Hail to the Chief? Like, is that a wedding song?
It was absolutely bizarre. Coma.
Yeah, it wasn't the wedding variant. It wasn't the wedding variant where they're walking down the aisle and it's like tempo.
It was like I was expecting armored limousines. That's what. Yeah, it was the.
So it was bizarre.
Yeah, really. Yeah, who's here? Obama?
Coma, by the way. Coma's where all the graves are. Coma. That's it.
Coma.
Yeah, it's like something like 95% or more of the people in Coma are dead. Yeah. All its population is the dead. But when it comes to this one sarcophagus in the middle of all that traffic, and like Brendan says, it must have been a peaceful place once when the guy was buried, but now he knows no rest. It's nothing but nonstop traffic.
Oh, sad. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, tell them about. You saw Caroline
What is it?
Tower.
The grave on a traffic island?
Yeah, tell her that. It's like it's
Yeah,
practically it's the first
They
Unitarian
have those
church.
in Jersey. Yeah,
Well, yeah,
crazy.
it's
The founder of
yeah,
the Unitarians.
church.
I don't know
Yeah,
anything
it's like
about him.
it's like the back lot of the church, but it's like on this intersection type thing. So it's
Yeah.
just constant traffic.
Yeah,
And the poor guy, the poor guy's just
poor
sitting
guy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
just left it all.
like I said, he
Well,
got
his spirit's long gone, but his remnants are there.
yeah, but he got California to side with the Union. So
Yeah,
I guess
because it
it's
wasn't
karma.
like he was an atheist.
What's that, honey?
He'd be in trouble if he was an atheist.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Oh, he'd become.
Then he really would be stuck there,
be able to
motherfucker.
sleep.
Yeah, hungry ghost.
Oh god, but
That's right.
that reminds me of that scene in what was it? Nazis at the Center of the Earth. It was that movie which has
Oh,
basically.
God.
By the way, my favorite portrayal of Josef Mengele is in that film. Where he's in Antarctica. He's actually in Unterland, and then when all these scientists from Antarctica find their way into Unterland. And he confronts them, and he sniffs at one of them, literally sniffs, and says, "You're a Jew." And the guy says, "No, I'm not religious." And then he blows him away, and that's when I told the Blood Boys, "I bet he wishes he was now." Yeah,
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah. So that was that supposed to be a parody, or was that like an actual dialogue?
It's an actual dialogue in the film. It's a silly film, but it's just a.
But it's
fun
supposed
film.
to be a joke. It was supposed to be.
No, it's not a joke. It's a serious part of the film. I mean, if you take the film seriously, it's a serious part of the
Right.
dialogue.
That's pretty funny.
The funniest part, actually, aside from that, is they try to use the Chinese girl's spinal tapped genetic fluids. I forget what it's stem cells. They extract stem cells from her spinal column to try and reanimate Hitler from a Chinese girl, which is like,
there you go.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting.
The opposite of what they did to make you.
Yeah. Well, tell about Caroline Tower. The impression you had of that block. It was.
Oh, it needed to be detonated. I don't know why they kept it around. And it was so weird. It was like they said that it said on the front, right, like units for sale, but it was like it was so decrepit that it was like you could see the mold in the windows and shit. And it was like, how are they selling any of these? Even if you renovate like the nicest top floor shit, it's gonna like be full of mold in a month.
That's right.
So it was just so weird. Yeah.
It's not like that, but
And they're probably getting $3,000 for a 1-bedroom.
Oh, at least. I
Hey,
think they're
it
charging
was like-
them 6 or more, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah, this was like these
God.
were like penthouses because they were like the way it was set up. They would have probably had to make it like the entire floor a house because it was so huge, so weirdly set up.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
So it would have to be like a huge unit, like spanning half the building to make it a proper house or something. It was very strange looking.
Yeah, and but that's where my sperm was kept, was on the top floor, and because it was built to be a hospital originally, and then they.
I was going to say it must be repurposed. Yeah.
Yeah, it was repurposed from being a hospital, and so it had
Got
the
it.
backup generator, which was the whole block. It covered, and then it built like a hospital with that redundancy system. But then they blew out all the generators, and all the sperm died, and the entire sperm bank that was situated on the top floor went out of business after that. But that's where my mother kept Hitler's sperm for a long period of time, or long enough so that my sister and I could be born. So in a sense, I was born in that bizarre Caroline Tower in San Francisco. But it's so aside from that, the entire nature of the day. Again, tell them we saw Nemo's section. So first off, we go inside, and all these people were going to the manga store, the Kinokuniya, and it was all manga now. It used to have other kinds of art books, but it was all manga anime, I would call it. Well,
the top floor was the normal books.
That's right.
Remember?
That's right.
So we went to the basement manga section because the otaku
dungeon.
get banished.
Yeah.
The otaku get banished to the bottom floor. And then we go in the back where there's hundreds, like thousands of people in there.
Yeah.
And there's this corner section that no one's at. and I like get closer and closer, and it's not hentai, it's yaoi, ichi, like the degenerate shit. Like it's not just normal hentai, it's like pure, nasty shit. Like
young boys.
No one wants to deal with.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Both yaoi is the lesbian version, so it's like it's like the most degenerate shit you could get, and everyone's like gasping and saying, "Oh my god," like walking, retching as they go there. And I was telling Doug, I was like, "Doug, come over here. This is the shit that Nīhō had on his laptop or whatever his computer that he wouldn't show us."
Oh, it took up a whole hard drive. So much. It took up so much. He had to like get a second hard drive or some shit, or move what he had. Right? He had to like.
Well, he insinuated it. He wouldn't reveal anything. He just insinuated that.
Oh shit.
And I was like, "Can you, open it?" And he's like, "Oh no," and he like changed the subject.
Well, when
he so heinous. Yeah.
He showed it to Aristides. I don't know if this was intentional or not, but when he was showing Aristides, look at my new computer and showing off, Aristides said that was what was on the screen, was that kind of pornography. So I think he has it on so often, Nīhō does, that he didn't even consciously realize he had it on while he was showing Aristides his new computer. Just think, oh, here's my new computer. Well, isn't that bizarre?
Oh yeah, no, it was there. It was just like he was trying to be like you. It was just like part of the screen. That's where he got the idea from.
What a dope. So he was using my lifestyle. He was using my lifestyle as a cover story. What a prick. What a stupid prick.
Like, he felt validated because you had it.
Well, I don't have that kind of porn, but I do have porn that I change.
I don't know, it's pretty bad. That's what you have, pretty bad.
Yes, it's set to change every minute. So I set it to change
just
every minute.
Because you have a backstory doesn't mean it's better. Because like I saw some heinous shit, and then Doug's like, "Oh, but this is, I was using this for reference." I'm like, "No, you weren't."
Yeah. No, what I told you
the
was
microphone.
No, what I did tell you was that I was illustrating before I was of legal age to even buy pornography. I did illustrate all kinds of porn, including Sado porn, and animal fantasy porn, and child porn. Because all of this you could sell in San Francisco legally. They could not send anyone, either the producer or the consumer, to jail for illustrations. I don't know if those laws have changed. I know they've worked hard to change those.
Speaking of the guy that was making the Disney, you remember the guy way in the 70s making the Disney, like the lewd illustrations of Disney and shit? He was working at the San Francisco Chronicle.
Oh,
and he had some kind of contract.
Yeah.
He had some kind of contract where they couldn't fire him. They couldn't get him to stop. And so he, if he were to get fired or quit, they would have his whole they would take his his illustrations as property of the newspaper. So he started making like these Disney lewd ones of like, insinuating Disney characters. So when he finally quit, so when he finally quit, they said, just take your fucking shit with you because we don't want to get sued by Disney.
Right,
so he thought he'd won, and then Disney sued him later, and then they created this whole issue, right, of parody. But then the feds sided with him because he was probably one of Q's people. Yeah. And they said, oh, it's parody, so it's legal to make these children's cartoons.
No, that's true. That's true. As a matter of fact, that's the term that's used in all pornography that they produce that has a spin or is directly derived from a extant franchise. So if you go on YouTube and you want to see the Bundy family, meaning not Ted Bundy, but Al Bundy, married with children, except they're all fucking each other.
R. Crumb.
Crumb. Yeah, of course, that's who it was. Yeah, Crumb. Well, Crumb
Dan Nadel, this guy.
Yeah, Dan Nadel. Okay, yeah, that's all Q ultimately.
No, Crumb is the guy's name.
Yeah, there you go. Well, Crumb's...
Dan Nadel is the sycophant that wrote his biography.
There we are. Because
curator. Yeah, I'm sure he's a curator.
Yeah, he's a curator. He's a curator.
Here, wading into Crumb's psyche. It's like, come on, you don't want to do that. This is the most profound and influential artist. It's like this shit was smut. This was like smut shit. And he was just making comics. Yeah. Well,
in all fairness, Crum was a pervert to the point where he was facing felony charges, not just for his art, but for assault. So he was on buses and literally humping women who then pressed charges, that sort of thing. But that being said, his talent as an illustrator myself, the only reason that I have a soft spot for him is from a professional sense, because he actually would do things like I would do. He would like sketch telephone poles or various objects, and people would ask, why are you sketching a telephone pole? And he says, well, I want to integrate it into my comic storyboard later, and it's very hard to find pictures or illustrations of telephone poles, so you got to do it personally. You got to go outside and sketch one and then bring it home. So it was like,
Disney's completely scrubbed this guy. Like the Dan O'Neill, I think this is Dan O'Neill.
That
the guy from
it sounds
the
familiar.
newspaper.
It sounds familiar. That makes sense. It sounds familiar. That's, and again, that they're all Q-affiliated, as I was in my own way.
But Disney's so pissed that you can't even find it on Google anymore.
Oh yeah, no, they'll do that. But nevertheless, the parody won in court of law, and like I said, if you want to find like Flintstones fucking, but they're actors, of course, but they're more like parodying the cinema version of Flintstones as opposed to the cartoon. Or the Bundys, like I said, married with children, except they're all fucking each other. It's not Christina.
There was a term for it.
Parody. They use the term parody. Is the
not
term
parody, but I mean, at least
it was Dan O'Neill.
You know.
Oh, Rule 38.
There was
what is it? Rule 32. Rule 32.
Not fanboy, but
yeah.
There was a one word, and I can't remember it because it's everywhere. I mean, Star Trek to Barbie and Ken. It was a big boom.
Well, they
in that
used
era.
to call it Rule 34. If it exists,
something.
Well, if it exists, there is porn of it. But wait, you're thinking fans only?
Yeah.
Fans only?
No. I'm for a specific term. For adapting this copyrighted shit into
fandom,
fantasy.
I
can't remember it, but it was real. I don't know how to look it up. Sorry to interrupt, but you were rolling.
No worries. No. It's I mean, maybe someone will remember it. It's
if somebody can.
What exactly are you guys
There's a term for like picking up Star Trek or Barbie and Ken or any kind of copyrighted material
and
for
pornographizing
kids or not.
Yeah, and pornographizing
and turning it into porn. Yeah. Fan romance or
parody or fan.
I'm saying.
Talking about fan fiction.
Okay, yeah, that might be it. Fan fiction.
But that's
fan fiction's not porn. It can be.
Yeah.
It can be.
Then it's the wrong term. But it generally was.
Well, most of what I saw of fan fiction was generally almost like Harlequin level pot boiler romance. But
yeah. But I mean, plenty sexy.
Yeah, it could be.
There was the hardcore.
Oh yeah,
there was the hardcore.
Well, at that point, I think they just called it Rule 34, which is if it exists, there is porn for it. That would be what they called it.
Okay.
Yeah. But that being said, so when we were, like I said, we were in the Kinokuniya bookstore, and what was interesting...
Which was packed.
You're saying. Yes.
And it's fascinating. Now, we're talking a small front urban retail store that actually is making money.
Well, it's highly specialized niche product, but
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but Brendan, tell them you can't find any. Yeah, you could. You know why, Brendan? Tell her you couldn't find any of this stuff online. It's or a lot of it you can't find online.
Oh. No, it's the only place. It's the only place in the United States you can get that stuff outside of LA. At the other.
That's why I love big urban cities because there's still some freaky ass stuff going on. And not in a terrible way.
It was just stuff that is published in Japan that you can't get even
right.
online.
I mean, I'm saying unique. There's still unique remaining in the big cities. If you know where it is.
It's
and it requires a big city.
But
for that certain kind of unique.
This brings it to the point where we sat down. It was basically because of myself. I was well, I was emotionally just devastated. When Brendan said, "Do you want to go looking for Helsing?" I said, "No," because I was just feeling. For those of you who don't know, Brendan, you can explain it. You can explain the Helsing phenomenon and how it was interesting. We did not see that.
Oddly, that was the one thing that was missing from that store.
Yeah, isn't that bizarre? Isn't that bizarre?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it couldn't have been like, oh, it was too lewd. It was like, no, they had straight up porn.
Yeah.
Like,
In the store. And,
Yeah.
and so, yeah.
I think maybe it was probably in there. We just weren't in the right section. Because there was a horror section. We just didn't really explore it.
Yeah, we were kind of looking around, though, and we did see plenty. And obviously, I was so impressed.
And I noticed
but
most of them outside of, in the main sections, like that, like the promo wall we were on, with all the artist stuff. That was all current manga. That was they weren't putting stuff that was out of print there. It was all current.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Though there was Evangelion was there, and that's kind of older.
They're still that guy's still making manga.
Okay.
Believe it or not, he's still alive.
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean it's a bit of a shock because he was suffering from clinical depression. Yeah, no, they're old. These guys are old. Many of them.
It's like they work themselves to near death, but they can't stop. Even when other mangakas will like pull them out of their state, and they'll still be addicted. Like they have such a crazy work ethic that it'll kill them if they stop.
Right. You remember what I told you about Revolution Radio and the manageress there, and the Appleseed story? Do you remember my talking about that, Brendan, or not?
Not really.
Okay, I'll talk about that
probably
in a moment.
Bleached. It's probably bleached.
But I'll tell you about that in a second. But first, when Brendan and I I was beginning to feel devastated. It was psychological because of my past, which I've already explained to Holly earlier while you had to take that call. I explained about how I was trying to get into Japanese animation, essentially the manga, really. And how all of that was bringing a lot of those memories back, and it was just emotionally devastating. But there was this exhaustion that really was creeping in as well. And I said, we've got to sit down and get out of here for a while so I can breathe. So when we went outside...
Now we know why.
Yeah.
We're being tailed by a stand user, but anyway.
Yes. And so when we went outside, all the seats were taken. Every table was taken. Only the steps had this kind of instep to them that nobody was sitting on because it's part of the steps. And Brendan said, that's part of the steps. I said, I don't give a shit. So I sat on it. And Brendan sat down next to me. We're practical people. But the moment we got up, this hybrid coon creature.
Well, we went back in and then came out.
Yeah. This hybrid coon creature was sitting on where we had been sitting. Like, just planted himself there, rooted himself there, staring at us with great malevolence. And
we sat down at a different bench, and he turns around.
Yeah. There you go.
It was very odd.
Yeah. And
well, it was still warm from your ass.
That was still warm from my ass. Yes. As soon as we got up, obviously he had sat down there to soak up our essence. And we felt it. it. Oh my God. Matter of fact, do me a favor and, I'll get back to the Appleseed thing later. Remind me about that. For those of you who don't know, that was the name of a very pivotal manga. I believe it became an anime at some point. Maybe I'm wrong, but it was certainly a pivotal manga, which is a comic book in English, which of course in Europe and Asia, they don't have this
graphic novel.
Yeah, it's graphic novel. They don't have this condescending nature. In fact, the very term comic makes it sound stupid. So you graphic literature.
Comic is different. If we're being.
Yeah. Thank you. It's a storyboard.
Picky. For being picky.
Thank you. It's literature in a storyboard format. And it's respected, deeply respected in Asia and in Europe, where in Asia in particular, they write entire novels in that format, storyboarded format, what Americans would call extended, super lengthy comic books in their ignorance. But
manga.
Yeah, so these manga, Appleseed was a pioneering cyberpunk manga. And it of course, it had sexual tension, between a human female and a man who had once been human, who had been literally blown away in combat, and yet he was so valuable and had so much combat experience that they did their best to recycle what they could of him. And basically they took the core center of his brain. I forget exactly what it was. We could look it up. Appleseed Briareus part of brain, which brain it was, and we'll see if we can get that info here. Appleseed Briareus brain stem, or brain part, and let's see what it gives us. Okay, Briareus, his original brain has been relocated to somewhere in his chest. Anyhow, but it was a specific part of his human brain. They're not giving it to me right away. But 40-year-old human male suffered massive injuries during a world war, was saved with imminent death by grafting. His let me see. But anyhow, he's named after the mythical character, the 100-armed Titan, Briareus Hecatoncheires. And but when it came to Briareus, it was that specific part of his brain. This is what makes it so eerie. The manageress over at Revolution Radio had a boyfriend who was so enamored of this manga, he took on the name. He legally changed his name to Briareus Hecatoncheires. And so that was his name on his ID card. And she was older, so this would be like the last boyfriend she could realistically get, because she was no longer attractive. Let's just put it that way. But when it came to, it was, I almost feel like I was there. She described it so intensely that it was shortly after I was speaking to him. I spoke to him a few times. He was very friendly. And of course, he spoke Japanese, but he was white. He's a white guy. I never even got to see what he looked like. But I always pictured him to be some god-awful nerd to have taken that turn in his life where he would do something like that. But he died screaming in agony so loud that it woke the neighbors. It was hit that part of the brain that was recycled and reanimated in the comic book character literally melted in his brain the night he died. He had some kind of incredible cerebral, I don't know what you'd call it. It wasn't a stroke. It was some kind of condition. Hemorrhage. It's more akin to like a stroke. It's just for some reason that part of his brain literally physically dissolved, and he was conscious and feeling it all the way through and screaming in agony, and that's how he died. Isn't that bizarre? Isn't that beyond bizarre?
Yeah.
In other words, the part of the brain that the character whose name he took that was saved and grafted into a cyborg was the one that melted in him. Alive while he was alive, and aware of it all the way. Just there you go with that. So we've lost Brendan, which is a real pain in the ass because I want to take a piss. So Holly, you can talk by yourself, right? While I do that,
Hell no. No.
Don't think so lowly of yourself. Aristides, are you with us, Aristides? Yeah. Oh, he's back. Brendan's back.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'm
did
back
you
just for a moment though?
Oh, well, can you hold
right,
it?
then
It was
run in peace.
psychosomatic. It was a psychosomatic.
Okay. Okay.
Something.
Oh my God. So
Mm.
did you hear what I said about Briareus, or was it something else that I
Yeah.
said? Okay. So is that bizarre? How do you explain that?
Oh.
I said psychosomatic.
There you go. Okay, I get it.
It just.
I
it
thought
just
you meant what had
manifested
happened
'cause-
to you. I thought you meant something that happened to you
No.
off the phone. Okay.
But there might have been magic in the book.
Yeah. Can you hold the stage
So,
with Holly for a few minutes while I take a
please.
piss?
No, I'm in a shop. I'll
Oh,
return.
see
Okay.
that?
Well, can
But Holly's got it.
I can
No,
hold
I don't.
I can hold it till you get out of the
You
shop.
gotta feed me. I mean, something to talk about. Shit. My AI is smoking. after all the stimulation. And I ain't getting enough water and coal to keep me going.
Troy Bellamy says, peace to the DD verse. I'm listening. School started last week, so I got to get beauty rest. I'll try Wednesday to chime in. So
Get on 5 minutes. So
get
he
on
can
for 5
pee,
minutes,
for God's
Troy.
sake.
Troy, come on
Please,
for 5
Troy,
minutes.
please, you and me, baby.
Please, Troy. Please, just a few minutes. Come on. You're on the call. Jump on bandwidth, please, so I can relieve myself.
Yeah, it's a crisis.
Yes. Oh my God.
I mean, alone, for fucking get about it. You should put on some music.
And give me a second
Oh
here.
God, don't you have a teacup?
Oh
I'm
my
sorry, I'm
God.
gonna be merciless. I would do it.
I've done that
It's
before.
not as easy for me.
It pissed in
Yeah.
my teapot, but that I don't have the pot with me right now.
Damn it.
Life
You're
is like
bugging
that.
me because I was just edging out.
Yeah. Oh my
What the
God.
hell were you guys? Why did Skinwalker Ranch come up?
Oh well, you
Of
can
all
talk
things.
about that while I relieve myself. Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah, you can.
I would have had to hear the front of it. but-
Yeah. Well, it's Troy's on. Oh, thank God! I love you, Troy. Oh my God, let me bow. I bow before Troy.
Thank you, Troy. Thank
Oh my
you.
God.
Go pee me
Okay.
for Troy.
Okay, so Troy, anything you want to tell me before I go relieve myself?
No, man. I was just listening to y'all. I'm trying to learn more about this manga and the anime. My students are all in the anime,
Cool.
and some of them probably would even
Recognize.
talk my ears off about manga.
Yeah.
But I've seen it, and I was just listening to the explanation of it being like performance. I mean, literal descriptive art. I mean,
Yes.
or literature.
Yes, graphic literature.
Okay,
Right,
Yes.
both.
Yeah, storyboard. In movies, they first put the film in comic book format for
Right,
action
right.
films and science fiction, and they call it storyboarding. So it's just storyboarded literature or storyboarded.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm gonna go mute. I'll be back in a few minutes. And thank God for Troy Bellamy. Love you dearly.
Thank
I really
God.
appreciate it, Troy. And Holly and you have got this. I'll be right back in just a few minutes. And
All right.
okay, and complain about Florida.
Thank you.
God, you've got so much to complain about. Take advantage of this time. Just vent and cathart a little bit. I'll be back. Okay.
All right. Well,
Yes, whatever you want to talk about, Troy.
I see that my state and being the educator is tough.
Yeah. Oh
has
boy.
approved the use of Prager University. This guy
Oh,
is
corporate.
kinda like
yeah, Inc.
and he's around here basically spreading the whitewashed version of history. So as
Yeah.
I don't know what the purpose is for. I mean, history is history. And I mean, if you look back at some of the things that happened in human history, they haven't all been great, but it's part of history. You learn about
Right.
it so you don't repeat those same mistakes.
That's
and what
right.
they want to do, I mean, this guy's literally creating content for kids that whitewashes everything. Like literally, they played a clip of like a cartoon Christopher Columbus going
Oh,
back
boy.
in time and talking to certain people, and literally is like, slavery is something that went on all over the world in every civilization.
Everybody did it. Yeah.
And,
right.
And when it comes down to America, it seems like slavery was a better option than dying. So I don't see what the problem
man.
is. It's like, come on, man. Are you serious?
Yeah.
That sounds like
They
that
took
sound like-
care of us. Oh
Yeah.
shit.
the most
Oh.
racist person in the world trying to justify and explain why they thought slavery was good, and
And
Did
I'm
they-
sorry to say it, but they're making gigantic money doing this.
well, yeah, they got 10 states.
Gigantic.
There are 10 states.
Oh, gigantic. Countless.
education have approved the use of this Prager
Wow.
University garbage.
Prager.
Florida is one of them.
Okay. Yeah.
Oklahoma,
Wow.
should have heard this guy, this little wimpy nerd from Oklahoma. I guess he's a state rep or something. And he was talking about, I guess he's a teacher, but he was talking about how he's used it in his classroom as a supplement. It's not the entire curriculum, but we used the Prager videos as a supplement to teach about certain points in history. I'm like, if that's how you teach Christopher Columbus, man, that's crazy.
It makes them feel better. The kids are all freaking out and twitching, but it calms them down. Jesus.
But I mean, but the fear is, and again, this is all fears. The fear is that some kind of way you're gonna make white people feel bad, extra bad about all the stuff that happened. Nobody wants revenge, but again, you got to know what the past was so you don't repeat it. Because all this stuff that these people are advocating for is the same stuff from slavery times. It's like, wait a minute, we don't want to go through this again. Just like
and so the more they clamp down, the more pissed off people get, because they're rational,
right?
But they never get a fair hearing about why the hell they're so pissed off.
And you're referring to who being pissed off?
Everybody that doesn't buy the white bread version of history.
Yeah.
Right?
No,
anybody.
I don't think people are. I mean, you know, and that's the whole thing about the woke movement. It's a lot of stuff.
Okay, I'm back. What's this about the woke movement? What, tell us.
No, we were just talking about different states that have approved the use of Prager University materials.
Yeah. Trademarked, corporate. It's a big, like Troy said, a big new corporate.
Well, Prager's right wing.
Curriculum.
Prager is a right wing think tank for all of the
right wing.
Yeah, assholes.
Well, now he's saying they're running the schools in 10 states.
Yeah. It's so they're taking over the curricula. Is this what's going on?
No, they're not. They're not taking it over, but the 10 states have approved the use of Prager University materials to teach history.
Oh my God!
I was telling, there's a video. You got to go online. I'll see if I can find the link to it.
Sure,
and
please.
Put it in the chat.
Yeah.
But there's a link where basically they draw this cartoon. We were talking about manga.
Yeah.
And anime. They draw this cartoon where Christopher Columbus is going back in time and he's talking to people about slavery. He's like, slavery is something that has happened. Oh, and he's using Spanish accent. Spanish slavery has happened all over the world, from here to there. And when I came to this country, it is
what a mascot.
And then he goes, slavery was better than death. So I don't see what the problem is. I'm like, literally.
Are they pushing this? Are they actually pushing this as a viable perspective?
10 states have signed up for their packages.
That's outrageous.
Well, all those like Thomas Sowell and all these people, they all say that.
Oh my fucking God!
Everybody benefited.
Yeah,
Thomas Sowell is a traitor
for the economy.
Thomas Sowell is a traitor
for all of us.
Of course it was. No.
Yeah.
Again.
Well, he was saying it was good for the blacks. He was saying it's like he said he's black himself. He said it was good for us. It boosted the economy so we could thrive.
God! Oh my God!
And guess who was pushing this shit, Doug? Guess who kept telling me to
actually?
Who?
Yeah, not my fucking uncle.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say. I thought you were gonna
Clarence Thomas thinks this. Clarence Thomas has said this.
Oh my God! I thought
he's their
Google
guru.
that shit.
I thought Brendan was gonna tell me it was the black guy who went to Russia that went ballistic on the radio
No,
show.
Alex is smart enough not to fall for that. No.
He's not so smart. He's a black guy who went to Russia. We know something happened to him there.
I'm trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
No.
So Troy, what?
I don't even want to go to Russia.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there you go.
What about the guy that went? I told Doug about the guy that went there.
Yeah.
He took his kids and his wife there.
Oh yeah, tell him about that. This white guy says, "Oh, it's too woke here in America. We're gonna go."
He said,
"Oh
he
boy,
said they were pushing gay shit on my kid, so I took my wife to Russia." And then they lied to him and they said, kids. "Okay, we'll let you keep."
Yeah.
What?
His kids too. He brought his whole family.
Yeah, he
to
took
Russia.
his whole family, and then now the family's crying, saying, we can't talk to him. He's on the front line in Ukraine. And they won't let him phone home. He's probably already dead. The guy. But they told him you're gonna be a mechanic in the army because you were a welder in the States. So that's what they signed him up for. And then the second he gets there, they take his passport, put his kids in the house, whatever house they rented, and they said, "You're going to the front line." And he said, "This isn't what I signed up for." So he's trying to call the State Department, and they said, "You gave up your citizenship when you joined the Russian army. Can't help you."
Oh man! Oh, so Troy,
the Putin meat grinder.
Wait, what's your opinion on that?
Video.
And then I want to find out more about this Columbus mascot of Prager. But go on, Troy. Your own impression of this.
There's a
I gotta
video.
flip over to YouTube and head home, but I'll be listening.
Well, we love you.
All right.
Check you guys later.
Okay.
Love you all.
Stay safe.
Thank
and
you,
be
Troy.
well.
Bye.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you all.
Okay.
Support Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's a young black lady whose father was Russian, and she called herself moving over to Russia, and was attacked immediately by her neighbors.
Yeah.
They're like, "What the hell?"
Yeah.
They beat her up.
Yeah.
They beat her up, blackened her eye, and they basically jumped her and were like, "What the hell are you doing here?"
Did she film
yeah,
it? Did she? They were like using
Yeah,
weapons. They were like.
Well, she was like a blogger or something, wasn't she? And she was
she's
saying
a blogger.
how Russia is so much better and it's safer and all this shit. And then the second she goes there,
you must have saw it too. Yeah, so
But they were attacking her with like it looked like baseball bats or something similar, whatever the Russian equivalent was. It was her neighbors, a man and a woman. It was like a husband and wife team that beat her up, right? It was out.
Right, exactly.
And that was simply because they didn't want a black person in their apartment, I think. It was something like that. Oh, outrageous.
Something of that nature.
Oh, my God.
And that's what I'm saying. This whole Prager thing, the whole thing is just very cynical. It's very smarmy. For them to create a cartoon that we have Christopher Columbus say he didn't see what the problem was with slavery because it was better than death. And most people don't have that. Most people don't. That was the whole. What was it? Patrick Henry, give me freedom or give me death.
Yes.
That's why black people who were enslaved risked themselves running through swamps and all kinds of things, jumping off, jettisoning themselves off the slave ship because they would rather die.
These are the same fuckers that say
slave.
They said the slaves liked it because they were getting fed and it was paradise. And I'm like thinking to myself, like, what on earth did they read to believe this shit? I mean, it's like, yeah, getting whipped is not worth food. It's definitely not worth just food on your table.
And it's their way of trying to, I guess, curb the guilty feelings or whatever. Nobody cares about guilt. Nobody cares about
I was about to say, Troy, they're too psychotic to feel guilty.
That's true too, but I mean, I think there's this fear that there's going to be some sort of retribution. And again, this is what I went back to. I hate to keep going back to stuff, but this is all connected because this is what animated people. Donald Trump played a video of Julius Malema from South Africa saying that he was going to repatriate land that the Boers and the Dutch South Africans took away from the Africans. And that has spread fear that, oh boy, blacks are all over the world are going to just rise up and start doing that. And that's just not going to happen. That's not the case.
Technically, what happened is that after the American Civil War between the states for rights and the emancipation, blacks actually gained ownership of tremendous amounts of land that were then stolen back from them. And technically, they legally own it in the United States. So the South African law, which I must emphasize, 70% of the land in South Africa is owned by 7% of the population, and they're all white. But the government put this law on the books just to say it's on the books, but they're not enforcing it. The government's not repatriating land in South Africa, but the whites think that here in the United States, the blacks will get the idea to legally pursue the land that was stolen from them after emancipation. That seems like the fear, right, Troy? I think that's...
Well, that's part of it, but and actually legally there are some people. I mean, over in San Francisco, wasn't there a huge swath of land that they got back from the there was a group of African Americans got back from as reparation? If something happened out there in San Francisco,
I'd have to look into that.
Yeah,
I'll look into that. I know California is trying to at least honor the concept of reparations, and so that's why everybody hates California. That's one of the main reasons. Yeah, and but definitely when it comes back to Black Americans, I think they lost roughly 80% of the property they owned at the peak of ownership a few decades after the Civil War because of Jim Crow and theft and systemic injustices. So that's a lot of land. It's actually worse when you think about it than the South African situation, which rates at around 70%. That's outrageous. It's a tenuous situation here, and this is why Trump's idea, his solution is, well, let's get rid of the 14th Amendment, and eventually we could say all the blacks aren't citizens just because they were born on American territory. They're essentially going to be disenfranchised. So we'll see how far he gets away with that. But what about Ron DeSantis? What about the shit he's pulling in Florida? Anything to relate about that? I hear something's going on down there. And
he's going to move. He's going to move very quickly because he's only got a few months left before he turns out. His wife is running, but Rick Scott, the former governor of Florida, just endorsed the other coon, Byron Donalds. And Byron Donalds is a Trump acolyte who's just going to do anything that Trump says. Now, I don't see him winning, but we'll it'll be close because I'm sure he'll have some support from Trump as well, depending on who else might run on the Republican side in the primary, like Matt Gaetz. People are talking about running Matt Gaetz. I'm like, come on, man, are you serious?
It's also depressing, but what was it that I was going to say about? Well, first of all, we're gifted with both your company here and Brendan's, because I know that you have to go to sleep soon. I'm very sorry about that. But Wednesday, of course, hopefully you can jump on for much longer. But Brendan, I don't know if you can come off of mute, but Troy Bellamy said a lot of students he's teaching are really into the anime. Is there what kind of anime are the young people into, Brendan, that's running currently right now that you think they might be seeing that you could tell Troy about maybe what he should look into? By the way, the joke was that whenever anybody says, hey, I want to get into anime, what do you recommend I start with? And there was this running horrible practical joke that was being played on them by many veterans in the scene, so to speak, where they'd say, it was this specific pornographic anime about young boys who were exploited by some man. And when I brought this up, Nemo immediately.
You're talking
knew
about
the t-
Nemo's shit.
Boku no Pico. He came out
Yeah, Boku no
immediately. He
Pico.
said it without
Which
thought.
we saw the actual copy, the one in print. We saw the print one.
Yes.
By the way.
Wow.
Yeah, Boku no Pico, which is about 3 young boys who are transvestite effeminates, and some old man blackmails them all into having sex with each other and with himself. It's disgusting. Anyhow, Brendan.
Yeah, so that's not what anime is, but that's what in like the 90s, that's what people thought you were watching when they said, "Oh, you're an anime kid, you must be watching some degenerate shit." But it was actually just like, you know, Pokemon and just innocuous stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, Nemo's the one who's responsible for everyone thinking that people like him. But so, Brendan, what do you think Troy's students are watching? He says they're really into anime.
What's the age group? What's the age group?
Yeah.
It's like just roughly.
Yeah. Do you know the age?
11 to 14.
Okay.
Oh, it's like middle school. Maybe
middle school.
One Piece is obviously going to be there. There's going to be like Demon Slayer. There's going to be like pretty much they'll watch anything.
Wait! You can't go wrong with One Piece. So try. It sounds obscene, but it's not. One Piece is about pirates, and it's. But what were you going to say, Troy? I interrupted you. Yeah, go on.
No. I think I've heard of the kids mention Demon Slayer.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, that's the biggest anime in the world, and it's very like kids can get into it. It's very easy to watch. I mean, now there's like thousands of options. Like it's the biggest moneymaker on earth. The Japanese are driving the world economy with all this production of anime stuff.
Certainly the cultural vanguard. But then they always have been. They've always been the avant-garde for popular culture for quite some time now. What did you ever? Did you ever?
At least.
Yeah. Did you ever watch Afro Samurai, Troy Bellamy, or did you ever catch that, or any parts of it?
No, I've never heard of that.
Oh my God! How could you not have? Okay, so Afro Samurai, is that the correct title, Brendan? It must be, right?
Yeah, that's the Japanese title.
Yeah, Afro
They didn't
Samurai.
change it.
Yeah, check it out. Yeah.
Which is a redundant statement because, and this is part of this woke information, that the original samurais were African. They came and taught that culture to the Asians. There's still Asian villages that are, if you look at the people that live in those villages out in the outskirts, not in the major cities, they have afros and wide noses.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
It's interesting.
The Islanders, there's like the Southern Islanders are like
Right.
Well,
even Taiwan has those people. Those are the native kind of Islander peoples.
Yes. Yeah. And the interesting thing is that when you see Japanese kaiju film, like their version of King Kong plus the original King Kong produced in America, the one thing in common with both of those films is that the island, Skull Island, or other kaiju or giant monster type islands shown in the Japanese films, the natives are always portrayed as black, not Polynesian, but black. That's always, that stands out. So of course, and of course
like
Melanesia.
a Tarzan movie.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's like that. But Melanesia is called Melanesia for a reason. They're melanin. They're melanated. They're extremely dark, black, and
with the blonde hair.
Yeah, they can be. Yes, and blue eyes. And you can look this up. Blacks with blue eyes in the Pacific. Yes, it's it's true. It's very.
Well, if you know anything about genetics, you can only get white from black. You can't get black from white.
Ah, okay. That's
a genetic fact.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's definitely something that, as I said, it's so sad because Melanesia once was the entire Pacific. It's now, of course, you take a look at it, and it's God. So many of them were exterminated by the encroachment, or violated. But I'll as a matter of fact, we can look this up because it's a fascinating subject. And it deserves more attention. Pacific Islanders. Let me look this up. Islanders. Black Pacific Islanders. See if I can even spell this right. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Blue And okay, so let's see, Melanesian people. Okay, so now I'm going to do a screen share here, and I don't know if Troy Bellamy is able to see the screen share. And here we go. So here we are. Yeah, there we go. Melanesian people, particularly those from the Solomon Islands, are known for having naturally blonde hair and dark skin, a unique combination not found anywhere elsewhere in the world. This blonde hair is not due to European ancestry, but a specific genetic mutation. So, yeah, here we are with the mysterious land. Here we are. Let's see if we can find it. The mysterious land of black people with blonde hair, Solomon Islanders. Okay, if we can get through. Is that Oprah? Is that Oprah of all people? Oh my God! Well,
yeah.
Wait, she's not on those islands.
It's an AI avatar. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you. Yes, yeah.
I don't want to have to say you boomers are getting hit by it.
It's true. We are. I'm not a boomer, but I'm just as bad, if not worse. Yeah, blonde black people of the Solomon Islands. Beautiful people, obviously, and. Just so sad the encroachment on their environment. There we are. Afro, what does that say? Afro artistic films or something like that. Anyhow, Solomon Islands, there we are. And it's, good map. They've got the islands subdivided, so I need that map. Yeah. Sharing my screen. One of those boats, that looks sunk. What the fuck happened here? What happened to these boats?
It's just expensive to maintain.
Yeah, so what do they do? Just trash them? Jesus fucking. It's like, don't they need to clear the harbor? Or are so few people coming into the harbor they don't
I don't think it matters. Just look at the Sausalito Marina. It's like, that shit's all from the 60s.
Holy shit.
And that's supposedly the richest place on earth, so.
Right. Oh my God.
It's not so easy to get rid of a boat.
Right. Right. But here we are. But I know some of them as well. Melanesians also have blue eyes. So we will look into that. But look at that combination. Incredible. And the white man can't stop touching the child. That's I shudder just looking at that. That's disgusting. It's the first thing the white guy does. Comes on over and just starts, kneading his fingers through this child's hair. But there you go with that. So,
why exactly? Just because?
Yeah, well, just because he can get away with it, I guess, saying he's filming a documentary. But there we go, the blue eyes. There's the blue eyes. There, see?
Yeah.
And in some of them, and. So yeah, incredible, and thank you for reminding me of that. And yeah, and here we are, Tanzanian woman, the most feminine woman in the world. Sounds like a Prager University guy wrote that. Yeah, right. Yeah, you gotta start being more like them black women. They got the booty. Yeah, that's yeah, that's. Anyhow, this is incredible. Yeah, some of them, they should be professional models if they're not. And see if I can. So that was an interesting tour through the Solomon Islands. Look at that. Yes, quite the mane there. She doesn't look happy. She doesn't look happy because the white guy just molested her. Yeah. See, there we go again.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, there we go again. It's like, yeah.
From behind?
Yeah, from behind. Big white guy has to come along and say, yeah,
Why not ask for permission? I mean,
no
they're disgusting.
Shit.
Whoever's filming this.
No, it's your uncle. It's your uncle. That's
yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, he doesn't have the guts to do that.
That's messed up.
He has to go to Thailand to beg for his money.
You had an uncle that does that, that did that?
Yeah, tell him.
He went to Thailand. After...
Oh, he was at the Lady Boys.
Yeah. And I asked him, I said, where'd you go? Oh, we just went to the beach. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you don't have any photos? No, we turned off our phones and I disconnected from Wi-Fi. And I'm like thinking to myself, like, this dude's a creepy son of a bitch. Disgusting.
Oh, we know why he was there.
Went with these like 3 creepy Asian dudes from work that are his quote unquote friends. his only friends. It's just like, yeah, I'm sure you guys were doing wholesome shit where you have to turn your phone off. Like, imagine going halfway across the world and saying, I didn't have time to take any photos, you know, on my vacation.
That's Peter Moon shit. Yeah, no pictures of himself in India. I'm in India, where they worship me as a god. Remember him saying that shit, that bullshit?
Yeah.
Yeah, piece of shit. Yeah, no photos. No photos themselves. And the girls dancing, I swear to God, to me, they looked like they were 9. They claimed they were in a high school.
It was a high school. It was a high school.
That's what it said, but they looked awfully young. I mean,
maybe it was a village, so it's probably siblings and different people.
Well, there you go. There you go. That makes sense. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. But anyhow, well, Troy, thank you for that. And, you know, you can stay as long as you want. I'd have you all night if you could stay. But like you said, unlike us, you work for a living. Well, Brendan does.
I'm going to break out some of my special salt blend. Kalahari desert salt from the motherland.
There you go.
Cool.
There you go.
Cool.
So,
all right, guys. Thanks for letting me hang out.
Yeah. Yes. Well, thank you.
Gratitude.
We very much appreciate your allowing.
Yeah, school's back. I know that painfully well. It's
God, it's awful. It's awful.
Summer's gone.
I can't begin to imagine. Well, thanks so much, Troy, and blessed be thy slumber.
Yeah, have a great night.
Thank you. Sweet be the dreams. Yes. And don't raid the fridge too much.
Well, we've got time tomorrow. Because the first week, that's when they bring all the junk food.
Oh my God, tell people about how when you lit up the camphor, was it the camphor that turned pure black when you had the fucking, was it the fly at that time or the wasp? That was the segmented wasp at that point. I mean, people have
this was the initial attack that I don't want to really talk about.
Okay, I don't blame you, but yeah, the occult siege is real, people, and it's like
that's the one where shit was flying. That was the fly.
And wasn't that a direct response to helping Marina? That pretty much happened while Marina was on.
Of course it was. Yeah, of course it was.
Yeah, that's right. It was like
but it was like shit was flying off my shelf in the bathroom.
Oh yeah.
And I go in there and it was one single fly with like superhuman strength and shit.
Yeah.
And I whipped it. I like whipped it with a towel and it survived multiple hits and fell into water.
Yeah.
And still survived, and I had to like exercise it.
Yeah. Oh fuck. Yeah. And this was right after we gave Marina advice, which of course it was like, do you still have Peter Moon's books, Marina? Oh yeah. So that's the problem.
Yeah, and then what about Brooke having to consult the AI as did Pete really curse me? It's like, come on, it's like even the magic 8-ball will tell you at this point. Like all signs point to yes, bitch.
Yeah.
It's like, you think we were just making that up for funsies? I mean, look, he almost killed me, and then now well, luckily it blew off on my uncle and the other bitch,
yeah,
but,
the people who deserved it. The people who deserved it. Yeah, they got the blow. But he sent over his Manson girls, the retired psychic, telephone psychic groupies. All
no, these chicks were more advanced than that.
That's true. They were. That's the real thing. They were real witches. They really were. And they even had
I actually finally found what they used, and I sent it to you in one of the articles I sent.
Okay.
But we'll talk about it privately.
Right, definitely. Oh, I want to learn more.
So now I have the antidote to ward off any further attacks from that group.
Excellent, and hopefully it mirrors back on them if they're still alive. I mean, they weren't spring chickens, but still, they're a pretty hardy bunch. If Peter Moon is actually,
if they're disappearing in thin air, then they're not some slouches.
Yeah,
not like Pete.
Yeah, not like Pete. Yeah.
Where he does one spell and he blows a gasket. It's
it stroked him out. It literally stroked him out.
Yeah, these chicks have been at it since the 60s. At least they can do something.
Yeah, it's true. And I'm certain they were of the same coven of the cunt I had to kill on Halloween. That was it was around that time. Actually, wasn't it? It was around that time, or yours showed up first.
No, this was way after.
Oh, okay. They were scouting. I mean, hasn't been a full year.
Wasn't it the last one where you had Peter on and he was like skeptical or something, or was that before he left or after he left?
It was after he left, I believe, because if he had been on, he would have been skeptical. Because he was skeptical about everything I ever said. He was always, turning towards Powell.
Well, he was straight up lying about forgetting about the police department thing.
Yeah.
You had been telling him that for like 10 years, and then he said, "You never said this, Douglas."
Yeah, it was just, he's just so, there's nothing positive to say about the son of a bitch. It was like,
well, that one was just disingenuous because you spent 2 hours talking to him in Bartz's about it. Then a few years later, like 5 or 6 years later, or whatever it was, 10 years later.
Look,
you said it to him and he said, you weren't a cop.
You
told me about this.
I'm torn, I'm ambivalent in the sense that I don't know whether he's truly just going on attack with this.
I think it was dementia.
Or whether it was his stroked out brain truly was so bad, so gone. He truly did not remember any of this. It was like with Maria de Andrea.
Because even before that, he was hearing popcorn and shit. Like, remember? When we finally like. Made amends and I came back on air and I was like, all right, I'm going to be quiet for Pete because he's sensitive. And then you remember that? And when we were talking,
I forget? He always heard that.
Stop crunching.
Yeah.
Stop crunching. And I'm like, Peter, I'm not crunching anything. I've literally made sure I didn't have any food or anything around me so you wouldn't say this. And he was hearing popcorn. He's eating.
Oh yeah.
Crunching.
Well, you remember what he said to me? He said,
so he was hearing
Douglas.
Yeah.
Then he started turning towards me. It wasn't the same episode. It was every episode was something like that, or every other episode.
Yeah.
Towards me, he said,
why are you keyboarding? It's like,
with me, he said, one time he said, aside from the keyboarding, one time he said, Douglas, sounds like you're eating peanuts over there. And I said, I'm not doing anything.
He
said that on record.
We were just sitting there. Both times.
It sounds like you're eating peanuts. It's like, what?
Like, literally, I think I was in some, like, it was almost like a sound room. It was, like, completely, like, silent.
Yeah.
You could hear popcorn or something. It was crazy.
No,
peanuts.
It's his voice-to-skull technology that they had implanted in him. Remember, that was his biggest complaint. My implant fell out. Repeating it multiple times.
We still never got an explanation for that.
I told him we heard you the first time. Yeah, he just kept repeating himself because he was so lonely without the voices in his head. That we're telling him from Langley, Virginia, Doug's lying. Or whatever the fuck they would tell him. Brendan's crunching.
Get the name.
Get the name. And find out where Brendan lives. Find out where Brendan lives. Yeah. Brendan, where do you live? Brendan.
I know that place very well. And then it turns out it's a cesspit for all these like vile creatures.
Yeah, of course he would.
Bet he knows it very well.
Yeah.
All his connects are here. Like the Golden State Killer and shit.
Yeah, along with the coven he contacted. Yeah, which no doubt really was former Manson girls because he kept defending Charles Manson. Yeah, he's the victim of that horrible policeman. He practically said the policeman committed all the murders. And framed
you know who that sounds like? We know someone who wanted
Ian?
us to kill a policeman.
Oh, yeah, Nīhõ. Yeah, Nīhõ. Yeah, motherfucker. Yeah.
He's just targeting my family. It's like, well, then you must be doing something.
Yeah, well, we know he's doing something. We know that. I mean, we could say it now. I'll say it. Yeah, Nemo's daddy.
He never told me about it.
Yeah, well, Nemo's daddy raped his sister, which, by the way, Joe Ty started to say on air, and I shut Joe Ty down about it. Well, I should have let Joe Ty just go on, but Nemo then, you got to get Joe Ty off, and I got rid of Joe Ty.
How did he know about it? It's like he just knew because
they're all connected.
I was gonna say, what is it? Birds of a feather.
Yeah, of course. Well, remember, Nemo was trying to save Joe Ty's ass from putting the make on that young girl on Facebook.
That's right.
Yeah, come live with me. Come live with me, because she got on Facebook.
And he said, it's obviously a Fed.
Yeah, well, Joe Tai says...
Like warning him on air, you know. Come on.
On ban.
Let him get arrested.
Yeah.
He doesn't fuck.
Yeah, that's what I couldn't get. That's what I couldn't get. Joe Tai's putting himself out there like a deer in the headlights before the oncoming truck. Just watch it and eat your popcorn, and I'll chew my peanuts.
And you notice it wasn't like, I want to protect the girl.
No,
it was. It's a Fed.
He was protecting Joe Tai.
Yeah. No, a normal person would say, let's stop him from, targeting children.
Yeah.
No, it was, he's gonna get arrested. We can't let him get arrested. It's like, come on, that's so crazy. That's disgusting. It's like you don't notice it in the moment, and then hindsight's 2020. It's just like, wow, he was like that the whole time.
Oh my god!
And he had the nerve to tell us, my friends, I thought they were friends, and they backstabbed me. It's like, dude, you asked us to kill someone that's not only a police officer, he's a member of the Australian government,
running for high office. He may someday be prime minister.
Yeah. But no, he wanted us to off him for basically free.
Yeah,
pennies,
for free.
Pennies on the dollar.
Yeah, he asked you to do it for free. For me, he asked to. He said.
Well, he was just fishing. For me, he was fishing.
Yeah.
That's the way I would put it.
Yeah.
He was fishing for a freebie. But then when I said, Doug's the only one that's ever done it that I know of, and then he runs to you, I'll pay you. I'll pay you.
Basically, 1 month's worth of his welfare check, which is no small thing. It's $2,000 a month. But if he had saved up,
wait. Before we get there, did he actually say U.S. dollars? Because I calculated it. If it was Australian dollars, it was like something like $1,200. Yeah. So you were getting ripped, and he would pull some shit like that and say, "Oh, I meant Australian dollars, not American." Because when it comes through, it'll be like half price,
Yeah, he didn't specify, so that sounds about his speed. It's of course, I don't know if that's cunning or he's just so fucking stupid he doesn't give a shit and didn't bother to tabulate it at all and just said.
Yeah, I don't think he knew. Because I would ask him, I said, "How much is that?" And he'd say, "I paid $700 for this guitar," and I'm like, "Australian?" And he was like, "What?" He didn't really understand that.
Yeah, currency exchange. He didn't understand currency exchange.
Or he knew it, but he just didn't care, because when you don't work, you don't give a fuck. It just shows up.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah.
It shows up.
Yeah, it's so true. It's so true.
You just go to Amazon and press buy now, and that's all he register.
What a son of a bitch.
Oh, and you know what? We don't need to really rail on him too much, but
sure we do.
When I was telling him, he was talking to me at work, and I'm like, "Man, I worked this 12-15 hour shift."
Yeah.
He was basically
walking miles.
Like,
walking the equivalent of miles in a day.
And he's like, "Yeah, that's cool. Video games aren't just doing it for me anymore. I'm gonna go buy a guitar." And I'm like thinking to myself, like, this son of a bitch. Like, no empathy, nothing. Just that sucks, man.
Yeah, it's not even cunning sadism where he's just tormenting you. It's not even with that level of cognizance where, I'll tell him how tired I am of gaming because I know he's worked himself to death. No, it's like...
No, it's just totally
just oblivious.
Shameless.
Yeah, he's just...
Oblivious,
yeah, oblivious, shameless, all of it. Shameless obliviousness, oblivious shamelessness. He's horrible. Yes, he's just...
imagine telling someone, "Okay, look, I just worked a 12-hour shift, breaking my bones to make a couple bucks." And he says, I played so much video games. I sat in my ass so much. I keep just not doing it anymore.
Yeah, my butt hurts and my...
Not doing it for me.
Yeah, and it's just not...
shit, I wish I could get burnt out on video games. But that sounds like that's like a dream. Like, I play video games for an hour and I'm like, oh, I could be making money right now,
No, it's there's no words. There's no words. But he was doing that to me too, with knowing I'm trying to make rent. I can barely make rent, and he'd say, "I'm buying this jewelry." And remember, he'd get ripped off. He's buying this silver jewelry for what, hundreds of dollars.
No, he would do it just to flex. I would remember that the Hakenkreuz. He was like, I was like, dude, you can get one for that's not $200-300, and he said, "Oh, but this is the design I like, and it just looks better." And I'm like, okay, whatever.
Right.
Like, he just wants to flex. Like,
yeah, that's right. That's right. So
it feels, looks better, so it's worth more. And it's just like, dude, just stop.
Yeah, no, he's disgusting. And it's like, while the rest of us are struggling, he's just deciding what jewelry to buy. Crystals. He's buying crystals. He had he told me not told me, but he insinuated a budget. Remember when I was like saying, I was like, "Oh, you can get those warding crystals, but they're real expensive." And he said, "Money's no problem. Money's no problem." He said that on air. Yeah, that's right. That was
it's just like like, you don't need to show off. It's just I was just telling the listeners they don't need to spend their whole fortune.
And the funny thing is, it's not like he spends money on girls. It's like, why don't you spend some of that money on girls since you claim to be straight? And no, nothing on that. No, he's not interested.
Well, even if he was, he didn't have the riz, as they call it, the charisma. Not that I do, but at least I could try.
Yeah, well, you must have something. Like I said, everybody was talking to you while we were in SF. It's like, the girls are approaching you these days. Well, the girls are approaching you these days. I mean, tell people you've got these girls.
I don't know why.
Yeah, the more pissed off and angry you look, the more the girls show. Oh, there's an angry young man. I can fix him.
Oh, yeah, when my aura is like dark and vile and just murderous, then they're like, "Oh, have a good lunch, where do you work?" and shit. Like, I'm like thinking to myself, like chicks have like no survival instinct. It's like the most murderous, villainous person, and then they're like turned on. It's so sick. Like, no offense, you ladies, but it's just it's
bad
just like,
boys. Come on. Bad boys get the girls.
Stop watching those freaking murder mysteries and shit. It's like it tickles them and shit. Like, I wish someone broke in and grabbed me.
They grew up watching Dexter. You remember that shit? Yeah,
exactly. Well, it's coming back.
Of course it is. Of course
it was so popular they had to literally retcon and resurrect him from the dead. It's like, Jesus.
Oh, of course. That's,
like the hot, the
hot serial killer.
The big, what does he look like? He's like a big jacked guy, 6'7" and shit, and like murdering people. Yeah. But that was the ultimate sex bomb of our generation. It's just so crazy.
Yes. It's so they grew up with that. Then they see Brendan as worse. Looking like he's about to conduct a mass shooting after the day he's had.
I would never do that, but yeah.
And they just
leave it at dark aura.
Yeah.
Murderous intent, dark aura.
Oh, that's true.
Sinister aura.
Yeah, there we are. The only person on the show who's ever truly threatened a mass shooting was Jambo the Reese Monkey, Jameson Reese, who like forgets spellcast.
Well, that was almost like I don't even know what to call it. That was like his default.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. True.
Everybody's gotta die.
Yeah. Everyone must die. I want everybody.
And then we would try and reason with them like idiots. Like, what about the children? Everyone.
Yeah.
Humans are cancer.
Yeah. It's just human garbage. Subhuman garbage. Not even human. It's like, honestly.
Well, it was definitely inhuman, for sure.
Yeah.
And then we're like, what about your parents? And he's like, they were pieces of shit.
Yeah.
As they're giving him money.
As they give him their home. Their home is willed to him, not the other two siblings. It's like, truly he's got them completely manipulated through abuse.
Well, his spells were working.
There you go. In that regard, yeah. That's the other thing I was going to bring up about Pete was Marianne was her name. So when I met Marianne and then brought up meeting Marianne on the show, you never met Marianne.
He was getting angry towards the end. He was saying, "You've never met her, Doug. You've never met her."
Right, and that's when Aaron Tice said, "Look, he's got this episode in which he says how much he enjoyed meeting me, and even gifted me a jade hairpin, which he did." So he was talking about, oh, she gave that lovely gift and shit on that episode from 10 years ago. So, like I
He
said,
said that multiple times.
yeah, thank you, that's true. So I don't know whether it's real, or like by that I mean whether he's lying and just saying you were never a cop, you never said this, you never met her, whether this is like he's just lying in order to.
I don't think he'd have like. I don't
that
think he
guile,
has
that
the,
level of guile,
the nuance,
Yeah.
the cunning to do gaslighting. I really don't.
Yeah, he lacks the necessary
Because
guile.
remember when we confronted him, when Brooke confronted him about his parents, he just straight up said,
I killed him.
I killed them.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
for the money.
That's right, for
And
the
she's
money.
like crying. Don't you feel sad? He's like, for what?
For
Why
what?
are you crying?
I got the house and all the money. Yeah, my siblings got
So,
shit.
so
Yeah.
if it came to gaslighting, he wouldn't need to go through all those lengths. He would just say, I don't believe you.
Yeah,
You know, he
yeah.
doesn't care.
In other words, you're saying he's truly psychotic. What you're saying is he's truly
Yeah, of
psychotic.
course,
He cannot.
Of course.
Yeah, he doesn't have that the empathetic.
Like it's a different
capacity.
type of
Yeah.
it's a different type of psychosis. You got to have like
Yeah.
manipulation skills and shit to do gaslighting.
Yeah, it's a certain level of at least comprehension that other people have feelings in order to do gaslighting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he doesn't have that. Yeah, remember the whole thing when I was talking about, and then when Abdul Karim Haq went to England, they made him wait for 24 hours in a room full of other black people. And I went to England, and I didn't experience any such thing.
Yeah.
Because
He said it with pure conviction.
Yeah, yes.
They never hassled me, and we were just like crickets. Like, okay.
Yeah, your point. And that until you realize he truly thinks he's black.
Well, that's the only way that would make sense, because he was saying it like we were supposed to be like, see? See? They never said a word to me. And it's like, yeah, they never said a word to anyone that would look like you, dude. They think you're a nasty Brit going back home.
after
you're all fucked
fucking
up
kids in Thailand. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, some of those Brits just look bad, even if they're nice people. They just look like
yeah, they have that look.
they look like Peter Moon.
Yeah. Yes, it's horrible.
But they could actually be good people. You just can't tell from the service.
That's right. It's like you said, that Marion Barry mutant guy looks better than Peter because he actually looks like he's smiling. He actually looks like he's happy.
Wait,
like,
which one?
Yeah, Marion Barry, the mutant, the atomic bomb mutant, the guy whose father came home.
Oh yeah. No, that guy gets more chicks than Pete could dream.
Yeah.
of.
Oh
You
yeah,
know he
of
does.
course. Yeah.
You can tell just by his smile that he's getting
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
or at least his wife is on board.
Yeah.
Because especially back in the 70s, it was like, oh, I'm the Jeepers Creepers guy. Oh, he was getting groupies. He was getting laid.
Yeah.
Like at a Halloween party, oh, he was getting it for sure.
Oh yeah. Yes. No, it's it's
This
great.
is him, and then they'd be like, yeah, I would just be ready. Game on.
Oh, well, I think we had a hell of a ride. Jesus Christ. I'm just hanging on to see if George Knight shows up, and then I drag it on a while longer. But I want everyone to know, look,
Damn, we should just call it the Dietrich Variety Show, because you don't even do shows anymore. You just wait for us. Like, what was that bitch from the 70s? Like, what was that lady? She ran the comedy show for years. You're like that lady.
Mary Tyler Moore?
Yeah, you're like Mary Tyler Moore. You just like invite people so you don't have to write shit. Like, jeez. And then you do a little shtick, and it's time to, we filled enough airtime for tonight.
Well, all I can say is that it's first off, how is your energy level feeling? Did you ever get it back? Because
No, of course not.
Mine was more of a really big hit. I got it back, obviously, at the Estates, and my feeding, I lost it all as soon as I came back home. And like I said, the first guy to leech it was the motherfucker I saw on the way back. Calvin Tom, my neighbor next door. Same scringy motherfucker comes in. You look tired. And you know, and I've never hit him, but I got ready to start hitting back on. You want to know what you look like?
Right.
Yeah, you look like shit. You look like
death warmed over.
Yeah, well, no, you look like death, only it's not warmed over. That's what I want to say to him. It's like, you know, I just never think about it because he's such a piece of shit. You just want to get away, you know. But it's like finally, it's getting to me in the sense where something you just got to start talking back at the son of a bitch because he's just such a piece of shit. You wonder why someone like that exists. That's the reason his whole family left him. He's alone in that whole house, multiple stories to himself. You know, all his sons left him, his wife left him. He just goes out and drives his car.
I wonder why.
Yeah, no shit. No shit. Is no one gonna be caring for that son of a bitch once he starts disintegrating?
Oh yeah, fuck no.
Yeah. Oh, I thought the only reason I've been nice to him is just simply because it's like. Yeah, you guys just gotta stop. My envelope of tolerance is just too high for all too many people. I
was thinking the same as well.
Yeah. Yes, your problem was, of course, your tolerance of, well, you know, you just can't
vampires.
Yeah, but you just can't blame me. You gotta blame Alex, the black guy who went to Russia, who introduced you to me. You know, but
he didn't create you. Jeez.
But it was almost like he was passing something on. Like, yeah, damn, he destroyed your life by introducing you to me. I mean, me to you. I mean to say, didn't mean to inverse that. That was a satanic inversion.
Yeah, I bet it was. And as usual, there's no accountability. You just pass it on, passing the buck.
No, anyhow, as Brendan pointed out, I've got all these victims around me, all these people whose lives have been destroyed. Just by affiliation with myself.
Yeah, no wonder your hair lady hates you. Sure.
Yeah, that's well, all I can say.
Yeah, and like what was? Yeah, I don't know if you want to say this on air, but what was with the other people in the salon? Did they consider you like a yokai or something?
Yeah. What was your impression?
I went back in and I was like, "Where is he?" And they said, "Back. He's in the back." I said, "Where?" And they said they just were like waving like you were some kind of ghost, and I was like, so I just left. Like they know where you're at, but they don't want to like point at you because it'll like curse them or something. They're like scared you.
Yes. Yeah. No, it's true. It's true.
And it's like they knew what I was saying. Like they knew who I was looking for because I was like, "Where is he?" And then they were like, "He's in the back."
By the way, the funniest thing was when I came out of the salon. I was looking for Brendan. Can you see me? No, I just see some old Asian lady.
Well, it was bizarre because it was an old ass Asian lady on the phone, and I had to like double take because you kept saying I'm over here, and she was doing like kind of like a waving movement, and I was like, "There's no way." I was like, "There's no way he looks like that." Because before you changed, you could have passed for that lady, just so you know.
Oh, you saw
I was
me.
like, he's really going in on the disguises.
Yeah, Rogue. Oh, tell him the horror was to keep myself warm because the place is chill. It's frigid. So there's this horrible little pink vest.
That place is cursed.
It is. It was an occult bookstore where they held satanic rituals, and you can feel it. Tell people what your vibe was, and what surrounds it. Tell us how we got back to the stupid restaurant right across the street.
Oh, it was a vortex. It was an evil vortex. Yeah.
Oh my fucking god.
So the place just emanates this like you said, this icy, vile feeling of darkness. Yeah. And then it smells like someone died in there, even though there's no obvious. Like everything was clean, the bathroom was clean, everything was fine, but it just has this eminence of death.
Yes.
for no reason, no apparent reason.
Yeah, the chemical stench I would call acrid, acrid. It's an acrid chemical stench, but beyond that, something worse, like the dead.
Well, there was something behind it.
Yes.
Too. Yeah,
Oh no, it's truly death. Yeah, go on.
Like there was another layer that wasn't just chemicals. Like
yeah, no, truly. Yeah, and also the outside, just the horrible people outside.
oh, the neighborhood.
Yeah.
The neighborhood.
Yeah.
Then we're looking for a restaurant, and it's like, this is the best, Indian restaurant in all of San Francisco. And we pull up, and I was like, wait a second, this is like Stepford Wives, like deja vu. Like, isn't this the same street?
Yeah.
And it was literally the same place we parked before.
Yeah.
Same street, same everything. And I was like, look, we can't go here a second time in the day. Like,
yeah. No, it was just too much. And while we were sitting there, the people. Oh God, the crackheaded woman. She's young and attractive in her own way, but she's walking around barefoot on needle-strewn streets full of dog shit and human shit.
Yeah. And then just getting picked up by randos, like random guys just coming out of the restaurant.
Yeah. Oh, and the guy with the stick, who somehow then uses that stick to knock someone off a scooter or a bicycle and comes back with that. I mean, you said he's efficient. Remember that? You said he's
right. Because then, then he comes down the street later on a brand new like electric bike, like thousands of dollars, and the stick is gone. Like he like judo chopped somebody off of it and took it. It was weird.
Yeah, and pinned him down with the stick. It's like he pinned him down with the stick and took their
so that was a weird place, man.
To say the least. Yes.
And then we ended up at the worst street of all with the with that weird restaurant that we went to, which it was just strange. It was very strange.
Yes.
We should have just went with the Arabs.
Yes. Next time we'll do that. But Brendan, the issue is it's traumatic for Brendan. I get it because he grew up with Arabs, and it's when you think of how the majority of his family just did him so wrong, it's hard to eat in an Arab restaurant because you get flashbacks, right? So I get it. So we decided to go Indian, but we wound up near Wizards and Wands with that that Indian weird place.
And even the restaurant had a weird synchronistic name that was just odd.
I can't remember what it was. I just call it Go.
It was literally called Marina.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, Marina. That's right, Marina. No wonder I can't remember. It was not ethnic. It wasn't an ethnic name. What the hell kind of Indian restaurant has the name Marina? I mean, really. One thing.
It was supposed to be a nautical theme, but they spelt it like the name, which is really weird.
Yes.
Like that's what I assumed that's what it was. It was supposed to be nautical, right? Like by the marina.
Yes.
But it was spelt like a name, like someone's name.
Right. It was just, and then when we got in there, and again, I should have gone for the lamb chops. Jesus fucking Christ, that was off of those bones.
I thought you did. I that's why I was saying get the kebab, and then something happened. I wasn't paying attention.
I suddenly decided to go for the goat just because it intrigued me. I'd never eaten goat to my knowledge.
Oh well,
and
there you go.
Yeah, I regret that. And
it was probably they probably cooked a cho.
I was.
What the fuck was it?
It was just bones. It was just bones. What? Yeah, it was like you said.
Every time, like when I used to eat meat, every time I would eat in San Francisco, it would just be bones of unknown animals. Who knows what the fuck it was?
There you go. Thank you.
I remember going to this Chinese restaurant, and they said, chicken soup or something. It was like some kind of chicken dish, and they were like, bone no bone. And I said, oh, I heard bones have flavor. Let's get the bones. And it was like, they were like rat vertebrae, and I was like, what the fuck kind of bone? And I was like, is this chicken? And they're like, yeah, chicken. And it was like super suspect.
Hoping you'd believe it. They were hoping you'd believe it. Yeah.
And I was like, I've never seen a chicken shaped like this. And they said, yeah.
Oh my God, that's awful. That's awful to have an experience.
So like San Francisco, don't order meat. Just get some kind of like a dip or something, or like a bread. Get bread. That's easy.
No, I gotta start listening to you. No, that's but again, we'll tell people about the art we saw at the Kinokuniya bookstore that this individual who does JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, one of the original really pivotal anime, how his works in the Louvre, or am I pronouncing that correctly in France? Louvre? Is the Louvre? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah. How do I say it again? Correctly?
Louvre.
Louvre. Okay, thank you. And yeah, if Amy were here, she'd do something to say I was pronouncing it wrong, no doubt.
Yeah, but Amy's French is like that. They would consider that like hillbillies. Like anyone from Quebec, whatever the hell they call it, Quebec.
Yeah. Oh, we love you, Amy. Oh my God.
I'm not joking. The French they have it registered as a different language.
No, they do. No, it's true. It's true.
Like because it sounds weird to them or something.
Yeah. Yes. The French in the mainland on the continent, they would argue that the people in Quebec, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, they would argue that it's baby French. That's what the Dutch would argue about South Afrikaners. The South Afrikaners have the language they call Afrikaans, which the Dutch back home would insist is Dutch to the 4th grade level, because they were all frontier people. And so the French on the continent would argue that about the people in Quebec, that they were on the North American frontier, and therefore they're speaking French to a basic level. And so there you go with that. But nevertheless, Amy is a wonderful person, and I believe she's pronouncing things correctly. It's just, yeah, no doubt. It wouldn't necessarily be academic. Yet she reads these along with Holly. They both read these incredibly obtuse, erudite academic books. Yeah, they're out of this world. So, all that being said, Brendan's going to be right back. When he gets back, we'll see how long we can drag this on a bit, depending on his level of energy. Like he said, we'll talk about that when he gets back. While he's gone, do want to remind people that one of the things that our dear Amy said was how much she enjoyed the fact that, how does she describe it? Let me read what she has to say here. And here we are. Let me respond to this. When it comes to, here we are. Good response there. And let me give a heart to what's this? Aristides says he's in a call. Okay, that makes sense. He's in our call. Then Amy Como says, can't join, no battery. I'm cooking chicken. I love it. The Slavic Black Teutonic religion. Well, just keep going. So yes, I will be covering that in the essay, which I'll be sharing with Team Dietrich. We're going to have to find out a way to get this to the general public. But you can't blame me. I really do want to monetize it. Matter of fact, maybe that's how I can raise some money, is to start selling these essays. Well, I've about perfected the one on Taya at this point. I'll be sending out the 7th ultimate version of that, just so that it's completely polished like a diamond. The one that I'm working on now concerning Crimea and Transnistria, that will be, like I said, over 100 pages. The one on the planet Telluri's, the world within our world. Telluri Feza crashed into Earth, creating the moon, and gifting Earth with life itself, bringing organic molecules and our water. It evolved in the habitable zone, where it was before Earth migrated into the habitable zone of our solar system, and that was something that it evolved life first, because it was in the habitable zone first, and brought life to Earth. So that's something people can look up. Teia, of course, is spelled Teiah. And that's one way of spelling it. I, of course, use the original Greco-Hellenic language, Helleniki, whenever possible, to spell such things. When also use the Sanskrit or Vedic language wherever possible. And for these heavenly bodies, other languages as well where they apply. And as a result, you can get what's a very difficult essay for a layman to read, but you've got to apply yourself. Knowledge, you really should work for your knowledge. You really should work for it. And it shouldn't be free. In other words, it shouldn't really be that accessible. It should be accessible in the sense that it's there, but it should be written in a way that does justice to the subject, which is if you articulate it in as simplistic a fashion as possible, you often wind up damaging it, or rather degrading it. You're degrading the material. Now, people might say I render it as inaccessible as possible, but there's so much context that I provide that you are provided an education just by reading a paragraph. So the work I'm doing on Crimea and Transnistria right now, concerning the satanic cabal that has been established in the Crimea, the exiled Soviet Union is in Transnistria. The two hate each other, the godless and the anti-godly. And what separates them is, of course, the impenetrable landmass of Ukraine, because Transnistria is landlocked, whereas Crimea is almost an island and is connected to the Russian Empire by a single bridge. Literally, a single bridge that's like 12 fucking miles long and highly vulnerable, but the Russians put all their effort into maintaining it, because Putin essentially is commanded by the Black Tsardom, or the off-the-books, the covert satanic cabal of Crimea. Or in the Russian, it's called the Krim, and the peninsula, Krim, and the bridge connecting it to the mainland is called the Krim Bridge, and that's... destroy that, and you separate the kingdom of hell arisen on earth from the Russian Empire, and Putin loses his commands. So writing about that in the essay right now, and for those of you who do not know, the Crimea was the vacation resort area right in the middle of the Black Sea for all of the Soviets elite. As long as the Greater Soviet Union existed. With its collapse, of course, it became an integral part of the Ukraine, or Ukraine, and thereafter the Russians invaded in, they started in 2014, and annexed it illegally, ultimately, and of course then reestablished this invisible Tsardom, the Tsardom of the Antichrist, and so that's something that I'm articulating in this essay. This is all quite real. For those of you who don't know, it will be interesting to see what feedback we can get from the reviewers on Team Dietrich once I circulate it, and again, have to monetize it to make some profit from our public. We'll figure out someone who can provide people the electronic copies. We'll consult with Team Dietrich about how to do that. And all right, that should help my income a little bit, but in the interim, I definitely want, of course, then how do you control it? Once people pay a certain amount of money for it, they can recirculate it. So how do you prevent that? And anybody has any ideas, you let me know. Otherwise, Jesus Christ, we'll have to start publishing pamphlets or something. Again, we'll integrate these into a larger book, or a larger series of books at some point. And, okay. Brendan's not back yet. Hope he's all right. Like I said, he seemed to be struggling with the yokai.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay,
I'm
great.
here.
Oh, good. I was kind of concerned.
And those were cryptids, by the way.
Yes, the
Most of them.
cryptids. Yes. And,
like Tsuchinoko and stuff are cryptids, I think.
Yes. And so, okay, now that you're back, we'll see how long we can hold up steam. So, like I said, in my own case, the draining of my energy was immediate, and it was a big hit, but I was able to recover pretty shortly. Well, certainly by going to the estates, so it only lasted maybe about 24 hours. But with yours, it seems to have been more extended. Do you think this is because you have to expend energy to defend yourself from the ongoing occult siege, or that because you're a human as opposed to a vampire, your response is different, that it's more of a delayed and extended reaction as opposed to mine being much more immediate and intense? So what do you think are the dynamics of this?
Yeah, some of it obviously, excuse me, some of it obviously has to do with the physiology, because you got hit immediately,
Yes.
like you said.
Yeah.
But
and you
also
could see how pale I was. You could tell people you actually said that.
No, you look like you got hit like by something.
Yeah.
And then we saw the perpetrator.
Yes. Yeah. And glaring. Yeah. And with yours, it was delayed. Well, thank God, because that way you were able to handle getting home safely. And I don't know if you want.
Well, they were counting on it. They were counting on me to be drained and then die on the way home or something.
That's right. No, they definitely were. Yeah.
That's why they dispatched the stand user somehow.
Yeah.
You know.
And for this reason, Brendan may not be driving me to any destination for a long time, because it's literally, we have to take into account the fact that they've been trying to kill him whenever he does this.
Yeah, both times. I mean, 2 for 2.
Yeah. No, the other time it was like, oh, it wasn't even, you weren't even picking me up. You were like, where were you coming from when you came into the city and you were looking for gas and the GPS took you to that empty gas station for
I was trying to go past. I was trying to go past the city, but then all of a sudden my tire was low on air. Yeah. And then I was like trying to get to a gas station, and the gas stations that I stopped at all had broken machines for some reason, which is totally illegal by California law. Yes. You have to have a tire machine.
That's true.
But it was like multiple stations were bad. And then it took me into the city. The GPS rerouted me in the middle of downtown, like the worst, sketchiest part of downtown SF.
Yeah. And
then I pull up and the place is all gated off like it's something out of Grand Theft Auto, where you like do a drug deal. It was like, it was like all fences and a dirt lot. And it said, you've reached your destination. Like it was an actual gas station.
Final destination, like the film. Go on.
Yeah, so then when I was trying to get out, then all the experimental Waymos came out of nowhere. Like this little square one and these different like R2-D2 looking ones and shit. And it was like, what the fuck is this? And so, but then on the way home,
the new Terminator models. That's what it was. The new Terminator models. But go on. I'm sorry. Go on with what you're saying about that.
Yeah. So then I almost fell asleep on the way home, and then just to add insult to injury, all the lanes were closed coming back home. It was like construction, where it was like we were getting pile driven. So it was like a bunch of randos like trying to speed home. And then we got stopped on the freeway. So it was just the most dangerous way they could have done it. This evil fucking bastard. So I barely made it home. Yeah. It was horrifying.
No, but somehow amidst all that, the GPS took you by my home. You were by my home that night. Drove by like a drive-by, kind of like en route.
Or it took me like off of Pine Street. It was like it was like going towards you, and I was like, wait a second, why is it taking me over there? So I had to reroute, and then it rerouted me into something 10 times more dangerous. I would have been better off going to your fucking spot. But also, there's no gas stations in your neighborhood, so it would have been I would have had a flat tire, so a Waymo could just knock me out as I'm like getting out of my car. Just, it was just horrifying.
No, it's horrible.
And I didn't want to go to SF. You guys heard me on air. I said, fuck that. I'm not going into the city. And then it like deliberately confused me. And I was all of a sudden on the off ramp, which I've never even been on before. Some mysterious off ramp. Yeah. It was horrifying.
Oh my God. And it was so fucking cold. You went from Sacramento, which is hot as hell. And in California, it's like going to the Arctic. It's like, San Francisco. Once you hit San Francisco, it's like you're entering a different dimension.
San Francisco is colder than Portland.
Yes,
it's bizarre the way. I don't know why it's like that.
It's called a Mediterranean environment because somehow we're between these land masses that convect all the clouds in such a way that we've got constant cloud cover. It gets foggier here than it does in London. Tell them how sunny London can be compared to San Francisco. Oh, seriously.
Oh, it was like, it was, anywhere in Europe, really.
Yeah.
You could go there, even the most notorious, like Iceland and shit.
Yeah.
Like somehow they have more sun than SF.
It's so
like,
true.
Or what's that northern city like Hamburg, which is famous for all its like, fog and shit.
Yes.
It's still got more sun than SF.
Yeah. True.
How is it even possible?
It's
a curse.
Yeah,
it's a cursed city. It's all the fucking workings that.
It's true.
Doing and shit.
It's absolutely true. It's now everybody remember if Satan has a home, it's San Francisco, and it's not just because of me. It's seriously the first Church of Satan was founded here. The Temple of Set was founded here. Ayn Rand, of course, with her godlessness, came here. Oh
God.
Yeah.
Why was she there?
It's probably so she could feed off the liberal system as much as possible because she's a cunt. And, like I said, she's, for those of you who do not know, before, what's her name? The authoress of Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling's. Before J.K. Rowling's, for the longest period of time, the highest, wage earner in female authoresses was Ayn Rand. She is essentially a science fiction writer, but she beat out Ursula K. Le Guin, who everybody loves. The word for the world is forest. But her sales were like orders of magnitude less than Ayn Rand's. Ayn Rand is required reading in school, and yet this cunt got on Social Security and, the every assistance program she could get on just because she felt it was her ideological imperative. Well, if someone's going to give something, take it. Because, they're fools. They're fools.
She would say that.
Yeah.
She would say that.
Yeah, and
in that witch voice, too.
Yeah.
If you were, if you were, willing to give it, it is my right as a, what does she call it, capitalist.
Yeah, or she just feels fuck capitalist. She would say superior being. She would say, as a superior being to take it. Yeah, I mean all the fantasies.
She didn't look superior.
Shit. Yeah, it was like
she was like smoking on all those stoves and looking all crusty and shit.
Yeah.
And then now they can't even sell the books. They got to give them away. I showed you that.
Oh yeah.
That ad keeps coming up, so they pulled the. One-time offer, free book. No, it keeps coming up because they can't sell the thing. Free copy of Atlas Shrugged.
Oh.
Like no one wants it. Like I don't even want a free copy. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, thank you. You'd have to pay me, and it'd have to be quite a bit to read through that shit. By the way, some food for thought here. Let's take a look at the screen share. Go through screen share here, and I'm still shocked at the way that white guy in the Solomon Islands was just walking up to black kids and just copping a feel.
Like, from behind them, without even asking. Fucking disgusting. That was creepy to watch the way he was doing it.
Oh yeah, outrageous, just like stroking an animal, like
yeah, that's what it was. Literally,
yeah,
literally, it was just wow. Why was he doing that? Who knows?
Now, here we are with the hustle. The hustle, Zachary Crockett, is here. If you see the screen share, he's giving us the economics of all-you-can-eat buffets. And what I can't understand.
What the fuck? Well, there is no economics.
Well, the economics is we saw it in action when Ian West was asked to leave. When Ian West was asked to leave, tell people about that this fucker was draining the buffet and the economic balance scale tilted to the point where they had to tell him to leave. We witnessed that.
Oh, he almost put him out of business. Remember, it was like prime rib and prawn, like the most expensive shit in like piles. And we were like, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm at a buffet. Like suck sucking on the prawn tail, and we were like,
inhaling
this
it,
guy?
inhaling it.
And then we hear someone come up to him, and they're like, look, you gotta pack it up, buddy. You know, you gotta go. And then he was all mad. He was like, yeah, they're telling me to get out. Shit. And it's like, because he's been there all night. You know, he paid the $30, but he ate like $80 worth of their goods.
Oh, at least.
Yeah, hundreds of dollars worth of ribs, and it was like, and it wasn't just one thing. It was like surf and turf. It was like ribs and the prime rib and the tri-tip. Like, he said a whole bunch of shit. It was gross. And then as he's talking to us, he's like showing us on camera that he's sucking on those prawn tails, like these giant prawns that, you know, full of, you know, all the black goo from that Deepwater Horizon absorbed into them.
What do you call that stuff that was used to break up the oil? They had a technical name for that chemical.
Yeah, exactly. So they're all contaminated, but it's cheap in Mississippi, so they don't care. You know, we're eating good out here, and then they get all these diseases. But anyway, so he was doing that, and then the buffet finally kicked him out. And then just to top it off, just the sick whipped cream icing.
Oh,
he goes home and he starts eating bagels, and we're like, "What the fuck,
cream
dude?
cheese? With
You
cream
just left
cheese?
the buffet." Yeah, and lox, cream cheese and lox. Like his Jewish side just had to come out that last little bit, and it was just like, "Holy shit, dude!" Like, how could he do that? You know, it was unbelievable.
It's
Like,
literally
it had to
inhuman.
be drugs.
It's literally
It had
inhuman.
to be drugs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's the meth is just burning it all. His calories are burning it all at such a rate because of the meth. The meth has got his, what do you call it? His metabolism. The meth has got his metabolism so jacked up at warp speed that he's just metabolizing it all as he eats. But he's fat
disgusting.
too. But he's fat too. So
Well, look at how he's eating.
yeah.
And whatever Satanist welfare they had him on, they had him fed for sure.
Oh, just so people know.
Like, he was getting
Yeah.
brand new houses, or not
Yeah.
brand new, but like different homes,
Yeah.
completely paid for every town he was going to.
Yeah. It's true. Plus this
guy just walked into my work and offered me a place to live.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
There's no one living here. Like, it was the Addams family house.
Yeah.
No one's living here.
Yeah.
But there's severed heads in the basement and guns.
Yeah. Candles.
It was crazy.
Candelabra, and best of all, his pay, the money stack, which is like it's not theater money, because theater money.
Well, he told us that.
Yeah. It's theater money legally has to have a blank side, so it can't be used as counterfeit. And you could see it was full blues, the blue chip.
Well,
I mean,
it was in a bankroll. It was
in a bankroll. Yes.
Which you can't do that with theater money, really.
Thank
Make
you.
it look legit.
Yeah, thank you.
No, he had straight up bankroll.
Yeah.
Like $10,000 in a brick, you know.
Yeah,
classic.
that was it. Thank
Something
you.
out of a movie. It looked like it was out of a movie.
Seriously.
That's why he said that.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah. And just so people know, I've been at parties where they've had those stupid, what do you call it? They used to call paperweights, where you see that kind of stack of bills in the paperweight. And at a party where they were all high and drunk out of their minds, they took a hacksaw and sawed their way through that. And, sawed the bills in half. They didn't care. They were just doing this drunken high to see whether or not it was real bills. And it was all blank paper, except for the green siding, except for the top bill was just one face that was printed like a real bill. And the bottom bill was one backside of a bill printed like such. And that's what his stuff, you could have seen it like that. It would have been visible when he flipped it, but he was flipping it in our face. And it was all solid green.
Oh, no, they were real.
Yeah, they were all real. So this guy's
because I've worked at a casino, so I know what they look like.
Thank you. That's why he's still.
We used to have to crack those open before the shift.
Tell him about the counterfeit. Tell him about the one you got from the Chinese guy. Of course. Pushing you the North Korean.
The Korean super bill?
Yeah, the North Korean super bill.
Or even the Secret Service guy was like, yeah, man, you got shafted. Like, this looks really like this is. Even he had to go call his superiors on it because it was so good.
Yeah.
And he said if it wasn't for the machine, no one would have been able to tell it was fake.
Yeah. God damn. Yeah, it's impressive stuff, and that floats the North Korean economy. They just print out our bills. That floats their economy. You wonder how they last.
Yeah. Well, the new ones can't be done anymore. That's why they made the blue chips.
That's it.
The ones with the little plastic thing in there.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, not that we've ever seen them, but
I'm sure they do their best to do something. Probably just find some way to sucker, the real blue chips by exchanging their stupid shit for that, their funny money. Somehow.
Well, now it's just crypto. They just get a bunch of people to hack.
Excellent
crypto.
point. Thank you. That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's it. It's the crypto now. How could I be so?
Because if you steal like $1 million from some rando,
Yeah.
they ain't gonna be able to come after you.
Yeah. It's like, oh my god.
And a lot of them, because they're on the blockchain, you could see that they're all getting traded in North Korea, but you can't do anything about it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's thank you. No, it's true. It's true. Let's take a look at something that gives us an example of this. Here we are. Let me see now. If I can get this going here, and let me see if I can turn on the. Oh God, it's funny already. Jesus Christ! Let me get the screen share up and see if I can get.
What are people complaining? Like the fake Ian came back?
Or
the fake Vinny?
I that would almost be entertaining. I wouldn't mind that. This guy is funny enough. This is like seeing Ian West in Asia and shit. This would be like the Asian clone of. She doesn't have the best GPA. She doesn't have that. Really? Maybe because she's better looking than you and is getting sex.
This piece of shit.
Yeah. Oh, you know this fucker or know of him? This free webinar academic?
No, I'm just looking at. I'm looking at him. I can tell he's a piece of shit. He's probably AI, but
I wish AI would make him look better. Give AI credit, okay?
Yeah, elite university. It's like, why are the Asians obsessed with this shit?
Yeah, it's like because they still buy the dream. They still buy into the dream. They still. Yeah. I like how the Asian girl wins out over the.
I'd pick her too over that guy. Yeah.
With his Jewish hair, he's got the Jewish hair.
Yeah. Well, that was broccoli hair. That's like what every kid has now. It's like they're making these fuckers in the factory. They all have that goofy broccoli head.
Oh shit. Zenith.
I'm sure you've seen them.
Yeah. Yeah, too many of you, right? Oh, anyhow, so let's skip that and get the CC on. Let's see if we can get... Oh, the subtitles are unavailable. This is a crypto attack on OnlyFans streamer caught on camera. So this chick is putting out her pussy on camera for crypto.
I like how they call her an investor.
Yeah.
Crypto investor. I bet she's investing. Something's getting inverted.
Now, here we go. Here they come. It's like they're going, yeah, we coming. They're on camera. They don't give a shit. Just do it.
They don't care.
Yeah, we actually got some, go. Sometimes, where's the fucking crypto? They've got her now.
Where's the crypto?
Give us the crypto. Swear to God, I will cut you and kill you.
Here
she goes. Look at her. Here she goes. You know, big tits, cowboy hat.
This chick's a multimillionaire. What an idiot.
Yeah, there we are.
Why doesn't she have armed guards? She's so stupid.
Dude, I know. It's like, yeah, what the fuck? You know, she's making it.
And she was going on YouTube channels saying, like, revealing her invoices and shit. Yeah. Like, doing, like, financial audits.
What? Yeah.
Yeah, what an idiot.
Darwinian selection. Selection, but here she goes.
And she was saying, I make $1 million a month. I make $1 million a month. Of course they're going to come after you, dumbass.
It sounds like Christina. Help! Do I sell or hold my BTC?
Oh, no, No, Christina didn't even have money. This bitch has money.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. So this chick's got money. Wait do you get a load of her boyfriend? Holy shit. Wrench attack victim.
Oh, is he a cuck?
Wait, you see it. But first, here's these guys. They're all on camera. They're taking her down the stairs because that's where she says.
But don't tell me he was home when this happened.
He was home when it happened.
Oh,
he was home. God. He was what? This was his cameras. He was watching it all on camera.
He was hiding behind
here he goes. It's this fucker. Then he pulled out the guns. He says, I had to go to my safe to get the guns out. I'm like thinking, You two don't
They
have
live in
kids.
Texas. They
Yeah.
live in Texas. You could strap it to your forehead.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
Yeah, you don't
What the
have
fuck?
kids. They don't have kids. Why don't they
No,
leave their
what a
guns out?
bunch
Is he
of
afraid?
idiots.
She must go through manic episodes and threaten to kill him. That's got to be it. I would leave my guns everywhere. I'd have a gun in the fridge. I'd have a gun everywhere.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
a multi-millionaire.
Yeah, yeah.
You should just have them like it's fucking.
Yeah, but here he
like-
says, I had to go to the safe, man. Yeah, see, wait here. And look, he's got the Kevlar vest. He strapped on the Kevlar and the helmet to confront them. I mean,
what
really?
a loser.
Really?
What a loser.
Yeah, you gotta armor up for that. Your girlfriend's got 3 guys with a gun to her head. You gotta armor up. Yeah, and then he shot one of them. But this is she tells him it's in the pool. I can't believe they followed her. They said stop playing, but they followed her anywhere. Anyway, so she left blood on the wall. That blood is her blood. And, she's running here on the camera towards her boyfriend, helping him.
Oh, and
help
notice the dogs are useless.
Yeah,
I'd
the
kill them
dogs are
first.
worthless. They're just decorations.
Kill them first. Sorry,
Yeah.
guys
Oh,
that
I'd
like
shoot
dogs,
them.
But
Oh,
once,
yeah.
once the dogs failed once, like,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's no
That's
point. So it's at
the
top
one
of the-
thing they were supposed to do.
Thank
they
you.
were sitting there,
Yeah,
just
barking,
lost.
like welcoming the guys.
welcoming them in. Yeah,
Yeah.
wagging their tails. No,
Yeah.
the dogs gotta go.
Yeah, I'd shoot them. I would shoot them. But
Why
then,
don't they? For someone with the biggest state, get the biggest dog, the meanest fucking dogs.
yeah.
Like, why even have those stupid? Look at
Little
them.
pieces
Did you
of
see
shit.
how stupid they look?
Oh, they were. It was offensive. It was offensive.
They were like
These-
wagging the tail.
Oh, it was awful. Tongues out.
We got visitors.
Yeah,
We got
looking for
visitors.
treats. Looking for treats.
Because their owners are getting like almost murdered.
No, I like this at the top of the stairs. There's this little maid doll at the top of the stairs. But she says it was here at the base of the stairs. Her boyfriend comes out, all armored up and helmeted like a SWAT team member.
What an
And
idiot.
yeah,
Why do you waste so much time? It's
and she's got the 3 guys down here, and he says, "Get down!" So she gets down, and he shoots, and he hits one of them. And he shoots. So here he's describing it. Here's where I shot. And he gets one of the guys, and they run. I got shot. Did you see the guy? I got shot. I got
Oh
shot.
my
He
God,
says
so
it
his
3
aim is shit.
Yeah. He gets one of the guys. Anyhow, and then there's this other case. This guy, crypto investor, charged with kidnapping and torturing. Let's see a little bit about this.
Yeah, and again,
okay,
these
oh,
aren't
man,
investors. These are thieves.
Thank you.
Like, what are
Just
you
like
talking
calling
about,
her an
investors?
investor, she's a stripper. And crypto investor is charged with kidnapping and torturing a man in a New York City apartment for weeks. I mean, yeah. Why do they call him an investor? That's just bizarre shit. And
He was basically a deadbeat that was stealing people's crypto. He
Yeah.
wasn't an investor.
yeah, and second suspect in New York crypto kidnapping and torture case surrenders to police. Why did he surrender? I don't get it. Maybe he just can't go on the anyhow. Suspect.
Because
Yeah.
he already cashed it out and they can track him.
Got it. So here they are. Look at this on film. The guy escapes, and then this other guy. That's the daughter. That's the daughter of a crypto millionaire, and she's got stockings that look sexy, and they're beating her half to death on the street. Yeah, saying make your daddy give us money. Make your daddy give us money. Look at her trying to get away and shit. She's like, but have to admit the pantyhose effect is pretty erotic. At any rate, it's happening everywhere. This Bitcoin shit, and people are targeting them. Here we are. Husband described perpetrator 2 as very threatening. Perpetrator 2 threatened to cut off husband's toes and genitalia to shoot him and to rape his wife if he didn't access his Coinbase account. Perpetrator 2 also struck the husband in the head. Husband reported that perpetrator 2 was wearing khaki cargo pants. Oh, he's describing myself. And a black hat. Oh, again, describing myself. Only mine doesn't have
you don't have crypto.
Yeah, that's right. Only his hat had a trout on it that said Trout Pro Shop. I don't have that. Armed with a black...
Bass Pro Shop.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Bass Pro Shop. Yeah. Oh, my God. Wife reported. Yeah, perpetrator. What? Anyhow, so
this is the problem.
Yeah.
The crypto was supposed to be decentralized and anonymous.
Yeah.
But that's a psyop because it's actually the inverse. It's all public. The blockchain is public and linked to you. So once they know your number or whatever your code is, they know who you are.
Yeah.
So they find the people with the most quantity, and they can track you down through your IP and shit. So it's just so stupid.
Thank you.
It was supposed to be anonymous. It's like, you know what's anonymous? Cash. Ask the fucking mafia.
Thank you.
Jeez.
Thank you. Yeah, it's so honestly, it's all you're doing is begging for trouble, and for this woman on the OnlyFans to be asking people for investment advice for what to do with all the crypto she's getting from them for pulling her pussy lips on camera. That's she's begging for it. Not the sex, but the violence. Yeah, here she goes again showing the
she went on there and said, I make $1 million a month. And the guy was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, and then a lot of people became determined to find out. Here's the bullet holes. Yeah, that could have gone right through me. My boyfriend luckily hit the guy in the gut while he's firing off, dressed in full armor and shit with our toy dogs.
What I don't get
Look
is
at this
they
girl.
live in
Oh my
Texas.
God. Look at them grab this chick. This is another chick that the footage again is distressingly erotic in its own right. It looks like a porno fantasy. He's Grabbing this built chick and Caitlin Siragusa. Caitlin Siragusa. I'm not doxing her. This is all public at this point. But is it the same girl? Is that the same girl? It must be.
It's the same girl.
Okay, so that was the same girl. They were pulling her hair and shit. Well, that must have got her a lot of money if she just shows that footage on the on her OnlyFans. San Antonio. Yeah, there we go.
That's what I'm saying. So they have this huge ranch in Texas. She said it on the YouTube video that she was bragging about all this money she had.
We should have hit her first. We would have done it right.
I know. We were fucking stupid. Yeah. Instead letting these thugs fucking
fuck it up.
Do it.
Yeah. Oh, damn. Yeah. And we would have been better options for her than her fucking boyfriend, that loser. Oh, my God.
Oh, all we had to do is just take the boyfriend out and just say, look, we're going to manage you and you keep all your money.
Thank you.
This guy, it takes 5 minutes to suit up just to shoot these guys. I mean, come on.
Helmet too.
They live in Texas. They could have a minigun in their living room. What are they fucking talking about?
Dude, I'd have guns on the coffee table living in Texas, especially if I had no kids. I know what it is though. It's got to be she must have manic episodes, and he must be afraid she's gonna pick up a gun, and blow him away in one of those manic episodes. It's got to be something like that.
Well, shit, he would deserve it.
Yeah.
Shit, after that, I'd kill him too. Shit. She's like getting thrown around, and he's like putting on. Oh, I don't want to get shot. It's like, dude, come on.
Yeah, no, that's.
And they have the nerve to wear cowboy hats. Like, dude, you guys ain't fucking Wild West. Some good old boy would have shot all 6 of those dudes with no problem.
Yeah. Oh God.
With one revolver, just done.
Well, first off, the moment he saw that on camera, the idea is he's supposed to run to where she's at, not have her lead them to where he's at. How does that logic work? That's
it doesn't work. He's an idiot.
Thank you. And as for the dogs, no, shoot them first, then him. Shoot the dogs first, and then him. Yeah, in front of his eyes, because he's probably
those dogs gotta go. Those dogs gotta go. They were like wagging their tails at the fucking
I like the Chihuahua in the oven too. That was
Oh, you saw that?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Did you read the caption? Did you read
something like I can't take it anymore, something like that.
Yeah.
It was like No, those things.
He was running out of money. The dude was running out of money.
Yeah, it's the veterinarian bills. That'll kill you. The veterinarian bill. Didn't we see some shit like that?
No, it was a joke. It was like the dude was like he was like, when times get tough, and then he's like crying.
Oh, he was gonna
kicking
eat
the dog.
He was gonna eat it. Oh, that's it. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been
funny.
a loss.
Okay, sure. No, it wouldn't. But he would have died because it's like it was Beaver's mother. The time that what happened was Beaver got tired.
Oh, don't tell me they ate a dog.
No. Here's what happened. Here's what happened. It was Beaver and I were sitting in the living room watching television at his home, and he got tired of his mother quipping every time some food item came up, like, here's the Peking duck, and shit. I've eaten that. It's like, here's the chow mein mao fun, whatever. It was almost like every time I ate that, and then finally it was some Chinese peasant who was like doing some shit like rowing a boat, or Beaver said, "You eat one of those?" and then what happened was, a dog came up, "You eat one of those?" And she said, "No, I won't eat that in America because they give them all these shots, and that'll make you sick." And, like, she had considered it, or had eaten them in China, but knew not to eat them in America. That was the part that was disturbing. And but when it comes to the dogs in America, you eat that shit, you're gonna die. I mean, because they're so injected, full of all that.
It's like heartworm medicine. And
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, they got the heartworm injections and all the rest of that shit. But when it came to the what was the other thing about that? The when I'm trying to think of something, but we were in San Francisco, you and I, with the latest visit, and we passed by some veterinary center. There was something odd about it because, well, everything was odd that day, but there was something odd about it because it was like, wasn't that in the same neighborhood as Wizards and Wands and that Indian restaurant? And it was like, it was almost like wasn't there a black kid in a hoodie who was going into the veterinary place? That was what was so odd.
Yeah, that was weird. Yeah.
You did see that. It was Marina District. For those of you who don't know, first off, a black kid in a hoodie doesn't strike me as the kind of person who could afford to go to a veterinarian in terms of an animal.
It was like, I think it was something even more crazy. It was like a balaclava or something. It was like not just a normal hoodie.
Thank you. No, you're right. It was almost like, is he going into rob? I guess that's the best place to rob.
What the fuck is he doing?
Yeah. I mean, I would rob a veterinarian's office because they make bank as much as an OnlyFans. Quite
they make
serious.
more.
Yeah.
I told you that when my cat was dying, they were like, $10,000
outrageous.
or nothing.
Outrageous.
Yeah, and it was just like, they don't give a fuck.
Yeah, just to kill it. So you don't have to. It's like
no, that was to lead you astray. It was like $10,000 to like put it through all this horrific surgery, and then they said it'll probably still die.
Right. And then they charge you to put it to sleep because they tell you it's dying and suffering.
Yeah, that's another G. That's another grand.
Oh, at least, just horrible. They're horrible. They are horrible.
Yeah, they should all the veterinarians should just be eradicated.
Yeah, I mean, they truly live off human suffing and animal suffering.
It would be better off if they just like had like a hospice like field, an open field where they just put all the sick in. It'd be more humane.
Yes.
And making them go through like 100 surgeries and then dying in this horrible death, it's just awful.
It's serious. Seriously. Yeah. I mean, humans with these animals, they're really being cruel. They're really torturing them, and they extend their lifespan to the point where they're old, they're sick, they're withering, they're dying, blind, drooling. Oh my God, just awful. Yeah. And then look what they do for you when the crypto ranchers show up. They bark and ask for treats. Yeah. So it's there you go with that. Yeah. So apparently you knew of this case, and that's incredible. I'm impressed. You were familiar with the case before I showed you.
Well, I didn't robbed, but I know she was famous for saying that stupid shit on air.
Okay.
And the second she said that, I was like, this is such a bad idea. You don't just go on someone's channel where they're getting multi-million, views and then say I make $1 million a month. I mean, that's not a good move. Like,
that's you know what that's like? Nemo level callousness. That's Nemo level callousness, because there's women out there breaking their ass waiting tables, but this bitch is not to do. Like I said, I oftentimes have more respect for prostitutes and adult entertainers than many average women, simply because I notice many average women have a superiority attitude, like I work for a living, as opposed to prostitutes or adult entertainers who I can get them because I understand them. I come from that same kind of environment. They're just making a living by doing something very visceral, like I've done with killing people in the past. It's not that different, really. But when it comes to, a case where someone is doing that and then opens themselves up to attack by bragging how much money they're making, at that point, okay, you've crossed a line to Nemo level stupidity where you have no concept of anyone else's suffering because what you're doing is relatively very low labor work, and you're just getting money to dildo yourself. You shouldn't be telling people how much you're making off of this.
No.
It's just bad. It's just bad form. It's just bad taste. And her boyfriend, no, that's just, you could afford someone better than that. Like a real man with real guns who
At
just,
that point you could.
Yeah.
I don't understand. They could afford $1 million a month. You can afford a full-on army, like
Yes.
private army. What the fuck are they doing?
Thank you. What's with all the
Sitting
cameras?
there with like some
Yeah.
little golden retrievers and
Yeah.
a safe of guns that they can't access. I mean, it's just so stupid.
That's beyond stupid. That is beyond stupid.
Well,
It's-
they learned, like, you know.
Yeah,
it's all
they
done
sure
hard
did.
way.
Yeah.
You best believe they have security now. Yeah,
Oh man. If not, they truly are beyond stupid. It's like
then they deserve it.
yeah. But you notice the other people were getting attacked in the streets. That was where, there's no security for you once you leave your apartment in those city environments. Yeah. So they were just like, those people were just getting them in the streets. It's like, there's no cops. There's never a
Yeah,
cop
that poor
around.
Italian guy. The Italian guy got fucked up. They like invited him and then snatched him and then put him in a basement for 2 weeks. Like, damn.
I don't feel sorry for someone with that much to lose. They say he escaped barefooted, that he had to run out on the streets barefooted after 2 weeks of torture.
Yeah, he had to jump out a window or something. Yeah, poor guy.
Well, let's just put it this way. He finally earned his money. He finally earned his money.
He's gonna regret it now.
Oh shit.
What do you think what do you think about this Terrence Stamp dying? It's like, I don't even know who the fuck that is.
Yeah, I didn't know about it, and then they started...
General Zod.
Yeah,
I mean, come
General
on.
Zod.
This is like way old.
No, that's baby boomer shit. That's baby
Yeah.
boomer shit.
And they keep showing him like I'm supposed to know who the fuck he is.
All I can think of is like you know what? Yeah, that's depressing. The other thing is the rehabilitation of Liam Nielsen. Like he's with Pamela Anderson. It's like, oh, he's doing so great now, doing this parody and shit. Yeah, it's like, look, the guy always was a parody. The guy never was. You couldn't take the fucker seriously.
Oh, he
Yeah.
even admits that he's not acting. When he was doing those interviews for Naked Gun, he said,
Yeah.
I'm not acting, I'm just shit. You know, he even says
there you
it.
go. Thank you. Finally, honesty. Honesty. And there we have that. And so Troy
Are
Bellamy.
they really together, or do they just have good chemistry? Like,
I think everybody's just jealous because they're good at pretending, and everybody wants the pretend. They want the fantasy. That's what it is.
Yeah.
But Pamela Lee Anderson, poor dear. I mean, she's just been through the ringer. I mean, I'm glad she finally started being honest about her abuse throughout her life, but it was it's just you can see it in her now that she stopped wearing makeup. She looks like she's been through it. It's but
I think she looks better personally, but
what's that?
That's just, I think she looks better personally, but that's just me.
I appreciate that. I respect that. It's I prefer it with the makeup, but then look at what I go for. I go for these escorts, and I go for the artificial tit. I go for the silicone implants.
Do you want me to go with this? It's some kid doing a school report, and then it's like a biography, like a PowerPoint, and it's Andrew Tate.
Oh Jesus. I mean, go ahead, just for an evil laugh. We can get an evil laugh out of it. It's disgusting. It's Andrew Tate, so he views him, no doubt, as a hero. I would take it. I'm thinking the worst.
Yeah, like he's about to do a report about him or something.
Disgusting. It's all I can say
He looks like he's like the kid looks like a piece of shit.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, and you know what encourages this? It's the whole MAGA. Like I said, Andrew Tate is their Jeffrey Epstein. He's their what they consider their politically correct Jeffrey Epstein. But
they feel he's justified or something. Like, he's doing it for the money, so he's the real guy. He's real. He's the top G.
Yeah.
He's not some spoiled You guy.
That's it's so disgusting. It's so disgusting. You're absolutely right. That's exactly how they think, if you could call it thinking. It's a piece of shit. So
no, like, because he has the whole shtick that I worked for all this, and it's like yeah, so did fucking Al Capone and shit.
Oh God, this kid looks hideous. He's hanging his head. It should be in shame. I hope he's hanging his head in shame and embarrassment. I hope everybody.
Well, it's probably because people were saying, "What the fuck, you fucking scumbag."
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. Like this one guy says, "I'm surprised he's in school and not out driving Bugattis." Yeah. And the other person says, "That's why he's in high school in his 20s." Yeah. Of course, they all say this they can't write English themselves. None of these people can write.
Teaching us about the Matrix.
Yeah. It's just horrible. But this is what we've come to. This is the toxic male environment that so many young boys are exposed to. And you know what? Incels are getting younger and younger. It's how does one realize?
And the meme, do you see the meme in the comments?
No, I didn't see it.
The Matrix is attacking me. And then it's like the angry nerd. This guy's a genius.
No, I can't see that because I'm perma-banned from Facebook, so I can only see a few of the. I can't open the comments. I see a few of them that are showing, but I can't open them. But
everyone's saying top G LOL.
Yeah. But definitely what we are facing here is the phenomenon of the so-called manosphere, the manosphere influencer, Andrew Tate. Basically, and again brings us back to Romania and the United Kingdom and the United Kingdom. Weren't you in the United Kingdom when he was there at one point? Not that to suggest that you rendezvoused or something, but
what'd you say?
Not to suggest that you rendezvoused with him, but weren't you in the United Kingdom when he was there at one point? Like you both happened to be in the United Kingdom at the same time. Like he was like Andrew Tate. At that time,
but he's not allowed there anymore, as far as I know.
That's right. That's thank God.
Maybe like one of my early trips to UK, I was there maybe at the same time, but he's definitely not allowed there anymore.
Thank God.
He owes them so much back taxes that they'll just snatch him up off the street. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Well, anyhow, just for people to know, one of the biggest pieces of shit, I'd call it pseudoscientific theory, it's really just misinformation, is that there's this 80-20 rule. I don't know if you've heard that, but it's this theory that 80% of the women are attracted to only 20% of the men. The top men. Like the dude with the cowboy hat who had to suit up in his Kevlar and the helmet before he went down. To have his girlfriend run to him with the assailants so he could take a pot shot at him.
Yeah, what exactly is that guy providing that bitch?
Yeah, thank you. It ain't dick. It ain't dick.
We know it's not that because she could basically hire any porn star.
That's right. Oh, Trump struggled to walk in a straight line as he went to greet Putin. This is pathetic. Yes.
Yeah, isn't that like some kind of neuropathy? What the fuck is that?
Oh, definitely. I think the guy's.
I feel like that sometimes, but it's just exhaustion.
Yeah. Well, you and I, you work for a living. With me, it's just I get drunk. He doesn't drink. He doesn't drink.
Yeah, he doesn't drink and he's walking like in zigzag. Oh, did you tell people about how they bowed to Putin that whole time?
Tell them about the HE shit, because I was getting started in on that in the beginning when I was feeling like shit. When I started the transmission tonight, it was like I felt that zap all over again. It started, like I said, when I came home and my stupid...
It's a stand attack.
Yeah. Yeah, but it started home with Calvin. The entity probably inhabited him. He's the neighbor next door, the motherfucker who keeps, every time he sees me, he says the same
he's
shit.
probably just a rotten piece of shit.
Yeah, that's true. He's just a parasite himself.
Yeah.
You look tired. You look so tired.
Yeah, anyone who says that is already suspect, right?
Thank you. They're the worst of the worst.
Yeah,
it's true. It's this horrible passive aggressive bullshit. That's somebody does that. Just like I said, next time I'm just gonna cut.
Okay, here's the pamphlet.
Yeah.
It says 2 documents left behind. Luncheon in honor of His Excellency Vladimir Putin.
Outrageous. Outrageous.
And then on the next thing it says Russian Federation bilateral program with President Trump. His Excellency Vladimir Putin.
Oh God.
President of the Russian Federation.
That's what I was trying to emphasize. It's really an occult reference to the satanic cabal that is essentially resettled as colony in the Crimean Peninsula, which the Russians stole from Ukraine, because that's all vacation resort, top real estate area. And the Satanists, like Alexander Dugin, have resettled there, and they call themselves the Black Tsardom, as the invisible kingdom of the underworld, the netherworld, not the underworld in a mafia sense, but the netherworld in the sense of hell itself. And it's almost like when they refer to him, it's really as puppet masters. I would take that as almost an obtuse reference, but with Trump, of course, it's just to him, Putin is king. The emperor. It's like that would be what you use for. Explain to the people how that's reserved for monarchs. That's a title only for monarchs. His Excellency. It's outrageous.
Yeah, I don't think they ever used that for like dignitaries that were not kings and queens, if I'm not mistaken.
It's true. Yeah. So that
even if they are the guest of honor, you don't say that in a democracy.
No, it's outrageous and it's offensive.
Yeah. Oh, and get this do you see the bottom corner where it says visit details? It says protocol to protocol, POTUS to President Putin, American bald eagle desk statue, and then it says details, gifts.
God.
So what does that mean? It's just like the gift can't be the desk statue, right? That's got to be some. Right?
Yeah, no. It's like it's bribery.
Like what is he's giving him Chotskys? That's like a fucking little, like a bald eagle statue. He ain't giving him that. Come on.
Yeah, no. This
and it says, and this is probably legit because it says here at the bottom, produced by the Office of Chief of Protocol.
Oh my
So this
God.
Isn't just some
ignoramus. Yeah. It's not just some ignoramus. It's somebody who's supposed to know what they're doing. And yet they're doing all the wrong things. No, that's...
and then they leave it behind, like the president's itinerary on a desk in a fucking hotel. Like, what a bunch of idiots! I mean.
It's the gang that couldn't shoot straight. It's pretty much like the gang that broke into that woman and then follow her to the quote unquote swimming pool.
And another thing someone pointed out was when other presidents like saw Putin, they never walked behind him, but this time he let Putin in front of him and walk ahead of him.
Oh my God.
So that was like, obvious.
Yeah, well, that says it all.
Body language. Putin's dominant.
It's disgusting. And but for those of you who don't know, Putin is effectively a Satanist. He's someone who obeys the Satanists as his overlords. They do the thinking for him. Alexander Dugin was advertised by everyone, including who's that idiot Alex Jones, as Putin's brain. Quite proudly, they would introduce him as such. And at any rate, again, he settled in the Crimea with all of these other Satanists who were the resistance to the Soviet Union.
Oh my God, this is even more ridiculous. So get this, it wasn't left in a hotel room. It was left in the public printing, the public photocopier inside of the hotel.
I believe it. Yeah, go on.
And then this bitch, the secretary, Anna Kelly, said, it wasn't a breach of security, but then the State Department didn't reply.
Of course
It was
not.
obviously a breach of security.
Of course, to say the least. It's egregious.
Photocopying it on a public photocopy.
It's egregious. It's just it's so stupid. But then again, that's what you get with these amateurs. These people are not truly government people. They've worked all their lives in business and entertainment, and he surrounded himself with entertainment figures like talking heads from talk shows and shit. These people don't know how to handle security. It's a joke. Oh, here's something for a laugh. I mean, I should have brought this up while Holly was with us. Let me see if I can recover
and
it.
They have phonetic spellings for their names.
Yeah.
Putin and Poo
geez.
is capitalized.
Oh, jeez. I'm surprised they didn't spell it. I'm surprised they didn't spell it P-O-O. Seriously.
They did. It was POO-TIHN. So they don't even know how to phonetically spell shit. It's funny.
Oh God.
And their numbers, names and numbers. Shift lead, site lead, protocol. Like they just left people's phone numbers behind.
It figures, honestly. It just shows that.
And get this.
Yeah.
What this almost goes without saying, but it shows the lineup of the participants, and Putin and Yuri Ushkov are above the president and Witkoff.
Oh, I believe it.
Like page 2, they're on page 2, and then everyone else is on page 3, including Trump. It's just totally pandering. I mean, just
that's beyond pandering. They may as well surrender the country. These fuckers. So I'm going to do a screen share here. So let's then we're going to go over to opening up the Laugh Riot. Let me make this full screen so that you can see this. I thought that this is a laugh. Now, what's funny is, ironically, the ad in the middle. If you need to kill time on your computer, this popular strategy game is a must. Sponsored by Forge of Empires. That's funny. The funny thing here is 16 of the best films of 2025 so far. And when I saw that, the first thing I thought is that a romance with J.D. Vance, our vice president? Is that our vice president picking up on some chick? And then this shit. Hassan Piker thinks America might be cooked. What does it matter what this fool said? Who is this son of a bitch?
That's the young Turk asset that they keep pushing out there. He's just a plonker. I mean, he's a total loser.
What? Yeah. What is? Whoa! First off,
some communist shill. He's just some communist shill.
Yeah, and first of all, when did he figure it out? It's like, how long have I been saying this? And then this son of a bitch just says, I think America might be cooked. And why would his opinion even matter? It's like, if you can't see it, it's like every other person can. And I hate to say it, this is one case where I would say...
it's just stating the obvious.
Yeah.
Water is wet. The sky is blue.
Yeah, shit stinks. And America is cooked. Yeah, that's like... I hate to say it, this is one of those times where I really would apply the term, is he even a real American, quote unquote? Yes, I'm sorry.
No, he's not. He's a Turkish immigrant shill.
There you go. Thank you.
And he's been exposed as working for the Young Turks. They just pay him to sit on Twitch and play video games and talk about communism.
Oh shit.
And he was one of the main people that was arguing with Andrew Tate and shit.
Oh my god. Oh my.
But this same idiot is out there wearing a dress and just being a goofball. He's just totally a shill.
Oh my god. What a loser. And these guys get all these hits. It's like well, there you go.
Oh yeah, and he just gets paid off. There's no way he can have millions of hits.
No, it's true. He's
like a pseudo intellectual. He pulls the Bernie shit. He was all pushing Bernie and shit. Too.
Oh my god. Well, he is a communist. He is a communist. Which reminds
he is on paper. He's on paper. He's the Young Turks. You know. The
Young
Turks.
Of course. Yeah. They're all fucking. They and Alex Jones they're like wishbone close. Honestly, you could snap them. These fuckers. They're really together in the same pit. Alex Jones had this act going on with the Young Turks where they pretended...
Oh, yeah, it says here it's an Alex Jones thing, but,
yeah,
their insignia is There we go.
Yeah,
Yeah, I found it.
there you go. Hammer and sickle, no doubt.
No, literally.
Stupid fuckers.
The copy of Union and Progress.
Oh, Jesus.
Founded in 1989. Yeah, there you go.
This is the reason that the anti-woke movement
They were
exploded.
secularists,
Yeah.
Darwinists, technocrats,
Oh, Jesus.
national.
There you go. That's bullshit. They're just
British,
communists.
and guess what?
Yeah.
Guess the big J. They were, yeah,
Hazard.
Yeah, there you
the
go.
big K. They're Hazard.
yeah, the big K. Imagine that.
Judeo-Turkish. Judeo-Turkish. There you go. The Judeo-Turkish. And so they're Israeli. That means
An
there's...
insurgent,
Yeah.
impatient advocation reform group
That's a lot of buzzwords.
with revolutionary and rebellious natures. Yeah, there you go.
Revolutionary, rebellious.
So they
my
just
ass.
basically
Yeah.
they insert themselves into countries to cause strife.
Yeah,
Basically.
there you are. There you are. That's what it comes down to. The reality is they serve the enemy more than anything else. If anything,
Yeah, they're safe.
yeah, it's I saw this one short on YouTube, and it was obviously put together by Prager Institute or some kind of conservative paleo reactionary think tank, where they he had a black guy shaking his head, while they had this woman claiming to be Mexican saying, "I hate it here. I want to go back to Mexico." And it's like, and the black guy's shaking his head. And both these fuckers are paid off. You know, she's just getting a ton of money. He's getting a ton of money. And they don't care about the repercussions of what they're doing. But the black guy is trying to look like a patriotic black conservative. And, BC, black conservative. And she's supposed to be this radical, woke Mexican who's like supposed to make them all look bad. And they want to go back to Mexico, see? And it's like, yeah, so this is the level of payoff that we're talking about when we speak of this piker motherfucker. And think about it. Isn't it a coincidence that he has a name so similar to the Klansman, the man who founded the KKK, the Freemason, who Salman Sheikh was so happy that he got his Masonic, what was it again? I forget what they...
It's the same group. It's the same people.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, he got his Masonic Lodge promotion, this degree. He got a higher degree on the day of Albert Pike's birthday. And Albert Pike would look at him and just kick him in the face, Salman Sheikh, and say, "Get out of my way, nigga. Get away from me." And that dumb son of a bitch worships him. They're all nuts.
Oh, here's the final nail in the coffin for this idiot.
Yeah.
He got a job in ad sales at the Young Turks,
Oh, God.
which was founded by his uncle,
Oh!
Senik Uyghur.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus.
And he
Jeez.
said, "I don't deny that I'm a Nepo baby." So he actually said that.
Give him credit for that, at least. That doesn't make it any better. It's kind of like Nemo. I don't deny I'm on welfare. Yes.
Well, he couldn't deny that. He couldn't even. I was like, "Why don't you leave your house and get a job?" "I can't step outside." "Why can't you step outside?" "Because people throw their Slurpees at my head." And I'm like, "Hey." And he never gave me an answer. It's like it's almost like the whole neighborhood knows he's just a dark son of a bitch.
Yeah, just a sister raping piece of shit.
That wants people to kill people for free.
Yes, yeah, and I can't figure out which is more offensive myself. But
Oh God, we don't even need to hash it out. He's just terrible. And then he had the nerve to say, "I thought we were friends," and they stabbed me in the back. Every time someone turns on you, they always say that shit. "Doug stabbed me in the back."
I knew it was odd when he first started coming on and he said, "Even if Douglas and I were to sever for some reason, I would still keep uploading his shows." And first of all, we don't even know wherever he uploaded them. It was never accessible. Yes.
No, it never worked.
Yeah. And secondly, why would someone say that? If I, like, make a new friend, I don't think about when we sever. It's not like a marriage where you got to think up a prenuptial. So it's bizarre. Why would he say that? Except, of course, he was planning to sever all along. He always had that on his mind, that something was going to happen towards that severance. So there you go. And then he made it happen by... Yeah, and the horror was, like I said, when it was, I'm exhausted, it's after a transmission, and I say, well, do you want to talk about something? Thinking, of course, about this lonely, pathetic wretch, baking alive because he said, oh, it's so hot here. And I said, like, why don't you get, like, those sun blocker shades in the windows, those night shades that block off all light. And it's like, oh, it's still be hot. Remember, he couldn't take a solution for anything. But then he takes advantage of the time I give him to ask me to kill someone with a spell, no less. Like it's one of his video games. Like it's one of his fucking video games. It's like, oh, fucking, people like that.
It's like, I mean, come on. This is like, he wanted us to take upon the bad karma of teaching someone how to harm someone with spells. I mean, like, that's just so offensive. It's like, this is like soul destroying shit.
And
this
yet,
isn't just casual.
And yet they're all jealous of you, thinking I'm teaching you that shit. Jambo, Peter Moon. Tell people that's not what's going on here. You're not the sorcerer's apprentice.
We were in the fucking basement playing Fantasia. Fucking, where he's like, you know, here, clean the basement, and I'm like in there using a spell and shit, and then he's like, you can't use the spell.
Yeah, I didn't want to tell you this. I get some emails from these fuckers saying, yeah, he's suffering all this. Brendan's suffering all this because he's not applying your spells right. And I'm like, really? It's like, first off,
well, spoiler alert, I'm the one telling Doug how to protect himself.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm like, here's the shit I found, you know, how to cast this ward, and you're like, I had no idea. And it's like, no wonder you're getting fucking, you know, fucking angels and shit into your like eyeballs. Like, imagine hanging out with Aquino and not knowing that. It's like, you're no wonder you deserve it. Shit.
Well, definitely. I do want people to understand. I'm pretty much immune to magical assault, but it hits all the electronics around me. And so it's
bouncing off. It's bouncing off and hitting people in my everywhere around me.
And the same with you. Their attacks on you are bouncing off and hitting other people around you. Well, in your uncle's case, it worked out just right. But good thing.
Good.
Yeah.
And the Polish bitch too.
Oh yeah, that Polish bitch. Oh fuck her. Yeah. That was the person who. She brought that all on herself because you put the sigils up and said. And she's like, take them away! Take them away! Yeah. And, oh my god. And she keeps diving onto the internet. On the internet and diving into that SURU shit and soaking all that crap up. And believes that. Believes everything she sees on the internet, but won't listen to you. That's, incredible.
No, but I was evil. She said, you're evil. You were sent by the dark side, and I'm like thinking to myself, like, good God.
Oh, you can't.
What person from the dark side would pay you rent?
Yes, thank you. Yeah. Not to mention,
and fix your house.
Thank you. And then when you're trying to, it's just, oh, that tree protects me. That was the worst part. The tree protects me from the what was it?
Yeah, she said so it was a tree that was like falling into the street, ready to get her fucking house taken away when someone sues her for killing their kid.
Yeah, there you go.
When they crash into it and hit someone on a bike, and then she said, that tree was protecting me, and I'm like thinking to myself, like, bitch. Like, that tree was a liability.
Thank you. Well, it's like she thought it was protecting her from 5G or something, right? Some of the like waves or something, microwaves or some shit.
Yeah. She thought she was getting microwaved, but it's like, what is, the tree already fell down. Just fucking give it an honest death.
Yes. Thank you.
And she had another one, like a big one in the backyard that was sinking her foundation, and her literally her foundation was like the house was crumbling, and she said, "It's because you're taking a shower on that side of the house."
Oh yeah. Oh, of course. Of course.
God,
Oh my God. It's just egregious. These people.
and she came back from Germany, and she was like, "I can't find this box of classical music," and I was like, "Okay." She's like, "You took it from me." I'm like, "I didn't take any." Like, first of all, YouTube exists, and second of all,
thank you.
second of all, I don't need a box of classical music. And she said, "That meant the most to me." And it's like, okay, if it meant that much to you, why was it in the garage underneath a bunch of shit? It didn't mean that much.
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah. So anyways.
No, it's.
And he said, "You drove my car 7 kilometers." And I'm like, really? Your old decrepit Toyota with like 500,000 miles. Why would I even risk that? It's like, why would I risk the wheel flying off just to like take a joyride? I mean, come on, this is just absurd. Like, I could see if it was like a Porsche or something, but this was nothing. No, it was so bad. Yeah. Crazy.
Well, that's what happens when you work for the dark side. She was working for Stanford, and the people who killed her husband, no less. And there you go. It's just there's no hope.
She said she had the nerve to say I was sent by the dark side. I'm like, bitch, you worked for them. I told that to her face.
Yeah.
You worked for them. You're the evil one.
Thank you. Quite seriously, and
so she got her karma for that.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, it's too bad the Japanese guy had to get hit, but so what?
Yeah, in the end, it's like, so what? It's honestly, if he was dumb enough to marry that bitch, you already see signs of Darwinian selection there. That's like, it's horrible. It's just horrible. So we did 6 hours tonight, and I have an appointment with my chiropractor tomorrow at 1:30, so I might as well get myself some sleep. I'll catch up on that, and then by Wednesday, hopefully, I'll be more in a mood to start.
You're getting
lazy.
You're getting lax these days.
Dude, we do so much for our listeners. Our numbers are high. They must like it. They're here, right? Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Well, where else are you gonna hear this nightmare fuel shit?
It's true. But do me a favor, if you wanna vent or cathart or complain a little bit about work, you're more than welcome to do so, because honestly, it's therapeutic. You really should let it out. I mean, V was shocked.
Oh, those fucking criminals.
Yeah, V was shocked. Yeah. She was shocked when you were.
She didn't look shocked.
No, she really was appalled when she heard about the kids in the playing field and the pot smoke, coming out of the tents where they're camping. Co-ed.
Yeah, and I'm like, what's going on? Yeah, I'm like, what's going on out there? Oh, it's approved. Approved. Wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, approved, all right. Yeah, by the senior coach who's going in to, fuck them all.
Yeah, by the 29-year-old coach. That's exactly. Like, I bet he approved it. I bet he fucking approved it. Fucking sick bastard.
Oh,
shit! I need to get into track just to do shit like that.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm a coach.
Yeah,
I run every day.
And the funny thing is how out of shape coaches are. They're the worst physical examples of humanity.
Oh, they're so disgusting. Oh, they're grotesque. Like, there's this one dude that can barely walk, and I'm like thinking to myself, like, how do they take this guy seriously? I mean, it's just. This is crazy. I mean, this is like, if I was someone who was working my butt off to get a scholarship and then this guy waddles in, it's just like, come on, dude, really? Like, shit. That's probably why they don't want me to, like, to hate on them, because they can't hire anyone. They can only hire these losers. They have to, like, shut me up because, it's just.
And I told her,
we can't replace him. We can't replace him.
Yeah, well, they can't replace you. You're the only irreplaceable person that they've got. Especially with dudes like Shroomtard and the rest. What's his latest trip? What's going on with Shroomtard? And they closed the church. Tell people they closed down the Mushroom Church. Yeah, fuck, I didn't get my...
Oh, well, no, they didn't close it down. They ran him out of town like Al Capone style. He owed San Francisco like something like $500,000 with back taxes. And he said, I'm nonprofit. I'm a religious organization. And they said, fuck no. We see, they basically said, look, we see the line out the door of people buying shit.
Yeah.
And so they charged him. They charged him on all his invoices. And he said, I'm going back to Oakland. He left.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so
cool.
It was called the Holy Sacrament or the Sacred Sacrament or something.
Yeah, he's a fucking dispensary, and he was trying to hide behind religion for tax-exempt status.
Yeah,
how cheap can you...
The mushroom.
Yeah,
the mushroom is our... Well, it's because it's illegal. That's another reason.
Oh, there you go.
He couldn't legally sell it.
There you go.
Yeah, he
the
said,
mushrooms are holy sacrament.
It's our right, to get on mushrooms, to be religious. And everyone in the comments was like, they were all hippies and shit, right? They said, we got shook down by the security, man. They were the meanest security guards, man.
I would be,
so they
too.
They were like hitting people with the back of their guns and shit.
Like, oh, yeah.
Barrel, what is it called? Hitting them with the stock, like busting their asses.
Yeah, like it's
get back in line.
Yeah, like it's a concentration camp. Like it's a concentration camp. Yeah.
Like they had so much contempt for those stupid people.
Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't?
Like, get back in line, bitch.
Idiots not only getting high, but rationalizing it by religion. It's just bullshit.
Well, any other business would at least fake it, but these guys were like beating them up and shit. Like they were like, they beat my husband.
Yeah,
it was comical. It was like comical.
Yeah, of course it's comical. I mean, you're standing in line for fucking shrooms,
mushrooms, and DMT.
Yeah, motherfuckers. And it's.
But
like...
this guy, he told me, he said, oh, I went there when they were closing and they were giving me discounts. So they were like just giving him shrooms for free, like on discount.
Oh God.
It was like, so talk about it.
Why? Because he's retarded?
No, because they were irresponsible and just fucking giving it out because they didn't want to get charged tax.
Got it. Oh, stupid fucks.
They said, we're closing down and it's all discounted. But it's like, imagine giving like these literally dangerous, life-altering psychedelics out for free. I mean, this is like...
They ought to be
this
shot.
This is 1965.
Yeah, they ought to be shot just for that. I mean...
Because those people were... He told me he ate it and drove back. Drove back to West Sacramento.
Yeah, there you go.
And he said, I had to have my wife drive because I was seeing rainbows.
Oh, no shit. No shit.
The whole ceiling turned sparkly. And he's like, it's the most psychedelic I've ever seen. And I'm like, oh my God.
And he's developmentally disabled at that. So it's like, God damn.
Oh, and the latest is he's on ketamine now. Did I tell you?
Oh yeah. I was gonna go for it just based on what Brendan described, but then Brendan told me I had to go through the electroshock therapy this guy went through. So they fried the fucker's brain. He's not only developmentally disabled, they connected him to the electric fence. So tell him about that. Jesus Christ. You gotta go through that.
They said to get the ketamine, you have to do electroshock therapy first. So it's like whoever these psychiatrists are, I mean, there's some sick motherfuckers, man.
No, they're making you at least go through the hoops before you get that shit. They ought to do that.
Yeah, but what kind of hoop is that? I mean, that's just like, jeez, these people
they need to do that to Elon Musk. Elon Musk needs to be tied down.
Well, if you're rich, he told me if you're rich, you can just go to a clinic and pay them the $2,000, and they'll just say, "Okay, here you go."
Yeah, there you go. That's disgusting. That's disgusting.
So then, but if you're doing it through your insurance, they have to shock you first.
Yeah, there you go.
Shock therapy. Yeah. For the plebes. It's just sick, man. It's sick world.
It's heinously funny. But you got to put.
Well, he did it.
He did it. He did it. He went there, got his brains fried. I don't know.
This is like worse than sanitariums. Like,
Yeah.
this is just shocking.
Yeah, well, anybody who needs to know what it looks like, just watch One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and that's what this guy went through to get ketamine. It's like, God,
is it worth it?
No.
It's not.
No, it's disgusting. It's awful.
Yeah, and I was telling you, I was like, you can go get it.
Yeah.
All you need is a shock therapy, and you're like, fuck that.
Yeah, fuck that. No, I'm not sitting down through that. That's like, my brain's fried enough, thank you.
You should take the Blood Boys with you to film it. They
Yeah.
love that.
Yeah.
Watch you twitch and shit. Like that.
Yeah, with that rictus grin that comes. Yeah, it's horrific. Yeah, it's like, what else was there? The
If they told you it would, like, give you a facelift, you'd go for it. You'd get zapped.
It's a hard choice. It's a tough call in that regard. Yeah. In terms
all you
of,
got to do is go to Korea and they'll do everything. They'll put you through like the cheese grater, like that Mr. Burns treatment. $200.
Oh yeah, well, it's like the Korean chick at the corner store was telling me. She said that, it's all machines over there. The technology, they don't have it here in the United States. I said, I bet. No. I bet.
I showed you some of those.
Yeah. Oh, tell them about the scandal. Tell them about the guys suing their wives. Tell them about the guys suing their wives. They marry an anime chick. Yeah, and it turns out she looks like some Mongolian yurt.
Yeah, the kids come out all ugly. And
yeah.
And it would cause this big scandal because the elites they wanted to marry pure quote unquote. This is how racist they are. Yeah. They wanted to marry pure, bloodlines. Yeah. But in Korea, there's so much plastic surgery. They were just picking the hottest chick. Yeah. And then the kids would come out with like these snaggletooth and weird looking fangs and shit. And so they would do a background check on the wife. And the wives, it turns out, were just like plebes that just paid for plastic surgery. Yeah. And they looked like like you said, like there's no other way to describe it other than the mongoloid features.
Yeah, flat-faced, mongoloid. In fact, Troy Bellamy would say negroid features that they display.
Yeah, so they had these like shocking features, compared to what they would consider ideal.
All right. Which are literally three-dimensional,
like porcelain doll.
Yeah, porcelain doll, like a three-dimensional holographic anime chick. Yeah, that they that they had married. Yeah, So
the legislator had to, they had to basically to get married in Korea, you had to disclose any previous plastic surgery. Otherwise, you could annul the marriage.
God damn!
Because all these rich guys felt like they were getting scammed because they would marry this super hot 10 out of 10 chick, and then, like I said, the kids would come out all fucking weird looking.
It's like,
and they would be pissed off.
Yeah. What I can't understand. Well, I get it. They're pissed off because this person obviously does not have those genes. But the stupid part is, dude, you're in Korea. You just give them plastic surgery when they come of age. It's no big deal. If you married this chick, you've obviously got money. So.
Well, it was just elitism. They felt like we gotta have it's a princess. It has to look good or something.
Right.
It was just some crazy corporate. You know how they are.
Yeah. No. I know.
Corporocratic weird shit.
Yeah. It's that and really unrealistic expectations. It's just
I still blame the Americans because I don't think Korea was like that before. Like they definitely had their evils, but the whole capitalist shit really fucked them up, I think.
Something happened. It really did. I mean, both North and South Korea are extremes. They're just extremes of human behavior that are so far off the normal spectrum that it's like the
gone wrong.
The communists did them in the north, the capitalists did them in the south. The American occupation really fucked them up. It really did.
They're like an experiment.
It's true. It's true. It's all, and they have Confucianism taken to an extreme degree. I know they used to have, for a while there at least, Confucianist camps where people would voluntarily go to to really just learn to discipline themselves to become, super better workers so that they could kick ass and become, move up the corporate ladder. It's like, so people were paying to go to these corporate boot camps where they'd,
Holy shit.
yeah, learn to get up in the morning. You'll get up in the morning reflexively. We'll make you get up in the morning reflexively, teach you to brush your teeth militantly, then go out there and, get on the corporate ladder and fight your way to the top.
And military service is
mandatory. It's mandatory.
compulsory.
Yeah. In both North and South. Both North and South are still legally at war. So they still got the draft going. So yeah, that too has its effect. It really does have its effect on them.
They even forced the BTS boys into the military.
BTS.
Did you hear about that scandal?
Is that like the femboys from the rock bands and shit?
The Idols.
Oh yeah. Oh.
BTS is the name of the group.
Okay, but what happens?
But they're like the Idols.
So what do they do to them in the military? Do they give them a special unit where they just look pretty?
Yeah, they just basically sat there and did paperwork. It was just nothing. But they had to do it because the population was pissed off because everyone
does it.
No matter what part of society, they were required to do it.
Yeah.
But the idol like management companies.
Yeah.
The idol management companies were paying off the government to say, we're making so much money off these boys, we can't lose 2 years. We can't lose 2 years,
Yeah.
Because
you know what that's like? That's like the British knighting the Beatles. Remember they knighted the Beatles.
Yeah.
So this is like that. They were giving these boys an out. And then I guess the public got outraged enough where they had to go through the motions. And
they said, if you're going to send my boys, you have to send these guys. And so they finally cornered them. And there was only like a few in the group that couldn't get like medical exemptions.
Oh,
and so they forced them in. They forced them in.
Oh, God.
But they literally were just like, they still look like supermodels. They were all dressed up in like camo and shit. And it was like, there's no way he's doing anything.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Like if he shot a gun, then he would be like, cleaning himself for weeks. Saying, the powder is everywhere.
Yeah, it's true.
The carbon is in my ears.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they just did it just as a show. Just look, we made him go for 2 years. There we go.
Didn't Elvis Presley do that same shit? They showed him in the army.
Yeah, but I think Elvis did it like when he was early on. I don't think he was super famous.
No, he was somewhat famous, and he was all gussied up when he was in the military. It was bizarre. It's just some stupid thing where he felt obligated or something or whatever. But I don't know too much about it. But he looked like his photographs were almost Hollywood posed.
Oh, he served from 58 to 60. Yeah, it was the same shit. They made him do it for 2 years.
Yeah, there you go. And just put him in.
He was drafted as a regular soldier. Yeah, so they gave him the Elvis treatment.
Yeah, that's it. That's what these kids got, the Elvis treatment. We'll call it that.
And he was stationed in West Germany. Shit, he got a cushion.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah. Yeah.
In the 60s, he wasn't doing shit.
Yeah, of course not. All they're doing is... Well, what do any of the troops do in Germany? All they do is drink beer. What are they guarding?
Chilling,
They're guarding the beer.
And he worked for the tank division, so he wasn't doing nothing.
Yeah, of course. Jesus.
First Battalion Armor Division. Yeah.
Oh, those are weird days.
Listen to this. They even made some shit up for him. Armor Intelligence Specialist. Now that's
really. Yeah. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Like what was he thinking about? Oh yeah, this is armored, all right.
Yeah.
Like talking on the side of it.
Yeah.
Like this is armored for sure. That's my intelligence for the day. Definitely made out of steel.
Yeah. By the way, for those of you who do not know, and it's amazing to me that people don't know this, Kevlar helmets. I get questions and emails. Kevlar helmets that the United States troops wear in this day and age, they are only meant to stop shrapnel and to protect your head from the roof of the vehicle when you hit it, when there's, well, speed bumps, so to speak, or an improvised explosive device smashes your head against the top of the car. They've tried to redesign these helmets to cushion you like it's a football helmet from that effect, because otherwise it just adds to the impact and splatters your brains. But it doesn't stop bullets. So I want people to understand World War II German Stahlhelm, or these World War II helmets like the ubiquitous wobble pot the Americans had. All these helmets are steel. They could stop a bullet. It depends on the distance. Depends if it's a glancing ricochet or a full-blown point-blank range. But they're superior in protective effect to these Kevlar helmets. These Kevlar helmets really don't do shit. As a matter of fact, when a motherfucker went on a rampage a number of years ago, this was back in the days when I was in Sarajevo, there was some motherfucker went on a shooting rampage in San Francisco and was in the wealthier neighborhoods towards Lombard Street, I think. And he was took a full machine gun. He was all Kevlar armored up, including a Kevlar helmet. But they couldn't get bullets through his vest, so they had to have a sniper on a rooftop put a bullet through his fucking helmet. So that's the vulnerable part, is your fucking head, your helmet. It's whereas if he had a steel helmet from World War II, he possibly could have survived that. So it's like people just don't understand how the military has changed its priorities, and they're really no longer protecting soldiers' brains. So it's there you go with that. Just a factoid to throw out. And I never get how people just don't get that. They think that modern helmets, just because they're high tech, are somehow better. No, they're not. And you know, it's so.
And the ones that are bulletproof are so unwieldy that you have to be like one of those bomb people to have.
Yeah, thank you,
like
thank you. But literally, I can guarantee you that if you were to model, like design a modern steel helmet, somewhat based on the more streamlined Knights helmets, you'd have much better protection on the battlefield. You could actually take point blank range shots, depending on the distance, from various calibers.
So look, they do have triple, 3A bulletproof ones, but they're like astronomical. They're not for the average soldier.
Yeah, there you go.
We're talking like multi-$1,000. These are for like specialists. They're not just casuals.
Thank you. There we go.
If you're infantry, you ain't getting this shit.
Yeah. There you are.
Yeah, it says combat level $3,000, must order 5+. Like,
oh my god.
So you have to be in like a special battalion to get this.
Yeah, thanks for looking that up. No, that's incredible. That's probably private mercenary SWAT teams and shit that are.
Yeah, it's SWAT.
Yeah. Yeah, it's what a strange world that we live in, and of course,
even then, modern bullets, it's like you'd be hard pressed to even stop those. I mean, really.
Yeah, it's true. Well, if you're speaking of depleted uranium, of course, forget it. Yeah, but depleted uranium goes through tanks. But
well, they have like plus P. Have you heard of plus P?
I actually have rounds that are plus P plus. And I had those years.
So that'll go through like 3 people. I mean,
yeah. That's as a matter of fact.
There's no helmet that'll stop that shit. It's like overpacked.
Yeah, the way I'd have to look at my revolver again. Been so long since I loaded it up for combat, but the way I normally did it in the past was you've got 6 rounds in that revolver, and the beauty of it is how you can stagger the rounds so easily. And I would put the armor piercers, 2 armor piercers. Then I'd put the more softest, the splatter bullets, the ones that actually were serrated. I'm beginning to forget the names of those rounds, but I put them.
Hollow points.
Thank you. It was hollow points, and those were at the absolute. No, the Hydra Shock, which is a hollow point, I would put in the middle. The next 2 rounds. The last 2 rounds would be the splatter bullets. Those are the ones that aren't serrated because they're just soft. Those are because the armor piercers were first in case I had to shoot through car doors, and the middle ones was kind of like the next 2 shots, and by that, the last 2, I'd figured they'd be so close to me, either I would have approached them or they would have approached me, that those were just meant to go, splatter inside of somebody's guts and spread them all over the place. So yeah, that's the way I would.
I could see the tactical reason. But,
yeah.
Yeah,
it was.
Some people just put all fucking big boys in there and they don't care.
Yeah.
Who gets hit behind you?
Yeah. No, I get it, but let's just put it this way. Everybody's got their own way of combat, and what really proves it is, well, how long do you last in the battlefield? And most of these people aren't going to be on battlefields. It's why, I picked that up from real combat experience. So you can tell that because of the way I graded the rounds.
So we got FMG, jacketed, hollow points, soft points. So those are the 3. And frangible, which would be the splatter.
Yes. And they called them silver tip bullets. They're not silver, of course, but they're soft and they splatter in someone's guts. And but when it came to you can, of course, order silver bullets or for extreme splatter. That's, by the way, the silver bullet would provide that. It would provide a real splatter because it's soft metal. The softest metal that would do the real splatter, that was actually a favorite of mine, was based on the Japanese manga ŋŋgo 13, which you can look up, GOLGO, ŋŋgo 13, which was short for Golgotha, the mountain on which Christ was crucified. But that was his code name, and he was this assassin. And it was in that comic that the Nazi war criminals that he was hired to hunt could only be killed by golden bullets because of the extreme splatter effect. So he had these golden bullets made. I thought that was a really cool gimmick, a shtick for the comic, that the old school Nazis could only be killed by golden bullets because it's so Jewish. It would be like such a fucking Jewish thing to do, make golden bullets. But that was part of that shtick.
Yes.
Yeah, and he was one of the originals. That comic strip. That was like, God, that was like back almost.
Still going. It's still going.
Is it really?
Oldest manga in production.
Holy shit. The
oldest manga in existence, basically.
Oh my fucking God.
Started in 1968.
Goddamn, 2 years after I was born. 2 years after I was born.
And he died in 2021, but the production company is, by his wishes, still serializing it.
Oh my God.
As per Saito's wishes, the department confirmed ŋŋgo 13 is continuing production.
Holy shit. Yes. And that's incredible. Just incredible. I'm yeah.
Isn't that shocking?
Yeah, is this the first time you heard of that particular manga character?
No, I've heard about it.
Okay.
I would like to watch it if I have time.
Yeah. It's so tempting when
I think he wrote other stuff that is still famous.
Interesting. The only argument I had with it was he made ŋŋgo 13's trademark weapon in for all too long a period of time, the American M16, which was just a real amateur would do that. That's like, but by the way, for those of you who don't know, the M16 is the worst rifle in the world. So he just thought it looked neat. He thought it looked good, is why he chose the M16, but it's a piece of shit. So I mean, no professional assassin would be using that. So it's that was the only argument I had with it. Yeah, other than that, I love the concept, and it was cool. Still is. Yeah, ŋŋgo 13, or the man's name in the comic, his real name is Duke Togo. ŋŋgo 13 is obviously his code name. So Duke Togo was his
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, similar to Tojo, so I thought that was cool too. Just a finger in the eye to the eyes.
Oh, of course, of course.
Oh. Okay, well,
So he was an assassin that killed Nazis, or what? Is that what you said?
No, it was just one mission. He was hired on this one
okay.
mission, but everybody else had failed to kill these old school Nazis. These were like what they call altar party or old party Nazis. Yeah. The level of Bormann and people like that. And but they all failed because they didn't go to his extreme of golden bullets. It's like killing werewolves. You have to have silver bullets, but for the Nazis it was golden bullets because the Jewish metal was what killed them. That was, it was just a gimmick, just a cool gimmick. So I thought that was neat. So that was just one mission. That was just one mission that he had. But the other missions was always different targets. So so he's been all over the world doing these different targets, and it's amazing that they can still think things up. But if only they could have him kill the Prime Minister of Israel in their next story because of that.
That'll start some shit.
Talk about an obvious war criminal. Between him and Putin, what a load of shit. There's so many people around Putin, Netanyahu, the Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia. I mean, these people deserve to be dead by an assassin's bullet. I mean, Trump's almost not even worth the effort.
No, that's what's so absurd about it.
Well, you mean the fake assassination he pulled off?
The ketchup incident.
Oh, it's so awful. It was so insulting to
the
these
ketchup incident. Like, dude, that would be a waste of ammo, like you said.
Yeah, thank you.
This dude can't even walk in a straight line. It's like trying to go kill Pete Moon. It's like he's not even there. He's like walking in circles. Like when like a dog is terminal and shit. And it's like walking in circles.
Yes.
Like you can't, like, really, you're gonna waste your time trying to kill it.
Yes. Well, I'd kill the dog to put it out of its misery, but he doesn't deserve that.
Not these guys. They don't deserve it.
Trump doesn't deserve it.
No, he's sitting there pandering to Putin, sitting there walking behind him like he's the dog.
Yes, he is.
His Excellency.
Oh God, it makes me sick to hear about it. Oh God, I gotta withdraw money from the bank tomorrow. Now that I think about it, the fucking.
Oh, shit. Well, don't be talking like the OnlyFans model.
No, it's not like that. It's just the opposite. Just the opposite. So when I went to the bank, and then they consulted with whatever they did with the AI search, plus they consulted with Prudential, which has the documents that I was in the military, because that's why I'm on the Office of Service Group Member. What do they call it again? Office of Service Members Group Life Insurance, and the state of California. And by that triangulation, they moved me up to the premier military banking account, like I told you privately. And this way I don't need to maintain a baseline amount in the account, except I was applying for a credit card to try and use towards the money I'm raising. And they said, put $250 as a minimum, and you can do it over a few days, and then it'll take a few weeks before you get your response. And that night, I got the response, you didn't have enough money in the account, so we refuse. So it's like somebody immediately went in and hacked that process. That's bullshit, because that happened on a Friday night. Yeah, that came to me.
Yeah, they derailed your ass.
Yeah, they derailed my ass on that. So I've got to consult the guy about that, see if there's a way to fix that problem. See if, if I don't get it, of course, I just got to move towards other options. But like Brendan said, these premier bank account options don't really mean shit, because I don't have any money to really take advantage of. The only really good one is I'd never have to pay for money orders ever again. Thank God. So if you ever need a money order.
Yeah. So little things, it helps. But like I said, what they did to me, they said, congratulations, you can now withdraw up to $7,000 from the ATM. And I'm like thinking to myself,
yeah.
Like, you think I have $7,000 to withdraw?
All you got is 7 cents in the bank if you're lucky on a good day. Yeah, what a joke.
Yeah.
What a joke. It's
Like,
funny
wow,
that they
thanks, guys. You know.
yeah, it's funny that they say that though, because that's the amount I'm ultimately trying to raise. So we'll worry about paying my rent first, but then we'll ask the audience. We gotta set up a trust fund
Shit,
for
fucking
that.
rent out that shit like it's a room closet.
Yeah.
Some desperate college student will rent the front room.
Oh fuck no, they won't survive in this shithole. No, but no.
We'll make them sign something. Look, you probably will get dysentery, but just give me my $1,000.
Oh, dude, this place doesn't even have potable water. So I gotta drink everything out of a bottle. What was I gonna say?
I mean, there's some Jew lawyer that can get you out.
We'll figure out something. But what was I gonna say before I was distracted by that?
There's
horrific...
a bunch of hot chicks in your neighborhood. It's like they're already renting it out.
Yeah.
I don't know where they were coming from, but they were just floating around.
Yeah.
That's what all those other retired people are doing in that neighborhood, it looked like.
Yes. Yeah.
And they were going from house to house. I couldn't believe that. It's like, who are these people?
Yeah, it was bizarre. Yeah, yeah, well, but then again, my whole neighborhood's bizarre. You know that.
Yeah, it was just...
yeah, all of Russian Hill is like but anyhow, so tomorrow I don't even have any money to like buy myself a decent lunch without withdrawing it from the bank first. So because I put the $250 in there for the card and to try and get a credit card. So I'll have to withdraw just enough to get myself some lunch while I'm out there in Chinatown. So, all right. Yeah, I shouldn't give away so much of my itinerary that I'll prepare the assassins.
Yeah, well, at least you don't have as much money as the OnlyFans.
Well, they've got nothing to rob. That I can give everybody up front. There's nothing to rob here.
Yeah, that's what I think. It's so comical.
Yeah,
like,
it is.
Like I get these like homeless losers that are like, "You got $1," and I'm like,
dude, I was about to
tell them.
Tell them what my dad told my legal father used to say. I was gonna ask you.
I've done that, and they get so mad. It's like, bitch, I'm running off credit here. You know, you think I got cash? You're mistaken.
Oh shit.
I'm what is it called? Robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah,
yes. You guys are fucking asking me for money. Fuck that.
Yes, no, it's
I should be asking you for money.
Yeah, no shit.
And one bitch had a bunch of water, like she had like a case of water with her, and I was like, look, I don't even have $1 for water. Why don't you give me one of those? You know, I was almost that.
Should have asked. She might well have done so. It's like,
right.
God.
Well, she didn't look generous. Let's just put it that way. I need help. It's like
don't we all stand in line? Yeah. Stand in line. Yeah. Kind of like that. That was.
I need more help than you, bitch.
It's you know what I can't get. What I can't get is like fucking Derek Talley and what's her name again? Maria. What's Carmela Saldana? Michelle Carmela Saldana. When they both pulled the C card and started asking for money on my show.
And then of course they're all still alive.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like if we lied about that, we'd actually get cancer and die.
Yes. You know? Yeah.
But these people are still alive. Did I tell you about in high school we had this one acquaintance, so-called acquaintance. He like borrowed money from like all of the friends, everybody, like a couple bucks here, 20 here, 20 there. And then we all go to collect, and he said, the doctor said I have polyps in my lungs, and they could be cancerous, and I only have a year to live. Like, he told us that in, like, in full conviction he was going to die. And so we were like, oh, man, like, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's just a couple bucks. And then we all see him, like, 7 years later, and we're like, this son of a fucking scumbag, lying piece of shit. Still alive, still totally fine, totally healthy. It's like, you son of a bitch.
Oh,
but those people always live. They're alive, alive and well. Lying about terminal disorders.
It's because they are a cancer. They are a cancer.
Yeah, they're evil. Yeah.
There's some form of human walking cancer on the body politic.
Yeah, it's like you can't eradicate them. Like imagine how vile you have to be to make up a lie for like $5. I mean, just like a lie like that.
Yes.
Vile.
It's unimaginable to me. It's unimaginable.
And yeah, that Derek guy, he claimed he was having dialysis, but he kept getting tri-tip.
Yeah.
Burgers.
Well, he
and
couldn't stop that.
wings.
I believe no matter if he was getting dialysis, even if he was, he couldn't stop that.
There's no way he was getting dialysis because he said he was still driving the truck, and it's like you can't do both.
Yeah, no. Actually, he couldn't drive the truck anymore. I'm not defending the son of a bitch. He's a piece of shit. But he couldn't drive the truck anymore because he'd been gone too long, and they had to write him off from the company. That's why he'd been gone too long, farting around, pretending he had cancer. So so he lost his job. He lost the trucking job. And it's like, anyhow, he deserved
everything. This was the same loser, just like Selena, that were like,
yeah,
you just need to apply yourself.
Yeah,
help you get jobs.
Yeah.
And they never did anything. They just were just talking, like bloviating or whatever it's called.
Yes.
Fucking farting.
Yes. Poor
like I remember one time she talked to me for like 3 hours, and this bitch was like, take notes, and she was saying like the most mundane, asinine shit.
It was so sad.
Giving no real tips about anything.
You know why? She had made it, and she had all kinds of advantages, of course. She had been married to a very wealthy man who she had severed with. But for those of you who didn't know, I can say this now. He lived upstairs. In like the home was something like 3 stories, but him and her son lived upstairs. And
it was like a condo plex, like a multiplex.
That's right. Thing. Yeah. But he lived like on the 3rd floor with his son upstairs, and tried to avoid her like the plague at all costs. And they came down once a month to pay her rent because she basically had arranged it so that she owned the home. So it was kind of like it was like they had divorced, but she wound up with half the money where she was able and the home, and so he became her renter. And with his son, who, basically she had severed from them both completely. And look, all that's okay. I'm not judging. But she obviously felt that because she had accomplished a something that made her a semi-independent woman, where she was like working for this real estate company, but they had her doing the chicken shit stuff. It was like taking people on the tours of the homes, but it's not like she was really making money off of selling the homes, because she couldn't, because she didn't speak that much good English. She couldn't have been, even though she claimed she was like a real estate dealer. I cannot picture her succeeding in that business with the amount of English that she spoke, and which wasn't much, comparatively speaking. But because of this, she thought she knew it all, and this is part of that culture, Bangladesh, South Asia and Levantine, or Arab, or Asian. They think all these cultures, Americans too, they think just because they've made it to a moderately successful upper middle class lifestyle where they own a home in a place like Long Island, they think, well, I must be the shit, and I must know it all. And they really do think they know it all. And so they'll start pontificating, and people take notes. But she really displayed her vulnerability when she bought into that crypto. And then she put it all on Bitcoin. And it was like, oh, man. Oh, man. God damn. She lost it all. Then that's when she's all depressed. And that's when they hit her. Miguel and Dahar. And
Lena.
Yeah, Lena Cray.
Show up at her fucking house.
Yeah, show up at her fucking house. And, and then they go on some satanic ritual. They murder some child and had this alibi footage that they all 3 put up, the exact same footage, in which none of them are visible. or was it Miguel showed up? It was like his back ass end in the footage at all? Or was
no one was in the footage. It was just like this grainy, grainy footage of a concert with lights and different colored lights, but no one was visible.
Yeah, there you go. None of them were.
And they all posted the same thing on their thing saying, I had such a great time with this person. That person.
It's so, naming each other, covering each other's ass. And it was all such shit. No, I mean, they went out and killed a child or something. Wait, by the way, I never understood the Coldplay scandal. Why was it such a big deal that a bunch of these people were kissing each other's wives at the Coldplay concert? I don't get it. Why people lost their jobs over that or something, or the careers? I don't get it. It's like, why would anyone?
It was just those two. Well, the reason why is because that bitch and the scumbag CEO, they were firing people in the office for doing that because she was the HR manager. Okay. So it was like, so imagine the bitch that was firing people for dating in the office, and then she's getting railed by the head honcho. Oh, there you go. So it was just shisty. They're just shysters. So it was just it was just like, to the rest of us, it was just funny. Yeah. It was like, of course that would happen. Yeah. And honestly, it was their fault because they were so drugged out. If they just stood there and didn't say anything, and no one would have noticed who they were. But because they tried to ditch the camera, it was like, okay, then who are these people? Oh shit. It's like, does that make sense? Yes, now I get it. Like, if they just stood there and kissed each other, it would have been like, oh, just some normal couple, ha ha ha. But instead, they ditched the camera, and everyone was like, well, then who the fuck were they? They must have been cheating, and it just made it so obvious. Yeah. Oh, Jesus, what a couple of idiots. And they're all like they were on tons of droids. Yeah. There you go. That's and Selena. And the funny thing is, both yourself, just for our listeners, Brendan Zogit and Peter Moon, were on the Skype call with me when I called Selena Khan to beg to get the password to my website back, and get her to take her phone number off that website as the what do they call that, the double check for identity, what's that again, I can't remember, confirmation, you get what I'm saying, when somebody tries to break into the website and then it has to do a double check by calling the cell phone. Her number was on that. That was her number. Dual factor authentication. Thank you. It was her number that was on that because she had taken the place of Lena Shea. And so both of you, Peter Moon and yourself, heard that while I begged her to, return the website to me. And it never was mine initially. It was Lena Shea's. It started it, and then Selena Khan took over. And anyhow, they all wound up together on the other side. And which was almost inevitable because they're all like program crazies or something. I mean, after all, why would Selena Khan seek out Peter Moon? That's how she got to know me. Why would she seek him out and take him out to lunch twice? That was so bizarre. Like, it's like, but she thought she was gonna get rich selling his house or make a buck. Oh, good point. She thought, because she told me that, she said he's so stupid. He needs to sell his house and all this shit. She's right in that regard. She's right in that regard. He's got an empty nest. Well, she saw it coming. To give her some credit, she did see his death coming. Yeah. Because he was telling her, I'm gonna fix it myself, and she was like, "You're too old, you stupid fuck." Yeah, it's true. She saw that. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, like I'm pretty sure that's where I got that idea. That's what makes sense. If he just moved to the city and bought a little condo with his whatever, what's her name, the vampire chick, Paula. Yeah, then she would have been happy, and he would have not had to have all these repairs and overhead costs. Yeah, if they just moved into a smaller pad. Yeah, and actually it worked out. It worked out the best for her because she never wanted to live with him, and that would have forced them to live in close proximity. At which point she would have killed him. If she was living in close proximity, she was able in the house as it was to hide herself on the top floor and say, the top floor is mine, bottom floor is yours. You don't come up here or I kill you. It was so it worked out for the best the way it did, really. Then she could stand at least being in the same home with him because she lived in her own little world upstairs. Well, I'm not saying I wasn't condoning it. Yeah. Yeah. But any common sense person with a normal relationship with a human being of their age bracket, would have sold that empty nest with 5 bedrooms and moved into an apartment in New York. Actually, the really
hip senior dude would have said, hey, I'm renting each one of these rooms out to a young boy, young girl, or either gender that you were into, because it was minutes away from New York, and say, hey, school kids.
He could have made a killing just renting the rooms, but he was insane. I mean, insane.
Just stark raving mad. Yeah.
Living by himself.
Well, you know why? He couldn't rent it because people couldn't stand all the dead birds' bones or baby bones that he was rolling over.
Watching some old Scientologists wake up and do these binding rituals and shit.
Yes.
You like open the freezer to get your Ben and Jerry's and a bunch of
all these clay tablets wrapped in organic leaves with bones bound to them. You know, finger bones and shit. Yeah.
Right.
I don't care.
And I swear though, some of those last transmissions with you on, you could hear him crunching on shit, like like stepping on shit. Yeah. And I was like, what was that?
It's all the bones were piling up. Remember, he told me they were parakeet bones. He said, and it was like, what the fuck are you going into caves?
He told you they were parakeet bones. What the fuck?
He did at one point. He said his neighbors gave him like dead parakeet bones, and I said, why? And there was never a response.
That's part of that's like one of the, he wanted them for the binding spells.
Yeah, that's it.
Because it's like symbolic, like breaking your wings so you can't escape and shit.
Yeah, there's that. Plus also the bird is a symbol of flight. So the birds represent the flight of the curse to yourself, plus breaking your wings,
that too, yeah.
Plus the flight of the curse. It's like, as it flies to you to deliver the curse. It's disgusting. It's just disgusting.
like you just have that so natural from Aquino.
Yeah, it's
like preset.
Yeah, it's
in your fucking system.
I honestly,
no one thinks like that.
Yeah, it was like, I honestly didn't think like that when it was the sheer madness. This is, by the way, it first exposed itself to me, seriously, when he got all angry that Jambo the Reese Monkey, Jameson Reese, had cast a binding spell on him. And he was like, I talked to JoJo about it. Remember JoJo Mikulášek, who he was trying to... Yeah, I talked to JoJo about it, and she said, how could you let him do that? And I'm like saying, do what? Bind me with a curse spell. And I was like, why do you care? It's like, it's Jambo the Reese Monkey.
Like we were giving him permission. It's like, this dude was just rogue. He was fucking rogue.
Yeah. It's like, but beyond that, it's like, we know he was casting spells against all of us, but none of us felt threatened. I mean, it's like, he can cast spells against...
he was straight up asking me to check his progress.
Yeah!
He was like, I need you to look at my...
sigils,
my progress on the ring cycle. He's like, I'm working on the ring cycles, and he showed me like these like crazy sigils of him writing numbers and like rings and shit, like with people's names in it. And I was like, oh, that's cool, man.
Yeah.
And he was like, what he wanted me to like it was a math problem to like critique it.
Like review it and grade it. Yeah.
Holy
no, again, why did he think you knew that? He thought you were my sorcerer's apprentice. Him and Peter Moon both. It's like, they all think that. It's absolutely bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. And then...
he must know something,
Yeah, yes, that's what they assume.
Doug must like him for some reason. He must know how to do this. Yeah.
They truly think that I'm training you as an acolyte. It's absolutely bizarre. And then when Peter Moon was so upset about that, and JoJo said how and he's going into, she was so upset, and I was like, why are you upset? And it's like it's like, you said you
wasn't he the one saying, her child is cursed because it's trans?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He said she's got this fucked up kid. That's what he said. She's got this fucked up kid.
It's all it was mental. Like they've gone mental, and you were like, "What's wrong with them?" And they're trans.
Yeah, that's right. Because some non-binary child. It's not even like the child was going for sex reassignment surgery, or at least not considering it yet. She just didn't identify as either a boy or a girl. And
and somehow that was like
as
if being a Scientologist was normal or something.
Thank you. Thank you. Not only a Scientologist, but a Satanist. And look at all his heroes.
Yeah.
Jack Parsons.
I'm completely well adjusted.
Yeah. Jack Parsons. And that was the time. The other time when it really began to show itself was when I was shitting and pissing all over Jack Parsons. And he said, "You've got to respect him for his belief in the power of magic." I was like, why? Again,
Why?
that's when it first, like,
that was pure evil.
yeah,
What are you
it's,
talking about?
yeah, just because he had a total belief in magic, why am I supposed to respect or honor that? I mean, but then, and then when he said, just as, this is more just morbidly entertaining than indicative of his insanity, but he said, "You said you loved J-Mo like a son." And I said, what am I supposed to say? I don't pay the son of a bitch. It's like, of course you're going to say nice things about people that are volunteering their time. At least, I could take a piss, even though it was
I've had people give me flack for that.
Yeah.
How could you let that Dietrich guy say you're his son? And I'm like, do you think any of us give a fuck about that?
Thank you. Yes.
They don't understand this politeness. Or,
thank you.
Flattery.
Or even a turn of phrase. I mean, Jesus Christ. But when it came to, this idiot, he was so threatened by Jameson hurling a binding spell on, and it didn't make sense to me until I realized this is what Peter Moon is doing all day, is casting binding spells, because that's when he copped it to me. It was afterwards it became more and more apparent. And I began to realize that's why he's so threatened by Jambo, is because he respected Jack Parsons for a total belief in magic. So that means if he totally believes in magic, he's totally confident his spells will work, and he's totally confident other people's spells will work against him. So it adds to his vulnerability. So he truly thought he was vulnerable to Jambo's spells, that's just stupid. Because it's Jambo. It's Jambo. When he was angry at the school, he didn't say, "I'm going to cast a spell." He said, "I'm going to pick up a machine gun and shoot them all."
I still can't believe he said that.
Yeah, on air, on record.
And we had to tell him, look, dude, you were in front of a school taking a piss.
Taking his prick out and pissing through the fence.
Yeah, facing the school.
Yeah, facing the school. Yeah, what an asshole. And but anyhow, so
in that freaking COVID outfit too, wearing a bubble head.
Yes, looking
like no wonder they thought you were a loony.
Yeah, looking like Master Chief from Halo. So he couldn't be identified. All they can see is his Creole yellow prick, and that's not identifiable. Anyhow, and then Peter's all threatened by this guy trying to cast spells at him. Really? But that's because Peter believed in it. So he was vulnerable through his own beliefs.
Well, and it's almost like he felt like he was the only one that could do it.
Yeah, something like that. But somehow
only I can cast the spell.
You mean that in the sense of moral imperative or something? Because he was obviously scared of Jambo's spells. So he felt other people could cast spells, but he felt he should be
hypocritical. It's like he can do it to all of us.
Right.
One person can't do it to him.
That's right. That's the insanity. Was his sense of what you're trying to say is Peter felt he should be the only one on Earth allowed to cast spells, and no one else should be tolerated in using magic, especially against him. Which is that's the insanity of a video game shooter who feels I should be the only one able to kill everyone, but I can't die in the video game. And it's like that. That's Peter Moon's thought process. I'm not supposed to die or be vulnerable. People can't shoot back. They shouldn't be able to shoot back. So the whole world to him was a shooting gallery, like ducks in a row.
Oh my God, that's so sick.
There's no words. It's beyond psychotic. Beyond psychotic. These are, and the problem is I've been dealing with crazies all my life, so my envelope of tolerance just went way too far. But by the way, our man Troy Bellamy's asleep by now, so that's we can start start talking about some of his ideas.
What about it?
Oh my god. That was cute.
Which part?
That was cute. Yeah. Yes, the Japanese learned about samurai from the Africans.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's not even go there. Go there.
That's cute. That's cute. Oh my god.
Like what YouTuber is saying that? I mean, we gotta find those people.
Where does he get that from? I gotta look it up.
It's the BCC YouTuber saying that, like saying they'll take the what was his name, the Nobunaga samurai story where he had the black guy, and then they'll just extrapolate it to its like nth degree and say he actually was a lineage of black samurai that taught the Japanese. It's just, I mean, I'm sorry, but that's just
I'm looking it up now. Africans taught samurai. Oh, wait a second. What am I getting first? Let's see if we got some. No parts to break. No moving parts. Tesla was a genius. This is like, oh my god, I better start sharing screen just for this first. Now, granted, who's this other old fuck that keeps showing up? Let me see now. Share. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, the Sarah Payne thing. That was what was she saying again through that stupid shit you sent me?
Oh, all the shit, just all the shit.
You know she teaches. You know she teaches at the Naval War College. She teaches at the Naval War College.
Oh, no wonder she's a propagandist then. That explains everything.
Oh, it's like, so this old fuck too. I don't know who this fucker is, but he's like, they bring him up, Japan started the war, you know, and how America crushed every navy on earth, you know, it's like these people are on one last hurrah where they just gotta propagandize world.
Yeah, and but they, at least back in the day, they used to tell us about the oil when they blockaded Japan.
Yeah.
Like, you don't think that's like a war-worthy fucking activity?
Oh yeah, no shit. It's a provocation. This bitch, there she is again. Iraq's home field advantage. You know, it's like, and I keep getting sent these two old fucks because they're like, I think they must think I'm in the same age bracket. And that I need their propaganda. Oh, but this is the one. This is preferable. Just to look at this, you know, swimming ass. You know, ass in the pool. That's much more preferable. I don't know what this shit is. We're 3D printing a Tesla Volve. And here we are. No moving parts, still works. Tesla was a genius. And it's like, and it's Amy. It's Amy Como.
That's it. That's a Tesla valve. That's it.
Oh, right, okay. There. Yeah, okay. So, all right.
It prevents the water from coming back up, and also, it's some kind of hydraulic device.
Oh, I thought it was Amy and Tokyo Bloker were, like, pouring their maple syrup in the morning. Into their coffee. Oh, shit. So,
yeah, one side is liquor, the other side's syrup.
Yeah.
Mixes perfectly, yeah. Oh wait, we forgot the coffee. Yeah.
You're killing me. Africans taught samurai. Here we are.
Dude, it doesn't exist. I mean,
yeah, I'm gonna enter. See what comes up. Okay, it's Yasuki. Of course.
Yasuke is the one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. But this whole lineage.
Yeah.
Doesn't exist.
Here we are, African warrior, Japan's secret black samurai you never learned. Anyhow, so that's just him again.
Yeah, Yosuke was definitely not secret.
Yeah,
but, you know.
Yeah, and of course,
who shocked Japan. You know.
Yeah. It's you know.
You won't find it because this is just whatever Troy's watching.
I gotta find what Troy is watching. Oh, here we are. Here's what he's watching. Here's what he's watching. Okay. Yeah, this one. Yeah.
What does it say?
DNA evidence proves early Japanese were black.
What the fuck?
Here we are. Japan's black origins. Japan's black origins.
Oh, Black Journal channel. Yeah. Click on that. Just click on the channel. Let's see what else they got.
Oh, a lot of upraised fists. A lot of upraised fists.
Oh, scroll down. No, this is good.
Oh,
this is good. They use the Boondocks.
Boondocks. Boondocks.
That's a good sign.
Cosby Show. Cosby Show.
They
lied
lied to black people.
They lied. No shit. No shit. I think they did a lot worse than that. Isn't the majority of the women he assaulted black? Maybe that's why he thought he could get away with it.
They all were.
Yeah, so that must be why he thought he could get away with it. Oh, and of course our man Farrakhan. This is why they fear us. Yes, he was right. Farrakhan was right.
Yeah, so this is where it's coming from, these people.
Yes, there we are. The Untold...
And they gotta blackify everything. Yes. Israel versus Iran. It's like, why would... First of all, they both hate black people. Why would you side with any of them? Like, that's what's so absurd about it. It's like, come on, you're gonna side with one of them? I mean, come on.
I like this. The untold abuse of black male slaves by a white woman. That's like...
Okay, so that one we could throw out. That's just absurd.
I don't think they were complaining.
No, they were not complaining. We know that. Neither party was complaining.
He's got another video on that. The untold abuse of black male slaves by white women forced their slaves. It's like, I think
impregnate them?
Yeah, really, like impregnate me, black.
Like it was under duress.
Don't make me do this. Don't make me do this. How would you get it up under duress? How does that work?
Yeah, no, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I think that they agreed to it. That was
probably
about
just what the chicks wrote down afterwards, so the husbands didn't kill them.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
we were just torturing them.
Yes, There we go.
That's all it was.
Yes. Yeah. Here we are. Untold truth. Russia opens its vaults to reveal black biblical Israelites. That I shouldn't use that tone of voice. God. I shouldn't talk like that. I shouldn't talk like that. I'm so bad.
My God.
I'm gonna go to hell.
Well, okay. I guarantee you, if you click on the video, that's what the guy sounds like. So
it's true.
So it's not, true. We're not being too rude here.
This one, blacks beware. 10 countries you never want to visit. I mean, I think we can start with the U.S. But
I think we can guess. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. We can guess what those are.
But in terms of other Russia, I'd say Burkina Faso myself. Yes. Oh, look who they got! Look who's there!
Africa. Look there he is.
Yes.
So, there he is.
Oh my God!
So this is what Troy's watching, unfortunately. Oh my God. Where he was saying, it was like, he's inviting all the American blacks to repatriate. Bring your money.
And your wives. And your wives.
Bring your wives. Bring your money. You're at home with us. It's like, don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it, Troy. They don't have that refrigerator over there that you raid every day.
No,
they don't got that.
It ain't gonna be whatever they got. It ain't gonna be good. At least not in that war-torn zone. Maybe Nigeria. I heard they have good food.
We're so bad.
I mean, whatever. It's fine.
Yes. Well,
look, I've never been there. Let's put it that way. I don't know anything about Burkina Faso.
Just so people know.
Remember when we looked it up? And it was like there was just like a bunch of voodoo shops and like that's all they had there.
No, and the statue of Traore.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like I loved the voodoo, and all these like white people going there. I love the little voodoo boutique. And it's like, what the fuck kind of country is that? Or no, that was Togo, but they were like neighbors. That was Togo. Excuse me.
All I can say is, look, the part of Africa I was in was the Horn of Africa in the northeast. I got down a little farther south into Kenya, and yet that was not a pleasant experience. It was there I learned to use World War II helmets. You want the World War II helmets, not any of the modern shit. because nobody's throwing frag grenades like they do in modern war. You're not worried about. You're worried about shots. You're worried about rifle shots. You're worried about machetes to the skull. You want steel.
Right.
And so when it came to West Africa, what we're talking about, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, Togo, that's all West Africa. That's voodoo country. It's a different kind of Africa, and I've never been there, and but that's where the overwhelming majority of slaves were taken from by the West. The Arabs were plundering the East. The Arabs. This is why Swahili and certain places in the Swahili speaking zone, they're Arabic speaking, because it was forced upon them, like God, what is that? Zanzibar. I'm thinking of some of these other places.
Yeah, Zanzibar.
Yeah. And but when it comes to the West, they were the West Africa. They're like it's heavy jungle territory, and it's like it's I don't know what it's like, except I know that they kill gorillas a lot. It's awful. Every part of Africa is different by what kind of animal they're slaughtering or poaching. But the horrible thing about the voodoo shops is when you see the monkey skulls and the great ape paws and skulls and shit. It's like seeing people parts. It's like seeing people parts. And the monkeys, when they're frying them whole, the monkeys, they look like children on a steak. They look like children on a steak. It's like, Lori and Ann Fenton would be right at home there. She'd be chowing down. She'd be chowing down a monkey on a stick like it was, like Aquino did with those babies on a spit over there in the tunnels of Presidio.
Allegedly.
Yeah, right. Allegedly. Though I believe every word he says about that. What's his name? David Schroeder. Saying saying Aquino made him eat it too. He's saying Aquino made me.
Yeah,
share.
I'm not like deflecting for him. I'm just saying that was the joke.
Yeah, that's
it.
The right joke. Yeah. It's and David Schroeder hated me for taking Aquino's attention away from him when Aquino was forcing him to eat babies on a stick with him and shit. It's like, really?
Yeah, that's so sick. Like, come on,
then
man.
Dietrich came and took Aquino away, and I was no longer the favorite. I was like, dude, I wish you could have had him. Really.
Yeah, take him.
Oh my God. Now he's showing up to torment poor people like Brendan. Hey, what do you think of that Douglas? And of course, Brendan said, how do I get rid of him?
Yeah,
and Akita's just laughing. Oh, he ain't so bad. Yeah, it's bad then. Yeah, that only shows you it's worse.
Yeah, that's how you know it's just like you gotta get rid of this guy immediately. Ridiculous.
But at any rate, so we found out what Troy's watching, and he teaches math, not history. Okay.
Thank God.
That's so cruel.
Well, he's good at math. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not good at math, so I wouldn't teach it. He's more qualified than I am.
Yes. Oh my God. So
I mean, there's plenty I agree with him on history-wise, but then the revisionism is pretty bad.
Yeah. Yes. And it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary.
There were no samurais that weren't Japanese. I'm sorry. That's just a fact.
Yeah. It's well, I mean, obviously there's that historical exception, but what he would have been better off watching Afro Samurai the anime, because that would have been so much more productive. Then he's watching this channel.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and the Japanese don't, like, they're, ethnically homogenous and xenophobic, but it's not the same type of racism where it's, like, systemic and shit, like in everywhere else.
Yes,
it's like, I would rather have, someone that knows where they stand than this kind of bullshit we have in the West.
Thank you.
Where it's like, you know, we have to be inclusive, and then but all this like microaggression. What is it called?
Microaggression is putting it too mildly. That's too mild.
What is it called? It's called something else.
I'd call it like
bias, like unconscious bias and shit. People lie to people and say, I don't have a problem with blacks, and then they're like, you know, not promoting them and doing all this other shit underhandedly.
Well, I think we're beyond that.
In Japan, they could still make it. You know, if they get there and learn the language, you could still be a worker and productive.
Yeah,
there's no issue there.
Yeah, I don't ever expect there to be a black prime minister in Japan, but
but that's what I'm saying. We know where they stand. That's better than the lies and the bullshit and the scheming.
Yeah, but under Trump, they've just stopped even with the pretense. Now it's just, you know, get rid of them. Get rid of them. I mean, Trump truly wants to disenfranchise all blacks.
Yeah, but that's the problem. It's like they're not giving an alternative. Like, you have to at least have an alternative. You can't just say we don't want these people.
Yeah.
It's too late. It's like you've already done the thing.
It's true. It's but there's everything is so wrong about the Trump administration, and obviously I can't even believe we're gonna survive this. Really, it's
well, he's already prepping for when it collapses by putting freaking military everywhere.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. That's exactly what he's prepping for. It's insane. After all, the Washington D.C., he's just warming up. That's just the trial run for the rest of the United States. So it's
what do you make of that? Why would he say that? Oh, we got to clean up crime. It's like as if that's gonna work.
Yeah, no shit. I mean, it's for one thing. That's not your job. You're president. You're not chief of police. You're not the chief of police of the United States. You're the fucking president. This whole tough on crime thing was always odd about the Republicans. That whole trip about we got to be tough on crime, and it's exploded. All I ever hear about these days are mass shootings, mass stabbings. You know, shootings and stabbings everywhere, all over the United States. It's everybody's killing each other now under Trump. So I don't know where he's coming from. So it's there we have that. It's
and what do you make of what's his name? Newscomb.
Oh, it's what's there to make of the son of a bitch? Like I said, I ripped off on that son of a bitch before. I went off.
Well, he's going rogue now. He's doing he's making troll posts. It's like, come on, dude. You're, like, fucking,
Holly thinks they're funny. Holly thinks they're funny. He says, my hotel smells. No,
he's totally out of touch. He's totally out of touch.
Thank you. She thinks that it's funny when he's saying, my hotel smells. It's like, that's not funny. He's crazy.
No, he's out of touch. He's totally out of touch.
Yes. And he's just lost it, and he's trying to sound like a man. But he can't do that at all. There was something else she said about him that was just, you know, more of his pathetic, trying to become a man-tard kind of figure.
He's trolling Trump at his own meme game.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
Donald Trump. This is to quote his shit. All in caps. Donald Trump, the lowest polling president in recent history. This is your second to last warning! Exclamation points. Read one of the governor's posts. And this is him talking about himself. Stand down now or California will counter-strike legally. Like in parentheses. As if they needed that. To destroy your illegal crooked maps in red states. So it's just like, okay. Like, you're supposed to think this is funny? It's like, this is bad. Oh, and then he's doing all caps, and you know how the ghetto talk from back in the early 2000s, where it's like some letters are capitalized and some are lowercase.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that?
It says, I think so, yeah.
The Smithsonian is supposed to be a global symbol of American strength and prestige. He's basically trying to make fun of him. You know? Clearly being taken over by left-wing activists, you know, and he's just making it look, you know, this is so stupid. This is childish. I mean, come on, guys.
Come on, dude. I want my money back, Newsom. Give me my fucking money
Thank
back,
you.
scumbag.
Thank you. Yes, he's like, it's pathetic. He's pathetic. And honestly, we need to get rid of...
he's already a multimillionaire. Just split his salary with all of us. Fuck that.
No, seriously. I mean, this is a serious proposition. We really need to take...
I mean, and he's going so low. He's making fucking what would be lowbrow jokes saying Greg Abbott was rolling over for Trump because he's in a wheelchair. It's like, come on, dude. These are just so bad. These are B-level jokes. This is some hack shit. You're a fucking hack, dude. Just come on. How does he think this is funny? I mean, I don't know.
It's just...
Here's the latest.
At this point,
you want to hear the latest?
Yeah, so what's the latest?
Or have you had enough? Have you had enough?
No, I mean...
Donald Taco Trump, as many call him. It's you don't need to add all that, dude. Just cut to the chase. He needs to be taught what a meme is. Missed the deadline. California will now draw new ones. This is all in caps, by the way. More beautiful maps, historic maps that will end the Trump presidency. Big press conference with powerful Dems like Gavin Newsom. He's talking in the third person. Your favorite governor that will be devastating for quote unquote MAGA. Thank you for this attention in the matter. Good night. Yeah, so this is him trying to be like Trump as a joke.
Oh my God.
Funny.
It's honestly, this is why we can't have nice things, people. He's because
here's another one. Donald is finished. He is no longer hot. It's just dude,
he never was.
No.
Yeah, never. Yeah. I'd say
tiny hands. Apparently called him that too.
That's funny. No, he's supposed to. Everybody bitches about his hands being so small because they're disproportionate to his body. I suppose it's really weird, but I've never tripped off it because I never look at his hands. That would imply an interest. It's kind of like Peter Moon looking at men's asses and saying, I saw ass. And it's because you were looking for ass. If I saw ass, I would look away and wouldn't relate the fact that I saw it.
No, it was obsessed. It was the highlight of his month.
Yeah, yes. Every time that happened, he would be like...
And he would say weird... what would be the word for it? Details. I was at the beach and it was one caramel colored guy. It was dude, this is too much detail. This is way too much detail for 1 second of your life. This is weird.
No, it's absolutely true. That's what he would focus on. This was his...
it was a Baywatch episode or something. And he turned around and the sea foam spray. It's just come on, dude.
That was as poetic as the motherfucker ever got. Was in those moments. That and the only time he ever had a sense of real happiness was when talking about the developmentally disabled child who had a cucumber.
I still think that was just a sign of his deterioration.
Nadir.
Yeah, it was the bottom. Yeah.
Oh my God.
How can someone be that sick?
But what we really
almost as bad as you.
What was that? Say that again.
This is almost as bad as you. I didn't think it could get any lower, but then here we go. You found Pete.
I guess that's the only positive thing we can say about it.
Yeah, he set the bar. He lowered the bar. It's if this was Limbo, then he'd be fucking, on the floor. Yeah.
Oh my God.
How low can you go?
Yes. It's it's there we are. But we.
And then that's another then all these people, they have the nerve to say we're making fun of them.
Yes.
Remember he was how could they, and then Nemo, they're backstabbing me and. How dare they make fun of me? And it's you guys are doing it yourselves. We're just pointing it out. There's nothing we're doing. like when Marina was like, yeah, I'm a victim of a my lab, and you know, they took me out of my room, and I was 15, and they stripped me naked. What were you wearing? What were you wearing? It's like, what the fuck kind of shit is that, dude? Like, that was just crazy. Like, you know.
After which, it was before or after that he told her to get colonics. You gotta try colonics. You're hypersexual.
Yeah, he said it would relieve the trauma.
Yeah, there
like,
we are.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, after aliens probe you fucking all night. Yeah, that's what you want.
Yeah,
you
get
want
some more. Get more shoved up your ass.
Yeah. This is like, you can't make that shit up. Someone saying that. Like, I was probed in an alien abduction my lab, and he's like, you know, get colonics to relieve your trauma. It's like, yeah, as if that would help, you know.
Oh shit!
It's fucking crazy, man.
It's between that and some of the other shit we've seen, it's we've seen it all. We've really seen it all. It's just that I don't know why I'm a flypaper for such demons, but we're.
I know why.
Oh shit! Yeah, you do. It's like you said, just like that Indian guy knew where I was from and didn't bother to ask me anything. But no, it's amazing.
Oh, they saw you crawled out of hell.
Yeah,
that's why they didn't ask. They said, we know he is from Narak. Yeah.
I guess
that's why they were trying to see if I was okay. They were like, why are you hanging out with this demon? Like, you're hanging out with the devil himself and shit. And no one asks. Yeah.
Oh, well, it definitely, that was quite the day. But definitely it's getting more dangerous each time. Do you feel that this visit was more dangerous for yourself than the last? Judging by what happened on the way home? Or
not really. I just would avoid. I mean, I think San Francisco is just a fucking sketch. Fucking no matter even if I went there to meet some normal person, so called, it would just be dangerous, you know?
Yeah, got it. It's just San Francisco is now just becoming untenable to travel in and out of.
Shit, it always was. I mean, I told you the whole backstory. I used to think it was the cool place to go, like, you know, like, oh, Japantown was the place to go.
Yeah, well, it still is. I mean, like you said, you can't find that shit anywhere else outside of maybe Los Angeles in the United States. And it really was. Yeah, and people knew it. They were there. You know, they were all over the store. Oh, tell people about the posters, the One Piece posters. You know,
those were great.
Yeah, those are really nice. And
they had to keep the good ones behind the desk because people were just taking them.
Yeah, people are stealing them. I could see that. By that I mean I didn't see someone steal them, but I could imagine easily people trying to steal them. So
yeah, like all the rare ones were behind the desk.
That's
like
right.
The Shanks one and the Nami, the one with Nami and what's her name?
Oh, I forgot the other
Nico
one.
Robin. The ones with the cleavage were definitely not on the floor.
Yeah.
Because those weebs will just steal that shit.
Yes, that's right. And so that's funny as hell. I'm so glad you brought that up because it was, again, we should have started by recommending that for, you know, our man Troy to watch when it came to anime. Well, we did kind of bring that up with him. It would have been so tempting to go the Boku no Pico route.
Oh my god. No, because that just ruins it for people. Then imagine someone, you know.
No.
Imagine an older person seeing that. You know, they would just be shocked.
They'd
be like, I knew you guys were vile.
That would, it would just destroy them. They'd be devastated.
I knew you guys were sick. Because, like, back in the day, we would watch anime and people would think you were watching that shit. They would say, you are degenerate, you know, fucking, watching these vile. They would think you were watching porn. Like, it would be like a slur.
An
like,
assumption.
Oh, you're watching anime. Oh my god.
No,
I remember it would be like I would be watching it, and my mom would come on and say, "Oh my god, what are you watching? This vile, evil. You know, this is horrifying."
Really? Where did she get that impression?
Because it was like the Satanic Panic days. It was like, oh, you know, a anthropomorphic dog demon, you know.
There you go.
They had suggestive themes, quote unquote, that were like non-Western.
Right.
So people would think that they're talking about demons. Well, they were demons, but it's just a bad translation. Like,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like Inuyasha, he was like always cursing and shit, and he was like a demon dog, fucking devil, and so like if there's some Western bitch seeing that, she's gonna be like, oh, evil. But we knew better. Like, even the kids knew better.
Of course.
There was a whole backstory.
They're much more savvy than the adults in so many cases.
Yeah. Or, like, I remember Yu-Gi-Oh! We would get so much flack, even at school, because they would have, like, you know, Resurrection of the Dead and Zombie fucking King and shit, and, like, Dark Necro Fear.
Oh, I still see that online, where all these fundamentalist Christians say, don't watch Vampire Night. You know, it's demonic, pure demonic. And
you're dating in demons to your kids. And it's like,
yes,
Jesus. Like,
like,
could be worse.
Yeah, you could take them to a Baptist church. Then, that'd be worse. Remember the guy who was the dude who took the fall for Michael Aquino. Was a Baptist, ordained Baptist minister, Gary Willard Hambright. So,
oh shit, of course.
Yeah, and that's he's the guy who got busted, and they federally indicted him for all those crimes. You know, all the assaults on kids who were under 4 years of age. You know, 14 of them. It's like. Yeah, these are like really bad guys that are in the Baptist church, yet all the Americans complain about is the fucking Catholics. It's like, you know, get your priorities right and clean up your house at home. Yeah. So,
shit, good luck with that.
Yeah, that's right. Good luck with that. In terms of...
Christendom needs a makeover, you know, or whatever that's left of it.
Yeah, well, it's getting it.
Not that I'm anti-Christian, it's just like stuff has gone down, you know, with all these corrupt and the strip mall churches. I'm advocating they just gotta go. Just stop that shit. If you want your religion to have any credence, don't do that.
Oh Jesus, that's fucking funny. Well,
we have those out here.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. It's like that's bizarre. I can't imagine what that would be. Why would anyone go to that? Oh, it's well, at any rate, we've had a hell of a run tonight. I think we did great.
Yeah, I need to sleep.
Yeah, you need to get some sleep and get some rest. You've earned it. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And thank you so much for coming on with us tonight and sharing that adventure in San Francisco. And hopefully you get your full energy back through your own measures, your countermeasures. And I have every confidence that will happen. So hopefully you awake feeling well and refreshed and having had pleasant dreams without Aquino or anyone.
Okay, that's not helping.
Sorry. I just make it worse. I just make it worse just by being me. All right. Well, blessed night. And to all of our listeners, do tell them good morning and to support myself if you would be so kind.
Oh, that's too much.
That's too much.
Yeah, that's getting out of me. Yes, have a good morning, everyone, and stay tuned for Doug's published works to be sold.
Yeah, we gotta figure out a way to monetize it without people just being able to, just pass it all off on their own. We'll figure out something. Maybe we'll just have to take that leap and let people republish it on their own if they get a hand of it.
Devastating news.
What's that?
John Cena has cancer.
Who the fuck is John Cena?
The wrestler.
Oh God. Yeah, it's sad. But...
I'm being facetious, obviously.
Yeah, of course. But it's sad, but I never understood wrestling. Really, it's like, you know, it's so homosexual. It's so who the hell wants?
This is like pageant wrestling. What is it? WWE.
Okay, it's. I guess I just can't get it. It's who wants to see male bodies slamming against each other? You know, it's bizarre to me. But
no one does. It was just I don't know, something in the 90s that was cool.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, kids grew up watching it, and especially I just don't.
I always thought it was so dumb. You know?
Thank you,
yeah.
Thank you. Really,
I thought it was horrifying.
Yes,
that and the 4x4s. What were those things called? Monster trucks.
Yeah. Yeah, that's funny. That's actually funny. The monster trucks I could almost get, but not for long. There's only so much you can do with them, right? It's really weird. But
I remember the coolest part about the monster trucks was when they brought out the mechs to fight and shit. That was cool.
There you go.
That was the only cool part.
Yeah. Of course, because that was the most like a semi-realization of some level of anime, you know, that we could. Yeah. And they never did realize that they were trying to build an American mech to fight a Japanese mech, and you know the Americans had to do a crowdfunding. I don't think they ever got enough money to do it. I don't think it ever happened. So it's pretty sad. But yes, I'm going to start. We're going to have to do some kind of GoFundMe or something with our dear friend T Tank Barry was thinking of that, but I think he's raised the target too high on his GoFundMe, and I still have to ask him about why he put up an image of what was that again? Destroyed parts of a building or something. It looked like the aftermath of a demolition. T-Tank Barry put up a GoFundMe for me, but it looks like he's got the aftermath of a demolished building or a demolition site in the picture. I don't know what that's about.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's your life. Maybe it was trying to gather sympathy, like, fix this guy's life. Like this.
I guess. Well, we certainly need that.
Who knows? What exactly would you want to put on there? Like you in a hospital bed? Like do what all the other influencers do and take a photo in one of those fake hospital beds. And just be like, please support me. I'm in need.
Oh fuck! You know? I'll put
like
up
what that idiot was doing.
Yeah. Which one?
All of them. The fucking Tally, fucking the other bitch.
Michelle and
nasally
Derek,
bitch.
Michelle, nasally.
I have a terminal illness. And she would always be dripping out the nose. It's like, god damn.
You know why it's all that? What was that drug she was on? The drug she was huffing?
Oh, the ephedrine?
Yeah, she was huffing the ephedrine.
Yeah. I needed to dry up my nose. No, bitch, you're addicted now.
Oh fuck!
That shit stopped working 10 years ago.
Oh, that's way beyond addiction. That was like, yeah, she was
like
like
snorting that shit.
Yeah, that stuff she was inhaling on a regular basis. The no, I'll use Amy's boyfriend, Tokyo Bloker. I'll put him up there. The picture of him, that picture she gave us.
Well, he doesn't inspire any kind of pity. It's like you want to like step on it or something. Like when you see like a, you know, like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't be too mean, you know. We'll just leave it at that. Yeah, I shouldn't leave it at that. Like it's like, just put it out of its misery. Like, forget supporting it.
Oh my god.
Shit, you'd be better off rescuing cats. Say, I'm rescuing cats, you know, and you just put them in a box for a couple days and then take them to the pound after, and then say, it made a full recovery.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Or rescue the turtles. Just say, I'm rescuing just like a Kino and his, what was it?
Lilith.
What was her name?
Kino and
Lilith. I'm taking after Lilith and Michael and rescuing these turtles from Chinatown, and just all you do is you just show a turtle every once in a while.
Yeah.
$10.99 a month.
Yeah. I love it.
We'll support the turtles. Yeah.
I love it. Yes, we got to think of some kind of strategy. Jesus Christ, everybody, they just opened their.
I just gave you one.
Yeah, that's true enough. I know, but it's so repulsive.
The turtles.
It's so repulsive. I couldn't live with myself. It's on a level of.
Oh shit! Well, you better start getting shameless. That's what all these other people do. I'm ready. I'm almost ready to do that shit.
It's true. Gotta start being like Brandon Young with his Squidward laugh. What's the guy's name again? Squidward.
Yeah, Squidward.
What was the laugh again?
Shit like that. It's like, yeah. Of course, yeah.
Always
and like every time someone suffered, he'd laugh. That's the only time he'd be happy. Yeah, like so fucking. You know, like when he was talking about the chick he was with, and he's like, "She burnt her nipples off."
Yeah, that's right.
And he thought that was like hilarious, and we were all like,
"Just a gas
joke."
Yeah, it was just a gas.
And he said, "She grew hair back on her nipples," and we were supposed to think that was funny or some kind of joke.
Yeah, that's how insane he was. How insane this fucker was. Yes, he's totally Peter Moon level. They're both deserving of each other. They're all part of that. And for V,
well, he kept saying, "He's a good boy."
Yeah, good boy. That's right. That's
he's
right.
A good man.
That's right.
Don't be mad at him, Doug. Or something crazy shit like that.
And for V to hide from me for about a decade, that his wife had come in to the salon and was staring at me while she worked on her. She was staring at me because she was working on me at the same time. Several times while, Brandon Young's wife was in the salon. She treated both of us. Disgusting.
Damn. Yeah, shocking.
Yes. It is and it isn't. I've been stalked by these people for a long time, obviously. Or it's obvious now in hindsight. But always was. But, you never really think about how bad it is till something like that really gets brought to the fore. But okay. Love you dearly. Stay
right.
safe and be well. Get some rest. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
All right.
So, and also to Aristides, our best wishes to him, and hopefully he gets some much needed rest. We're going to ask everyone now to provide their support. We're going to close off at 8 hours. We gave you 8 hours tonight. Granted, it's nothing that need be considered particularly productive, but I didn't think I was going to last 8 minutes when I started the show. And we're obviously going to be back Wednesday, so everyone join us then. And I think I'll actually be much better then for going into some level of a monologue that is more detraconic than what I did tonight. But hey, who the hell wanted to come home from where I was at? Yeah. All right. We need your help for the rent. Let's try and raise. Let me see. The fucking price for rent is $937. $937. I no longer need to pay for the money orders, so that took the $942 down by $5. So $937 minus I basically got about $250 because I got to withdraw the $94 tomorrow. So we need to raise $700. So everybody start contributing about $100 each. I'll need about 7 contributions of $100 each. And let's get that going immediately so that we can start at least counting up against that so I can bring the need down. Obviously, probably safely need a little more than that just to make certain I keep myself in supplies. And every once in a while eat something outside of Meals on Wheels just for the sake of maintaining my health. The Meals on Wheels is okay. It's filler food. It's all right. It's supposed to be nutritious. Dietitians organize it. But honestly, it's there's only so much of that you can take. And I don't really eat that much anyway because I have other sources of sustenance. But all that being articulated, my love to all who support myself morally or financially. And in turn, we're here for you. And everybody, join us on Wednesday night. And we'll be here for you at the same time and the same place again. But to keep it going, I do need your help, and I need the rent money to keep myself under a roof to continue to do this for all of us. Okay then. See you Wednesday. Be here by all means. Ending stream.